Wow, it's always it's always in that what in the what? I can never remember which one it is. Just click all of them until I figure out. There we go. Hello and welcome to day 2 of our 2-day charity stream. Um, for this month, I probably will not be doing a charity stream in the next few months. Only because we have so many events planned, and I will be mega busy. So thank you guys for joining today. And if you're watching on YouTube at a later time, thanks for watching anyway. I think you'll like today. We have 4 guests coming in. One of them is sort of like a surprise. I don't think they were in the schedule that I released a while back. So I'm very excited. And again, I cannot wait for tea and cookies again. So yesterday I had my last cookies. I ate my last 3 cookies, and they were delicious. But I knew that I was gonna do it again for today, so I had my bro bring me some yesterday, and he was the best, and he did. So yeah. Anyway, I think. I'm gonna sort of like proceed like no one's watching. So I'm just gonna babble on for a little bit until our first guest is at 11 a.m. So hopefully they bringing in a couple of people coming in. And yeah. I was just working on editing the website actually for our upcoming events that we have been given the go ahead for. So now there is a link that people can. I think there is a link. It should be a link. There should be a link. Okay, let me just double check that this link is linking. I guess it's there, but I don't know if it's a clickable link, and I want to make sure that it's a clickable link just to make it easier for people to okay, I'm gonna hit publish now. I think yeah, after today I'll just change the stuff. Alright, cool. I did say I was gonna wear my Psychology Freak sweater, but I didn't. I totally lied. I just like fell asleep like it was nobody's business yesterday. Like at 9. That was the earliest I have ever gone to sleep in like 2 years probably. Because I was just so tired from yesterday. I was so tired. But I'm alive now. Yay! And I have some energy, which is good, I will say. Now I'm working on the flyer. Wait a minute. Actually, I should check the... Okay, I'm just gonna do admin work. No one's here, so it would be a win-win situation for me. Da-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-ba-ba. doing a little bit of admin work. I really do wish I could play like my favorite music that would totally keep me awake. Um, but it's all copyrighted. Boo! Boo! Wait, what am I doing? Oh, yes. Oh, hello, new person that joined. I or not joined. Never mind then. um, I was just reading some comments. There's a lot going on with social media these days, and it I have not really been keeping up with it. I didn't actually think it was going to go through, and now it's a little bit of a problem. Because how do we find our internet communities? Let me just check out Blue Ski. Dun, 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 dun. So I'm doing stuff I should probably be doing, but I'm doing it anyway. So I'm creating a Blue Ski account. Should I invite people from Blue Ski to come and join us? I'm very sad, actually. Hmm. I just used this. You know, I just sort of realized that my posture is not very ergonomic. And my elbow hurts actually. At first it was just my wrist, but now it's my elbow. All right, just creating a profile on Blue Ski. Not gonna lie, I'm still kind of tired. My brain is just kind of like, we should do nothing today, huh? But I want to be here. I don't want to do stuff. How do I post on this thing? Trying to find people on Blueski. Who's on Blueski, you guys? Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Anyway, how do I post the post? Oh, here. Gotta get confirmation on my email. Wait, where are all the posts that I was doing for? Let me see. I can do this one, I suppose. There you go. Yay! So now we have a Bluesky account. I will try it for like about a week, see how that goes, and then I will add it to the website. Maybe if I find it to be a good sort of place to be. What about Threads? How have you heard about Threads? Is that like a good place to be? I don't think I'm gonna abandon Facebook, but maybe the way that we post things might be different there. Da-da-da. I think maybe everyone is feeling the same way I'm feeling right now. Just very, very tired. Wanting to nap. I'm about to join Canelo down there and take a nap. Hello, brand new person that just came in. Welcome, welcome. You will be your savior. At least I feel like I am talking to someone and not just no one. I'm pretty sure it tells me that someone is also watching from Twitch, but I'm pretty sure it's just the algorithm, no, the streams elements that is watching or whatever. So anyway, welcome. I was just talking to myself. I was creating a new social media actually for Psychology for Geeks. We have so many cool events happening soon. And I'm like, where am I supposed to promote? Like, where's my community gonna go if it's not on TikTok anymore? If it's not as safe on Facebook anymore? So I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna delete the Facebook, but maybe whatever we post there is gonna be different than we would have been posting. We need to really double check or look into that. So I don't know. I was just messing around with Bluesky. Is it Bluesky or Bisky? Wait, what is it? Maybe I should look it up. Wait, hold on. It's butterfly. Bluesky. It is blue sky. Oh, okay. It's not Bluesky. It is blue sky. Okay. Well, now I know. Good thing I did not start advertising that places yet. That would have been embarrassing. No, I wouldn't have. Anyway, just checking out some peoples that are in here. I don't know who is on Bluesky. What is this? I think one of the things I keep calling it Bluesky is Blue Sky. Um, one of the things that anime. Yeah. Um. Now, I think just this one reminds me very much of TikTok, which I think it's supposed to be right. Uh, not TikTok. What am I saying? Uh, Twitter. And Twitter was one of the ones. I don't know if it was like the format or something. I just could never really um figure it out. So I kind of ended up leaving it. Even before the whole thing happened, I just couldn't really figure it out. I wasn't getting a lot of like views and stuff on it, so I just left it. Uh, are like, who is on here even? How do I make friends? That's the question. How do I make friends online? This is a new platform. I have to start from zero. I don't know what's happening. Anime animals. Okay. No, thank you. Where are my geeky people on here? I don't do K-pop, but thinking about it. Anyways, not much happening. We are just waiting for um our guest, special guest of today. If you want, I can go over. So what happened yesterday? I don't know if you were here yesterday or not, but we got $250 in donations, so that is fantastic. That's half of our goal, and hopefully today we get the other half. And so we will be just so set for at least the next month or so, and then because we have like some events planned and nothing they left. Okay, I'm back to myself. No. Much better. There's an account here that's called Muscular Baby Jeb. Cool. One's called Vidiots, like video idiots. That's funny. Let's go with cosplay. Moths in a human suit. Okay. Oh, hello, new person. I am just checking out how it be over here in blue sky. I just made an account and I'm just yeah, figuring out if it's of his place. It's been lonesome by myself here for a little bit. It would be so funny slash maybe not funny if you're actually the same person. And they just left. Okay. Well, never mind then. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Woo! Pretty little bird. Alrighty. Let's see. All right. Anyway, I need to get out of here. It's gonna. Wait, was that Threads? That was what? Oh, that was Threads. No wonder I was like, oh, I don't really like this. Anyway, out of here. Just planning more stuff. Oh, I was gonna check in on some friends as well. Everybody's going through tough times. All right, that's done. That's done. Let's see. Doo-doo-doo. Maybe I should like plan more stuff for like the first hour. All right, brainstorm for charity stream later on. I was gonna be like, I think it's number 4, charity stream number 4. This is a third one. The first hour is boring. I am boring by myself. I should never be doing this by myself. I can see why I have no friends here right now. uh, let's see. Let's see. Mm. Wait, why do I have a Christmas song stuck in my head? No bueno. Just just hanging out, waiting for time to happen. Man, I just joined a whole bunch of like Facebook groups and stuff. Man, grief be a thing. Doo-doo. Just when we were making progress on all the social media and building a community. I need to get out of here. This is why I'm just like scrolling. Should be doing something. And basic information on how to build and maintain healthy relationships. Yes. Ugh. Maintain. Everything we need to know about sex while in fun. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. So now I'm working on the flyer for the online whatchamacallits. Nope, I don't like that one. Online workshop that we'll be having next month. Um Man, I have reached my limit when it comes to like marketing. I'm more about like design. Like just give me the information and maybe I can give you a flyer. But like coming up with like the words to explain the thing is just so boring to me. My brain cannot. I think it's partially because my brain tends to think more in terms of like pictures and like overall like it doesn't do very well with like details and stuff. I have to have somebody give me like their second opinion or whatever. So yeah. Let's see. Um, I need an arrow for this. Hmm. It's not the it's not the straightest arrow out there, but it will have to do. What if I make it red? Would that work? I have this filter on my screen and I don't I guess it's okay. I don't really like this arrow though. It's done. This one might be better. Let's see. No. Just grab something else. Oh, that was up here. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, I guess I like that better. I do want to make it red though. Arrow needs to be a little bit bigger. And here we are. Oh, you know what? I'm making the flyer for this thing. I don't even have a I don't think we have a clear idea of hmm. Technically we have time. Oh, now it's Easter. I guess we can do it the 26th. What are we doing the 26th? It's just too many back to back. I kind of don't like that. Maybe we can do it in May. I don't know. Think about it. Um, I was gonna be like, you know what? I'll just play video games, and then I realized, yeah, it's like 6 more minutes before our first guest arrives, so that's probably not a good thing. Um. Okay. Let's see. I immediately started working. I haven't even done stretches. And it's stretch today. I forgot. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Okay. At least you know where to find me, right? Sorry, I closed it. Oh yeah. Um, but where you at though? Hmm. Got my lunch order in. What's up? All right, let me just look at my other socials in case anybody's looking for me. Nobody's looking for me. It's too early. not alone anymore. Are you ready? I can't hear you yet. So what's gonna happen is if I click to hear you, you will automatically be live. Are you cool with that? Or not yet? Okay, just wait. Got it. Oh, you know what? Somebody I should have been sending emails and stuff. I was just like browsing social media. How dare I? Da, da, da. Email. Okay, all good to go? Nothing. I am chatting about nothing. I'm here by myself. I think this is the one. There you go. Hello.
Hello.
Wait. Let me lower the music just a little bit so people can hear us a little bit better. All right, there you go. I was here by myself, so now I'm happy.
Community is always better.
Yeah, of course. I was bored. I was just like, I think there's like the past hour is like long periods of me just sort of like staring at the screen. So I was like doing something else and not saying anything. But you're here now, so yay! So I don't have any particular sort of like questions or anything going on, but do you have like a topic in mind you wanted to discuss for sure, or would you want to just like see what happens?
We can go with see what happens. I know we were gonna do a little bit of gut health and or just health in general. It's a big topic. I feel like now.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Health. Nah. I. I was like, I feel like I learned something recently, and I wanted to like share it with you, and I was like, nah. I don't think I learned anything, or at least I can't remember right now. But yeah, okay. So, um, bye. Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you for reminding me that I should probably just introduce you instead of just like starting talking. Um, Janet is a local from, I was gonna say my hometown, but not local area, and
Probably right.
we met last year.
Yeah, last year towards the end.
Oh, no, I mean, it was
Technically
like
2020.
June. We met like
It
in
was,
June, right?
it was during the home convention. One of the conventions that was in Visalia, the Visalia
Yeah,
College.
but it was like last. So it was like technically like 7 months ago that we
Uh-huh.
met. It does not feel like that at all.
Right?
Yeah, so we just recently met, but not in my mind. We've been friends for years. Um, but she will be essentially joining Psychology for Geeks as sort of like a mentor. Because we can't actually afford to hire her because we're poor. So that's why she's joining as a mentor, and she's doing some of our uh, uh, presentations for like free presentations that we do for the community coming up once I get to sending that email eventually. But yeah, but you actually have your own company, right?
Yeah, so I registered my own company and I'm building it. It's getting built as I go. Being the first in my family to do anything like that,
Mm,
it's been a slow, steady process. Just learning a lot of the things that I just felt like I've never got exposed to or just didn't take the time to learn in high school. And now opening this chapter in my life, I'm just like, oh my god, I feel like I don't know everything.
mm-hmm,
But thankfully, I've come across a lot of beautiful communities, friends, and mentors. You know, you being one, and just seeing how things work and not feeling so alone in the process. Um, And so it's been exciting just creating from that space and seeing where it goes, and just educating myself on how to do these things, because they're very important if you want to learn to grow here, right, or anywhere
Mm-hmm.
in life. So yeah.
So, what are the like the topics that interest you when it comes to sort of like growth
Ooh, when it
or
comes to
like
growth,
personal growth? I would say.
personal growth, yeah. So I think in the last, and now I could say it was 2025. So in 2023, I think is when I really started focusing again back in personal growth. Just with when life circumstance hits you and things go just hit and they're out of your control, I feel like I got in a space again of remembering, like, I don't know everything.
Mm,
There's so much in life, and I have to be reminded of being open to growth. I've always been curious and wanting to learn since I was a little kid. And so for me, just growth is just learning what's out there. Like, there's so much vast variety out there in the
mm-hmm.
whole world. And I say the whole world because I just have a passion for traveling, curiosity, what's there, what's different. I've always loved to see how culture, language, society just shapes people, and how different but similar we are at the same time. That law of duality.
Mm-hmm.
And just always want to absorb, want to know what's out there, like something new, like, oh, like just the spark of learning and educating, and just, I don't know, like immersing myself in these things is just, it brings a fire and fuel in me to like keep going, and just kind of like I live in this world and I have access to this, and it's just so beautiful. And I know sometimes a lot of people don't have that due to circumstances. So I feel very, blessed and privileged to be here and understand that and just continue to grow and pursue that, right? I don't know if that answers the question well.
You know what? No, I think that that's correct. Like we have so many things around us that we forget about. Because a lot of the times I find myself feeling like I'm not actually doing anything when it comes to like therapy because it's just like me providing a safe space for people to talk or just saying, hey, have you thought about this situation in this way, or like how about trying this other thing, right? And then I'm like, this is basics, and of course it's basic to me because like I do it all the time, right? Like I do multiple times a day with multiple people. I've done it for years, right? But for like the majority of us, it's like these are just things that nobody teaches us. Nobody teaches us how to be more confident. Nobody really teaches us how to, unless you have someone in your family who was a really good or very interested in, for example, traveling or fashion or whatever, then you get tips and tricks, right? Like sort of like
Hmm.
passed down to you because they're very passionate. And whenever we're passionate about something, we cannot stop talking about it, you know? And
Yeah.
then they just give us an opportunity and we're like, let me just tell you a 2 hour presentation of everything I've learned, because I'm just so excited to talk about it. Um, but yeah, like sometimes all we need to sort of like continue that growth or start that growth for ourselves is understanding the opportunities that are available to us, right? Like the
Hmm.
things that might be hindering us. And so one of the things that we have talked a little bit about before was gut health, which I have been very interested, I think ever since I spoke to you, unbelievably, again 7 months ago or so. um I have not gotten around to reading any of the research, but that's why you're here. You could give us more information of like why is the gut so important for our overall wellness.
Yeah, no. Well, like you said, a lot of times we don't know. We're not aware. We don't have the knowledge, or we don't have someone to teach us, or
Hmm.
there's something in the family that, for some people, when they have a family who has, health circumstances, you're gonna start immerse yourself in that, right? Because it relates to that person. And so
Hmm.
my family, thankfully, we really haven't had any health situations up until a couple years now. Recently, we started to notice, um at least for myself, that's how I got into it. I started having health issues, and I was just like, very dismissive about them, or just take painkillers, Tylenol, ibuprofen, right? The culture of just pop a pill, like
Get
soothes
rid of it
the
fast,
pain,
yeah.
and just continue to work, right? The hustle life.
Hmm.
Like, I gotta do my things. I have to work hard, and I inherit that from my parents who, I saw working in the fields and I work in the field. So a lot of times physical health is like, oh, just swallow it, just man it up, or just, like you gotta keep going. You gotta do the hustle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but a beautiful thing that I learned after, I landed in the ER, I say twice because the first time my body was trying to tell me something, right? And
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting because I started going into the space of mental health actually when this was going on. And I started to understand a little bit about how emotions are physical symptoms, how it reacts, like they're all correlated, right? Like they're
Mm-hmm.
signals. And I started to understand them like I'm a car. When something's going on, it's like the blinkers on the dashboard, like, oh, check engine, something's
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on, you
yeah.
gotta check on it. But a lot of times, even with our cars, we tend to like, oh, it's good, it'll last. I don't really got time to look at that, right? Until it breaks
Mm-hmm.
down. And so that's the best like analogy I tell people is like my body was finally saying like, hey, you gotta take care of this, you gotta look at this. And the second time around was when I really was like, I gotta listen to it. Like I can't do the same methods that I'm doing because it was like 2 months later and I was there again and I was like, it I was in the process of my personal growth where started to understand like nobody can make the change but me. I cannot blame anyone about what's going on in my circumstance because I have the power to make choices and the choices I'm making are not leading me down the right path. I also acknowledge I don't have the knowledge, right, to better understand what's going on, especially in the medical terms. Like, I've been a translator for my family and I translate words and like understand certain things when it comes to medical and stuff. But I was like, okay, this is a whole ball game. Like, I gotta understand my symptoms. I understand a little bit how the symptoms in our mind and how everything correlates as a whole thing. But we tend to look at it in separate things. And so thankfully that's where I had already met a person who on one of my retreats for personal growth.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just started reaching out to the communities that I started to, become aware of, started building new relationships with people who are already kind of down that path and asking for help, which is really big for me because for a while I struggle with asking for help. Being the firstborn in my family, I've always had to figure it out, right?
Bro,
Like
I
you
was
have
just
to
about to
figure it
say that.
out.
I was like, firstborn Latina. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mm-hmm.
you
Daughter.
you learn
Yeah,
to
yeah.
like you have to figure it out on your own and stuff. And so I was like, no, like I need to ask for help from people who know. And I know I didn't want to do the through the medical field. I've been really reconnecting back to my roots from Oaxaca, and I still remember, taking herbal teas, the curanderas, like, there's other ways of medicinal practices. And so I started kind of going down with this community and a really good friend that I made. And she's the one that started educating me and providing me a platform and a company that was very aligned with one, educating people what's going on with their foods, what's going on with their bodies as we eat certain foods, especially like processed, non-processed, ultra processed. Like you start getting into all these words and it feels overwhelming. I know I did for me in the beginning. I was just like it felt like I took off this lens and I'm just seeing so many negative things, so many bad things that it can be scary because we can easily close and be like, well, fuck it, like
Like we're all gonna die
everything's
anyway.
bad. Yeah, we're all gonna die. We're all there's already everything's bad. We right, and but it's another courage feeling to be like, okay, everything is bad. But at the same time, there are people there, there are community there who are trying to make a difference. There are ways that we can live where it is healthy, but it does require you to start to change certain parts of your lifestyle, and that was a little tricky for me, because I started to understand that I was so fixated in comfort. And I think in therapy, right, we talk about this space of comfort, or depending on your habits, how you do, like it's just a space that you've created that like it just feels so familiar, you don't want to change just can be
Well,
hard or scary.
I did want to sort of like go back to that a little bit because I just remember, I think like somebody else were like, yeah, same oldest daughter syndrome, Latina edition. Yeah, like it's a. It happens a lot, and not only sort of like in Latino households or whatever, but you go to the doctor and the doctor says, well, you have X, Y, and Z, and therefore you're not able to eat this and this. And then you look at it and they're like, yeah, that's 90% of my diet. Like, what do you like? Am I supposed to eat air? which I was actually saying yesterday that it would be so much easier if our bodies just evolved to like not really need to eat because I hate cooking, and so I can just like do the things that I really want to do. But I do enjoy eating though, so I don't know how that will work. Anyway, like it really is like you're saying, it becomes very overwhelming when you're like, well, you're not supposed to eat anything that has x amount of like carbs or like sodium or whatever, right? And then I'm like, well, then what do we eat? Yes, organics produce is a lot better, a lot healthier and all that stuff. And but what happens if you're not able to afford it? What happens if you don't have like a space in your home for a home garden? Like then that's when we go like, if there's like, I need to eat anyway. So
Yeah,
like I
right.
guess I'll
And
just keep.
so
Yeah,
yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
And so we spiral into all these walls, right? And I call them
Hmm.
walls because they're barriers that we ourselves put. Like, well, I can't do this, I don't have this, I don't have this, like the mind will do whatever it takes to protect itself. If we think about it, from a mental health space, it's really creating ideas, beliefs that we don't want to move from that comfort or that change. Therefore, I'm going to create all these beliefs, all these barriers that I don't have. And
Hmm.
so I was like that in the beginning too, because my friend introduced me to a program that now I love and do twice a year. I try to do.
Hmm.
Uh, but you get to a point as well where the pain of not changing is so much greater than the pain of change. I don't know if that makes sense. Like the pain of I knew the pain of me just not making that choice and changing was going to be much greater than the fear and the pain of wanting to change. If that
uh
connects.
yes. It's sort of like pros and cons, right? Like it
Mm-hmm.
just sometimes it hurts you more to, because what happens, I think, or the way that I see it, is that when we just like pop the pill or whatever, it's essentially just a band-aid approach, right? Like we're just, these are the symptoms, this is what gets rid of the symptoms, but the cause is still there. We're not
Mm-hmm.
fixing the cause, right? And sometimes it's like more expensive for us to. It gets really tricky too. Okay, okay. Because this is very similar to what I often talk to parents about when it comes to like taking care of their mental health, right? And I say things like, "Oh, you have to do self-care." And then they're like, "But I have no money and I don't have any like time off." And I always give this example of like, for example, if you like injure yourself or you've been working a lot and then you have back pain, right? And you're not able to afford to take a day off because bills keep coming and you don't have
Mm-hmm.
PTO or whatever, or your work is different. Then you kind of keep working, and then a month later you are forced to take time off without any pay because now your back is really hurt and you need surgery or you need to be at home and rest, right? And then the consequence of not taking that one day off is actually really really high now.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's so true. And I think when I was in Davis, I became part of the it's funny how my life always somehow correlated to mental health, or just health and wellness. Because I started to volunteer at the Student Health and Counseling Service and then later got a coordination position in physical health, but we
Uh-huh.
touch on all five forms of health. And Davis was really focused on preventative work. That's the first
Mm.
time I ever entered into a space of like using the framework of prevented. Like it was a understanding, and I really liked it and enjoyed it. Actually, it really shaped my mind on how I approach things now. And it was
Mhm.
like, we know you're gonna do certain things. So like in college, we know people want to drink, we know people want to be sexually active, we know people want to be more risky because they have more freedom,
Mhm.
and we can't stop it, right? Like that's like out of our control. Like, so what can we best do? Well, we can educate them, we can put prevention measures so that the worst case scenario doesn't happen, and we can
Mhm.
catch certain things early on. And I was just like, wow, okay. So if I knew certain, like if I could approach things like that for like one, so for my house, for example, the first time I was like, okay, I learned from it. My body was like, you're not okay. And I was just like, oh, okay, we're good. I could put it off. I'll think about this later. But 2 months later, I was in the same position, legit same position, same symptoms. And I was just like, in my mind, I was like, ah, snap, I know what's going to happen. I'm feeling the pain. I'm going into the second stage. I'm in pain. I was like, oh, okay, I can't put this off. I need to start putting preventive measures so that I don't land in the hospital for, whatever reason, or avoid doing surgery in my body, because I know that can be very scary and there can be side effects and complications. that's what I meant. Where I was put in a position, like in my head, I have like little
Mhm.
judges in my head, and I was like, one, I can continue doing the same things and not make change and continue this cycle, right? Because it becomes a cycle. Or I can start to put preventive measures and start making changes, like one, eating healthy, two, well, actually not eating healthy. Educate myself on what it means to eat healthy, educate myself on what ingredients and how the society of health or food in the US in general, because I noticed that there was such a big difference here in the US than outside the world. And so this is where the passion for traveling really kicks in for me, because I've already been exposed to different diets, different societies of food, and like the concepts and philosophies around them are so different. And I was just like, okay, I need to become a student again. I need to become a student and start learning and being open to, okay, what can I do? How can I do it? Like, what can I learn from this? Through these communities that I started connecting with, who were very central on like understanding your labels, understanding what you're putting in your bodies, understanding how the food came to be and the history of it. And I was just like, wow, okay, this is not just something simple. This is like almost getting a crash course in college, but in a different way, but it's free, accessible, and you're educating. And I was just like, okay, this makes it feel like it's not the end of the world, or like we're not doomed to it. There are changes that can happen, and slowly but surely, I started to make those changes, through, though I was fortunate enough to have the program, and it does cost money to do the program. But I was like, okay, I can start invest. And I started, for me, I started to shift my mind on, like, this is an investment. Certain things I can start cutting out, because at the end of the day, health is like number one to anything. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And I was like, I used to hear older folks and I used to hear other people say that, and I was just like, okay, like, nice catchphrase. But I
I
think when
know,
you get
right?
into right, I think when you get in a position where your health really is compromised or it's in danger,
Mhm.
you're like, oh snap! Like, your health really is everything, because it's
Mhm.
tied to your finance, it's tied to your relationship, it's tied to how you operate in this world. Because, like, you gave the example, if you push yourself too much, where then you get to a stage where it's not preventable, it's now we're talking chronic, terminal, and it can't change. And it's like there's no, como se dice, like, there's no other option but, like, just, it's sad to say, but like death is coming to your door and there's nothing you can do. Like, I started to realize that's so sad and like so scary, versus like, hey, like, maybe 3 occasions ago, like you said, taking that day off could have helped, and make some changes to not get there. And I was just like, oh snap! I was like, all right, I I need to sit. And this is where the life coaching really started to come in, similar to therapy. Was really, I need to sit with myself and write down all the beliefs that I have inherited, I have around food, around culture, about self-care, about taking care of myself, because we operate from our belief systems. And I was just like, wow, that's really big. and
Hey, hey,
and
hey, you want to do a workshop on that? That's actually
right.
really interesting, and I'm like, yeah, we should do that. We should think about that.
Well, if you think about it, well, and how it comes to gut health is, I started to learn that your, I don't know if you ever heard, but we say like your gut is your second brain, right? Like your intuition. Like, oh, people are like, oh,
Mhm.
something. It really is. So our gut really,
Oh, that's why. Because okay, because
good
I
question.
finally is my connection. Because okay, I've always heard that. Oh, it's a gut feeling, and I was like, okay, cool. It comes from your stomach, and I'm like, but I never made the connection of it comes from your stomach because the stomach is so important for us. Just now, okay, that okay,
Yeah, and
good,
so,
good.
yeah, I know, right? And so I started to learn that the more your gut health is compromised, where the gut has, like, it has so many bacteria, it's like its own ecosystem to break the stuff down to be able to then send it out, like kind of like an a warehouse, right? It's gonna send the stuff out that it needs, to the oxygen, to your veins, to your brain. Like, it's just like a big powerhouse after the brain. And I started to learn through the research that they were talking about, that if our gut is compromised, it's actually not just affecting like our physical health, it affects our mental health.
Hmm.
Because It's not being able to break down the nutritions or absorb the nutritions we need to be in our best capacity. Therefore, then it starts to affect our mood. I don't know if you ever eaten stuff that are very carb heavy or just heavy meal and you feel very sleepy after you eat.
Who, me? No, never.
Yeah.
Ever.
Right? And so,
I've never had McDonald's before. No.
right? And so I started to learn that the reason why your body gets in such a sleepy state is because it wants to break down everything that is hard to break down, especially in ultra processed food like McDonald's, for example. It takes like 20 times more energy to even break it down. And sometimes not even break it down. It's like most of it gets stuck in our tummies. Therefore, that's why the tummy starts to get bigger. It's funny, but someone used an analogy, it's like fogged up shit. And I was like, ah, shit, I never saw it like that.
No, no, listen. So I can give sort of like a personal example of how this happens, right? So about 3 months ago or so, this is where I just kept remembering you saying gut health. And I was like, all right, fine, I'll think about it. Because at first I was like, I was kind of like constipated. And I was like, why? And then I started trying to like eat healthier and like it just wasn't really working because I was just so anxious. Like my body was just like, "Ugh," like all the time. Not gonna lie, it was because I was spending so much money trying to fund psychology for geeks and I was like trying to do my job and all of this and like make it happen. So that's when I realized, hey, I need to take a step back and one, take breaks and pay attention to what I'm actually eating. Because then I went to the doctor a few times and then they were like, let's do blood tests. And every time I would go, they're like, blood test, blood test, blood test. And then I'm like, okay, how many of these did you like? Could you just talk to me and ask questions? Like, what is this with like just so many blood tests, right? And then, uh, and then I was just like, you know what? I think I just need like to eat more fiber, and then I started
Hmm.
eating like more fiber and then it went away. But like the thing that it happens is because you know how earlier you were saying like our our body communicates with our brain and that affects our emotions and stuff. Yeah, that's because if you're like constantly having like a tummy ache, part of your energy and your mind is thinking about or trying not to think about the tummy ache, right? And then that creates even more stress, which changes your mood, and sort of like it's sort of like this snowball effect, right? So yes, totally. Wait, hold on, we have a comment here. No way. So there is this gene MT MTHFR, which means you can't break down folate. It it can be linked to ADHD. So getting products that have methylfolate versus folate has improved the symptoms. Oh, see, those are things that we don't know, right? Because sometimes we are like, um, yeah, I have ADHD and therefore like I can't focus, I can't do these things, right? But it can have other effects or there could be other links. Or even if we don't have anything, it's still I think we'll all eat, right? So it we can all be affected by our tummy. Whether it's
Hmm.
working how it should be or not working, right? And if you add things like, I don't know, like ADHD or like chronic illness and like even more things like that, then it just gets even more and more complicated, right? So this whole having like a preventative sort of like measure, I think it's fantastic.
Well, yeah, and part of those I started to also understand is the symptoms are activating that it's activating more of those symptoms. So if like how do I put it? Like I started to realize that the symptoms aren't the problem. If anything, the symptoms are great. They're great news. They're telling you, hey, something's wrong. You gotta stop and really like look at it, like right. But look at it
Mm-hmm.
from the root cause of it, right? And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times they're driven by emotions, and so for me now, when I have a symptom or pain, I don't quickly want to like, oh, I got to get rid of it, or like like kind of be in emotion state, like, oh, I don't want this. But I actually now start to practice more greeting it with gratitude, like, oh, thank you, body. You're trying to tell me something is wrong. Okay, now it's up to me to try to decode it. And so that's how I started. Actually, I love using that word now because that's how I started
Oh,
to.
that's, wait. That's so cute. That's okay. So one for me, things I remember, it's things that are funny or things that are like really cute, right? Or like that they rhyme, right? And but I
Mhm.
really like that. I like changing it into like, okay, now I have to decode what my body's trying to say, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and so
yeah, that's
I
great.
actually ended up finding that like kind of little slogan with when I was working with youth was like I was a rehab specialist, so a lot of my job was teaching them skills. And so I was like, okay, well, I worked from 5 to 18 year olds. Like you can't teach the same way you teach a 5 year old to an 18 year old. It's not the same.
Mm-hmm.
They're also different learning styles, and so it really had to push myself. Okay, how do I teach these harder concepts, right? That we
Mm-hmm.
learn in mental health to very simple things or to very like understandable, comprehensive things. Even for myself, some of these things I'm like, if I don't get it, how do you expect, you know, these more little ones to understand these concepts? But the more I started
Exactly.
to do my own education to better, teach them, right? Because it's like you have to educate yourself. You have to understand it first before you can help anyone else, because it's just not going to make sense if you don't know
Mm-hmm.
it. And so that's how I started figuring it out. Like I was like, oh, these, they're not bad things. If anything, they're signaling to you that interiorly, because we can't see our insides, we can't even see what's going on, right? It's like its own
And if you are
world.
seeing them, please go to a doctor ASAP. That's you
Yes.
shouldn't be.
Yes, because now they're coming out as physical manifestations of what's going on inside. And so
Mm-hmm.
then part of us, we have to learn to decode them. Honestly, like they're coded things because we don't get educated unless you have a family member who's really into that and they'll
Mm-hmm.
teach you that, right? Like I know I'm going to teach my future kids, and my family is what I'm learning. I'm starting to teach them
Mm-hmm.
um that okay, these aren't bad, like there's symptoms, something's going on, and we have to start to look at spaces. And it was really a great analogy that some people use. Is like if you have a pot and you have a rose in it. If the rose is starting to die and wither, do you blame the rose, or do you start to look at other things of why that's happening, the symptom of it, like it's dying, it's
We
one, you
blame
didn't
the
check
rose.
the
That's
water.
faster and easier, and we can just move on with our life.
Right.
But again, it's just like a what you call it, a band-aid approach, right? We just
Mhm.
blame the doctor, we blame the system, we blame everybody. And earlier you were saying we kind of have to look at it as an investment. Not gonna lie, when you said that, I was like, yeah, right, whatever. I'm poor, I can't afford that, Janet. And then later I started thinking, and then later when I had to go to the doctor and they kept sending me to do blood tests, and I was like, okay, I should be able to afford it. But like, okay,
Right.
same way that we are like, I really want that like brand name bag, and we'll save, or like it will be my treat for like my birthday or Christmas. We could do the same thing with health related stuff, right? Like I'm
Yeah.
finally gonna go to like get a massage because I've been really needing one, or like I'm finally gonna go to the doctor because I really needing to go, get medications. I'm gonna start a routine, like an exercise routine. Like all of those things are uh things that we can, if we don't have like other money to be like, okay, here, Janet, here's $2,000 for this program or whatever, like we can save up, we save up for other
Right.
things, right? Yeah.
And it goes from an emotion on the belief point of view, right? Like when we're saving up for those things that we want, like there's an emotion of like drivenness, like I'm excited to get this, like I'm passionate. Like for example, I went to a Bad Bunny concert with my best friend, and
Mm-hmm.
that was something that I saved up for because we got a more closer seat. I think
Mm-hmm.
we spent like around maybe 1,000 each on the
Mm-hmm.
ticket plus the hotel plus all the stuff that comes into
Mm-hmm.
it. And I was like, I was like, man, like I was excited. So because I'm feeling excited, my drive to save for this is much greater because I don't see it as a chore or as something that how do like a chore. I think that's the best way I can explain it. It's like something that I'm going for, like I'm craving, and I know I'm gonna have like excitement going to this thing, right? So all emotions of positive emotions are involved with this. But then when it comes to your health, a lot of times, a lot of feelings that are around it is like, oh, like this is tiresome. Like, oh, why do we have to do it? Frustration, right? It's more of what we call the negative. Even though emotions are just emotions, again, they're just signals to us. we like to put them in the category of negative, right? And so when we're operating from those, we don't want to do things, right? Because we're already feeling those. And it was funny because I was like, I was able to easily save and drop $1,000 for the Bad Bunny concert, which was what, like 3 months that I saved for it. And this
Well,
program,
and even sometimes when we're on vacation, we're like, just put it on the credit card. It's fine because we're such a good mood in vacation, and we get home and we're like, I should not have done that, but we already did it. And now we have like $1,000 on our credit card, right? Like, why can't we
right?
just do that thing? The same thing for health. Oh, this is only a $2,000 thing. Okay, just put it on the credit card. I'll save up for it. Like, but we don't.
Yeah,
We're like, it's my health. I don't. It doesn't matter.
right. And yeah, and so I was like that when the first time when my mentor and coach, showed me the program, because you could do separate products, or you could do, there's a 3 month program that you do, and it's like, it's really great, it's all organized, categorized, all what you have to take. And so it was very structured, and I was like, that's perfect, because I need structure. I know I could do it if there's a structure.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, oh, it's worth, I think when you add it all up, it was like 1,200. And at first, my brain was like, it's a lot of money. I don't have that money. Da, 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 da. And then I had to take a step back and be like, you easily drop one, like that money for the concert. You easily drop that money for your traveling things,
Mm-hmm.
because I love to travel and I always try to go every year to a big place. Therefore, I save. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, that's not a lot compared to what you drop sometime for these things. And again, I was like, why am I not doing that for my health, but I can easily do it for external, how do you say, like external desire, external things that are going to fulfill me when I need my health to be fulfilled in order to even be able to do those things, right? it
Mm-hmm.
was it was an interesting way in how my beliefs and my mindset was around my health. And so that's where, thankfully, I had the coach in the community, and we started really talking about, one, educating ourselves about health, but also understanding our belief systems, our emotional states that go with, the mental health part to it. And I was just like, whoa, like this is a total ball game. Because, earlier talking about, like, in our culture, when we eat this, like, what are we gonna eat? Right. And it was like, hold up, we used to not eat like this like 100 years ago, if we think about it. And I started really going into the history now, and this is where I started connecting to my roots, and especially with Oaxaca. Like back then, we didn't have supermarkets, we didn't have fast food, like these things were not existing. So I was like, so then how did our people eat? How were we such a great culture and still survive up to now, right? We had to survive some way. And so I started understanding these philosophies of, one, our people ate in seasons, right? We have 4 seasons, different foods grow in each season. Therefore, we're not eating the same thing. Variety is actually what's helping our gut and mood. And just, I started to understand the power of like nature, and how it always provided what you need in each season with different things, because your body needs variety. And I
Mm-hmm.
started to look at the way we ate in my household, and I was like, why are we eating the same things? Like, that's actually not healthy for us, that we're eating the same things in our home, because then we're not getting the multiple variety of nutrition that our body needs, and it's like different capacity. Like, we have so many things in our bodies, and each of them needs different things. And so I started to realize we're eating very acidic, like a lot of citrus, a lot of acidic, a lot of oils. We're not eating a lot of the greens, which, if we think about it, our ancestor ate a lot of greens, like a
Yeah,
lot of
like what?
herbs, a lot of things like that, because that's what's always accessible during, their time. And meat was eaten very, if you were able to hunt. So there was, in the winter, you don't hunt a lot. So therefore they're eating more berries, more
Okay,
like
nice.
different things, again, variety. And I was just like, whoa, I have to stop telling myself that I can't change or I can't afford to eat, if back then we were able to do it. And it's just like, okay, I gotta start changing things. And we don't have to do 360 right away. I know I tried to attempt that once, it didn't work out. The fear and the belief of wanting to change comes back faster. So I had to use my tools that I started to learn in mental health,
Mm-hmm.
life coaching, and all that, and really apply it to myself and be like, okay, we gotta take baby steps and start, one, maybe removing certain things that I really don't need. And one was fast food. Like, I was like, I can eliminate that. I really don't need fast food. The reason why I was eating fast food actually was, it was, one, it was convenient. When you work and certain jobs, you only have a 30-minute lunch break. And so if you don't
Mm-hmm.
make food, you don't meal prep, you need something fast, and it's honestly convenience and accessibility. Well, that's what fast food brings, right? It's actually fast and convenience. And so I was like, okay, I need to eliminate that, and I have to figure out a way in which I can have that stuff. Well, the program I had, it comes with, like I told you, it's already a protocol. So it came with shakes that I drank, and I was like, well, fast and accessibility. It comes in powder form. It comes in a pouch. I can travel with it, so there's no excuse. And it was interesting because I was having like this internal battle of like, wait, but I need something greasy. And it's like, well, do I need something greasy or do I need comfort food? Because I was so stressed that day with whatever happened at work, and I'm emotionally trying to cope with food. And so I was also understanding that some of our connections to food is a coping mechanism, and distinguishing when we're using it as a coping mechanism and when our body's really craving for hunger, nutrition, and knowing the different signs. And so it was a it was a lot of, honestly, like, therapy doing the 90-day program on myself, because I was just like, oh damn, I'm looking at my habits, I'm looking at my emotional state every day and how it relates to food. I am looking at the actions that I do driven by my emotions and my beliefs, and I was just like, oh my god, this is overwhelming.
Wait. I'm curious now. Like, what is it that you learned about like what our ancestors like used to eat more of, like more often, like specific things? Or, like, wait. Hold on. Was there something that you learned that our ancestors used to eat that you were like, really? That's what I didn't think of that.
Yeah, so different regions are very different, right? Like where you go in the Mesoamerica, and for me, my family's more down south in Oaxaca, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, and I visited Oaxaca. I've had, thankfully, the privilege and the ability to go and connect there when I was younger, and then again later when I'm older. So I love the two perspectives that I always hold with the land there. And it was, one is corn. I was like, corn is a very special
Tasty.
and sacred in Mexico. And I don't know if you saw that actor now that's going on where US wants to put in the GMO corn, and it's like our people are standing up because they have a deeper understanding that modified corn has no nutrition. It's actually going to cause more health issues in the long run versus
Mm-hmm.
our corn, from the people that for some have passed down the seeds generation, and the reason why there's so many colors, it adds a nutrition and variety to what it is,
Mm-hmm.
and for us, like, nopal was a big one. Nopal is a big one,
They're
which is
just everywhere.
everywhere, right? But it just has so much antioxidants. It has so much, like, like had to start to see food as medicine, and that was the biggest shift that I had to have, was food is not just food to eat. Like, oh, I'm just hungry, and sometimes we do this mindfully eating, right? Like, we just, and I noticed this, like, I'll just grab, sometimes I'm just sitting at the kitchen table and I have nothing to do, I'm just watching TV. I'll,
Mm-hmm.
like, reach out and mindlessly just grab things to eat because I'm bored.
Mm. Just munching on something, right? Yeah.
I'm munching on something, right? And I was like, oh. But when I started to see, like, shift my mindset, like shift this belief, like, of food is medicine, I got to see what are the medicinal property that each of this food has and what it, gives me to my body. I was like, well, one, ultra processed food has no nutrition, there's no life, there's nothing, there's no nutritional value.
But it's so tasty.
But that's where you start to understand that it's tasty because they're playing on our sense of smell and the chemicals that activate that sense of smell to get it. Because it was so interesting, because before I did my 3 months or 90-day cleanse,
Mm-hmm.
the smell of, like, In and Out, Cars Jr., all of that, I was just like, ooh, like that food, that smells good. The moment I transformed and, started to change my habit, and I had a whole detox and stuff, the smell of that smell is so gross. I was just like, how could I have eaten that? How did I think that was tasty? Because the moment your body starts to get what it needs and food that actually lets it operate, it doesn't crave those things because it knows the nutrition part that it wants. I don't know if you ever had that.
Well,
But for most
no,
people,
i- i- yeah, kind of yes and no. Not to that extent because I still crave In and Out and tacos and all the tasty food. But I have noticed though that when am eating healthier, sometimes I'm like, but I kind of just want a salad though. Like I don't want like all the greasiness, that comes with it. And my brother, he did this thing where he was fasting for like a very long time, and he was telling me because he the first like 3 or so days that he was fasting, whenever he was able to eat, he would just eat like all of the junk food. And I was like, bro, this isn't healthy. Like, it's not gonna work, right? And then he said, like, trust the process. And I was like, judgy. I was like, bro, this is good for you. Like, you shouldn't, like, you just eat something healthy, or like, do this other way of doing it. And then he kept doing it, and then after a while he said like, yeah, I just don't really want like junk food anymore because it's icky. Like it feels icky, like he didn't feel good, right? And he knew he was gonna go like long periods of time without like fasting again. So he was like, all right, let me just eat healthier. And then he just like started changing his perspective, and he stopped. He's not fasting anymore, but that was the way that he got started, right? He, in a
mhm.
sense, he kind of like jumpstart his system, and now he's like trying to eat like, less sugar, less salt. And yeah, so yes, it is something that's possible. I think it's just the way that we can go about doing it might be different for the both of us. Is that sort of like essentially what you work with, like the people that you're working with to figure out?
Yeah, so there's different ways. The program I did is more of, if someone one struggles with even getting started, or what do I eat, what do I do, like the fears of like, well, I'm not gonna eat, the nutrition. The
Mm-hmm.
protocol in this one, gives you all the things that you're detoxing, but at the same time it has all the things your nutrition is gonna take, and like it's good for someone that struggles with that. Um, it's also for people who are already kind of shifting their lifestyle, but need like, a lot of times when you do your detox or fasting like that, it
Mm-hmm.
can get very tricky, because like you said, sometimes for some people they'll start like, they'll binge eat that window of fasting, and that's
Mm-hmm.
not helping it as well. Thankfully your brother, was what he was doing is kind of like when people are detoxing, right? With like from alcohol or drug, you have to just, you do it, but you're eliminating small portion of the stuff, right? That's a great
Mm-hmm.
way to start. If you're already very, if you look at it from a perspective of addiction, for some of us food is addiction. And I know, for me, when I did my program, I realized my addiction was cheese.
So my brother, because he went down the same or similar rabbit hole as you did, because before he started doing, and I think this is the important part for people to understand, is before you go into this sort of like rather extreme dieting things, do your research, right? Like ask around, like don't just start and be like, this is what somebody else told me, right? Make sure that it's something that you're able to do, because some people can never be fasting because their sugar levels, or whatever, they have other medical conditions that go with it. But my brother, he was like, did you know? Because I would say, but I'm hungry, because I tried it for like about 2 days, and I was like, can't do it, and I don't want to. And then he said like, yeah, it's fine. And then he was like, it's your sugar addiction, right? And I was like, I don't have a sugar addiction. And then it's just because it came from my brother. But then a few days later, I was like, wait, do I have a sugar addiction? And then I started going on I was like, I think I just have like an apple instead, right? And then that's how I started cutting like a bunch of like other like unhealthier snacks, and I was like, oh, I think it is a sugar addiction. So I
And
think we just like not aware because we never stop long enough to like notice.
think and reflect, right?
Yeah.
And that's a big thing in coaching and in therapy. The first step is awareness. You got to be aware of the habits, the emotions, the beliefs that are driving you, because if you're not aware of them, then you don't know that they exist. Therefore you're like, there's nothing wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like the horse who have the little thing, they could just see in front, they can't see what's going on the side. Well, a lot of times that's what's going on with us. There's certain things that we do that we ourselves can't see, because we don't have a mirror in front of us 24/7 to, to
Mhm.
see it. And, people outside of us who, like your brother for one, can give you feedback. But a lot of times when it comes from siblings, they're like, stop it. Like, no,
Yeah,
I do the
but
same thing.
yeah, yeah, and like, because I, it all started with him saying you have ADHD, and I'm like, no, I do not. And yes, I do. But eventually, I came to figure out. But I think the other thing that is good about like the relationship that we have is that he's exercising now. So essentially, in my head, he's one upping me, and that's not fair. I need to one up me. I need to one up him now. So I need to start exercising. So I've been like doing a lot more like stretches and like yoga poses, like more consistently. Not at the same level that he's doing it, but I'm like, I will catch up one day and I will one up you. so, so we're both sort of like going on this like just wellness, general wellness, like mental health and fitness journey together,
Yeah,
because
and
he cannot be better than me.
how you mentioned, like, do your research. Is this program really for you? And I host there on Thursdays evenings a community Zoom where people can come hear what it is, see if this is for them. Because
Hmm.
one, our priority is education. It's not selling. Like, it's
Hmm.
great if you're like, this program aligns with you, you want to do it, cool, you can sign up for the thing, and then we coach you for free because we understand the power and knowledge of not going through this alone. You're already making an investment towards yourself.
Hmm.
So we help you out right there. Now, if you want to do more intense one-on-one coaching, that's a little different. uh, different pricing and all that. But like, if
Hmm.
you do this one with us, like, they're there to help you and support you because we understand that when we want to make change and when you make change alone, it can feel very hard. And I know for me, I was the only one changing in my family. I was changing the way I was eating. I was changing the way I was approaching things. I was changing the way I was shopping for my groceries. That was a very big thing in my household with my family because they're like, it's funny because you start to, if you take a step back and again come at this from a perspective of, I'm a student, I'm learning, I'm being aware of what's going on around me.
Hmm.
Started to see all the beliefs, not just mine, but my parents, and how that influenced me. And so, like, my dad was one of my biggest one who was like he thought of this, so like it was weird. He was like, you're gonna get sick, like you're not even eating. And I'm like, I am eating. I'm drinking my two shakes that are like packed with 16 different greens and has so much vitamins and nutrition. And like, I know what it has. He
Hmm.
couldn't wrap his head around that, and therefore he was like, breakfast is the most important thing you gotta eat. Like, why aren't you eating? Da 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 da. And I was like, one, at first it made me angry because I was like, I'm here trying to do something good for me and I do my
Yeah.
research, but you're trying to put me down. But then I started to become aware, like, oh snap, these are his belief systems. These are the things he absorbed when growing up, because there was a
Hmm.
time when it was marketed, and this is the beautiful thing when you do your research. There was a time when it was marketed, I can't remember what year, breakfast started to get marketed as the most important meal, but it
Yeah.
really isn't. Each person has their own way their body works. And so for me, when I was doing my change and shift, I realized that breakfast is not something for me. If anything, I get very bloated, I get very sleepy, my body gets very heavy when I eat
Mm.
breakfast, especially the breakfast we eat in our household and culture, which is a lot of starch and a lot of bread and a lot of heavy stuff. And I was like, I started to realize that no wonder I feel always like, by the time it's lunchtime, I feel so tired, especially working in the mental health field. Like, we're using a lot of our brains and emotion. And I
Yeah,
just was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I feel more tired than when I used to work in the fields. I was like, what the? And it made sense because in the fields, well, when you eat that type of food, you're going and working it out. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. Okay,
Hmm.
you know, during our abuelos' time, they would eat that and then they will have to go walk on a cerro, walk a mountain to get to the
It,
cornfield, get to where they're getting.
right,
They were
right.
exercising constantly, therefore, the energy that they ate through that food, it
Hmm.
made sense. And so I was like, shit, this is not working for me because I go to the office and I'm sitting maybe 75% of the time, sitting with the kiddos, sitting on my computer. I'm not really doing a lot of moving, therefore, I'm not breaking down that energy. So that food or that style of food is actually counterproductive to me. And so I just had to start to approach and, educate them. And sometimes just ignore them because you can't fight it. Certain things, right? Like
True, true.
you just have to be like, okay, I hear you, and I walk away, but this is what I'm doing. And slowly but surely, now 1 year later, he started to realize, one, I'm good. I didn't drop in the hospital making these changes in my life. Like, I'm actually doing much better. And he was like, oh, I guess you were right on some things. And now you're starting to see also, and I'm really glad in the news because I don't watch news a lot anymore, but they do, like, they're starting to report, how like processed foods, certain foods, and educating our community, like it's certain things aren't great for us. And I'm like, I had a little me moment where I was like, see, even the news you're following, Univision, is telling you right there what I've been trying to tell you for the last 8 months.
It is annoying because sometimes my parents will like send me like a TikTok video or like usually on Facebook or whatever, or a YouTube video, and I'm like, yeah, you mean that thing I've been telling you for years? This doctor told you, and I'm like, did you know I'm a doctor too now? But they're like, no, but you're my daughter, like you don't count.
Right?
I
They
used to
still
yell at
see
you for
us.
not doing your laundry.
Yeah, and it's because they see us not as the lens of an expert, which I see the expert you are in therapy, and you start to see the way I do things, right?
Hmm.
But they see us as their daughter, like this little girl. They're always like, oh, "You always be my baby," and I'm like, "I know, but I'm a grown baby now. I know things. I know things. Like I can help." And it's sometimes funny, but at the same time, really grateful because I'm starting to understand the generational, how things get passed on generational, the mindset, not just
Hmm.
the way we eat and the stuff, but like how certain things that get passed down generation from generation, you're like, well, no wonder that that doesn't make sense, or no wonder we're like that now, because the way we think and operate really influence how we're going to do actions. And so I've been always very thankful to have landed in the space of mental health or psychology, because now I get a better understanding and awareness of what's going on at such a deeper level, to be able to make the changes and to be able to be the one to start, breaking what we call generational trauma, generational things in my family.
Hmm.
And for those of who are out there and are doing those changes, it can be very scary because you're the first doing it. And, you're making the changes, but everybody else doesn't want to make the change. And
Or
so that's
everybody's just
where
sitting there judging you like I judge my brother. Or tell they, like you were saying, like it is very common in Hispanic Latino families for them to be like, well, why aren't you eating? You're not eating enough, you're so skinny. And then when you are eating enough, why are you eating too much? Like, you need to lose
it
some weight.
messes with your mind. Like, I remember my dad in that year that I was switching,
Hmm.
he would do those things, and I would get so frustrated and like argue with him. I'm like, what's going on? What? If I'm eating too much, oh, you gotta lose weight. Oh, I'm eating less. Like, you're not eating in. Like, I was like, what's the in between? Like, you're driving me nuts, because I started to realize a part of me too was the people pleaser in you as the
Mm.
firstborn and daughter. You want to please your parents. Not doing that anymore, but I started to realize where that was coming from, and I was just like, what is it with you guys with like too much, not too little? Like, what's the in between? And I started to just tell him, like, that's like, why is that important? Why don't you ask me how are you feeling?
Exactly.
How are your
Or
mood?
how do you know
Like,
this
are
is a
you
good choice, right? Yeah.
yeah, and and again, it was like I'm the one that has to demonstrate those things, right? Because they're not gonna change because they've already grown to that age that that's all they've seen their whole life. And
Hmm.
one, they might change, and two, they might not. And for my dad, I got to a point where I was like, he might not never change, and I had to be okay with that and just love him and understand, okay, that's his way of trying to care for me
Hmm.
by asking those questions, but they trigger me, but the trigger is within me. So I have to work on those, right? Like, I have to work on the triggers because I'm the one that's like doing the emotional part. Once I started doing some of that work stuff, now when he says certain things, I don't take it personal, and I'm like, okay, you're worried about me. That's why you're asking me these questions. So then I'll rephrase it for him. Like, are you trying to ask like if I'm doing good health, or you're just being picky about my weight. And he's like, "Oh no, how's your health?" And I'm like, "Okay, then phrase it like this." Like,
Exactly. Okay. I think this is why we get along so well, because that's exactly what Psychology for Geeks stands for, right? Like we have to reframe the way that we see the world. Um, like everything you have been talking about, it has been like, okay, we have to reframe like the way that you think about your pain, right? Or what your body's trying to tell you, like the way that you think. I really like how you said too that food was medicine, right? And then so you think about it in terms of medicine. And again, it hit me like just so you know, you and your gut health has been like invading my brain for like the past 7 months, okay? Because then my parents came back, and here's the thing, they came back from Mexico because they were there for a few months. They came back, and then I was telling them, hey, listen, I'm really constipated, and they were like, oh, do this and this, and it's just like this blended drink, and just drink it every day. And I was like super busy, and even more so when my parents were here, because I was like, they're here, they can take care of the house. I'll just like do like all the things that I need to do for the nonprofit while they're here, right? And then so my dad, he will make it for himself, and then he'll just make it for like me and my mother as well. And then after that, I noticed, I was like, oh, my tummy feels so much better now. And I was like, oh, this is what Janet was talking about. So yes, your that one comment that you made, even though immediately shut it down, it is actually very, very helpful.
yeah, and so for people, who might not have the finance to be able to do some of these things, one thing that I can, advise or like give a little tip is, connect with what you already have. Like we tend to tell ourselves, oh, we need this, and we don't stop to think of what will we have and work from there. Like, one, I forgot how much my parents were gardeners, and their love to garden and, like, have fruits and vegetables
Mm-hmm.
and stuff in our house garden. And I was like, why am I looking for all of this thing external? Let me go ask them. Let me go tap on that knowledge that I fortunately still have, especially for those maybe who don't have their parents or grandparents who aren't there anymore in their life.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that that's one way of access. And now I really, it's funny because now I educate my mom a little bit more on why we want certain things or
Mm-hmm.
what not to use. So like in their gardens, I'm really big about telling them, don't use pesticides, don't be using herbicides, like
Mm-hmm.
those, hurt the like at the micro level of our soil, and it gets into our blood system, like, and it was just like now approaching it from that way, from what they already do. And now like the food is coming out more flourishing. We're going back to some ancient practices and connecting with local communities who have the same things, about educating like that. And just researching on YouTube is a big place that I'm realizing has a lot of free education that you can utilize. um Again, do research on the person. Are they aligned with your values? I know for me, sustainability, like, are you looking at this at the nutritional earth level of like the soil? Like, I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, some of your stuff. Are you aligned with, really creating health as a priority to not only yourself but the public? And really, understanding that I have the power to shop and put my energy and money to to these places that want to create good. Because a lot of times we're like, well, I don't have the funds, but then we're going and buying from these companies that are making the earth, that are making our health bad, if you think about it from that
Mm-hmm.
perspective. And so slowly but surely, like, I started cutting out things that I really don't need, that if I cut them out, I'm not gonna, die from it. I just start looking at things from a quality perspective. If you're eating in quality, you don't need a lot. You don't need a lot of quantity. And I started to realize that we shopped a lot from quantity, from the scarcity space. Like, you're driven by scarcity and like this fear, like, oh, if you don't have enough, you don't have. And and I say this to my, yeah, yeah.
No, no, I agree, because I think one of the things that as you were talking, I remember too when you said, oh, this is where the skills of me going to like a like visiting different countries sort of like came in handy, because I noticed how other people did it, and I was like, yeah, because I remember I was in Italy. I visited for long periods of times. I've been in Italy, Hong Kong, and Mexico, and all of these places will like look at me weird when I said, "Oh, I go grocery shopping for the whole week." They're like, "You don't go every single day," and I'm like, "Ain't nobody got time for that." But that's that culture that we live in the US, right? Like we don't have time for that because we're supposed to be so productive during our day, right?
Mhm.
And in Mexico, it's like every single day you go and then you buy for like the meal of that day, you
Mhm.
know?
Yeah, no, I think Italy is such a nice, oh, Europe in a sense, honestly. It's a really great place if you had the chance to visit. If not, it's a great place to invest in. But when I was there studying abroad too, I love how they had the open mercado space and how proud they were about how all their stuff was organic. Like there was no even labels really as such thing as organic because they prioritize how they harvest their food, how they pick their food, and them giving it to their people. I was just like, whoa, this is a whole different concept and ball game. And shopping at the supermarket for them there was weird. Like they had some, but it was very weird. Like there wasn't a lot of people at the supermarket. Most of the people, like you said, would go to the mercaditos locally and shop there. And I was just like,
Mm-hmm.
whoa, this is a different vibe because here we don't shop at our local farmers market a lot. They're very small because of that. We're at the supermarkets, buying all these things. And I was just like, this is wild. Like, and you could taste when you get their produce and you cook with it. I think that's where I started to realize like the flourish and the flavors that fruits, vegetables particularly,
Mm-hmm.
can have. I was just like, whoa. And because I would call my mom every day when I was in Italy because that was our agreement and that keeps her mind at peace.
Because
I
you
would
have
tell,
to, you're the daughter, first one leaving,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and it's okay. I've learned to work with that. That's all she needs is, and I could go do my things. And I would tell her, I'm like, man, like la comida aquí, I was like, it tastes so much better. And I was like, look at
Mm-hmm.
this, it's so vibrant. I was like, whoa, like, and then when I came back home, it was funny. When I was in Italy, I walked everywhere, like, because of course I don't have a car. There's no car there, public transportation, or you walk. I walked everywhere. Like, I was excited to see everything, so I always walking.
Mm-hmm.
I was eating good quality food too, even if I was eating pasta and bread and I was walking. And so
Mm-hmm.
and then I went to the gym because I did get a little bit of depression being too far. That was the first time I ever was really far
Mm-hmm.
from home. And so I started working out, going to the gym, and that helped me. And so I think I dropped like maybe 25 pounds in those 2 months that I was there. And I was just like so surprised of how good I felt that I could even feel like that for like since maybe high school or a little bit then. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, wow, this feels so good. I look so good. The moment I got home, I still remember now because I become aware. And I remember my parents saying, grabbing my cachetes, and they're like, oh my goodness, like, what happened? You didn't eat? I was just like, what do you mean I didn't eat? Like, I was eating really good, 3 meals a day. Like, I was eating.
And it's
And
meals, right? Like actual meals there, yeah.
they have 3 courses meals,
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
do the
yeah.
fancy thing. And it was like she was like so worried because to them it was like I somehow look very skinny, I guess, and they're like, you didn't eat, I gotta stuff you up, like your health is gonna be in jeopardy. And within a month, dude, I like gained those things like this because my parents are like just stuffing me, like you gotta eat, you gotta eat, you gotta eat, you're gonna get sick, you're gonna get sick. And I started to realize they're coming from a place of fear. Like they love me, but it's very fear based. Like they're scared that I'm gonna get sick. They're scared that something's gonna happen to my health. But ironically, I sometimes tell them we're eating too much that aren't nutrition. And I understand the love that's coming from, but at the same time, now we're getting sick off of that. Like you understand that, right? Like you fear me of not eating because you're gonna get sick, but then I'm like, when we overeat, we do get sick. Do you see the cycle?
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, like I had to learn to listen to my body when it's full and stop eating. And that was really hard for my mom to understand because in our culture, like for them, I realized for the moms, like feeding their children is
Mm-hmm.
a way of love. It's a form of
Yeah.
like loving them. And so in our household, we rarely won't throw food away or like leave any food because it was such a big disrespect, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to tell my mom when I started, changing in how I ate, either serve me small portions or I'm not gonna eat when I get full. And that was really hard for her to understand because it was like I was rejecting her love. And I was just like, no, like my body's full. It's telling me stuff. If I finish whatever's on this plate, I'm gonna get a really bad tummy ache and then I'm not gonna feel good.
Mm-hmm.
And then she was like, "But you have to," and I was like, "And I'm full, and I'm good, and if I'm hungry, I'll eat 2 hours later. Like once my body has processed the food already, and if I am hungry, I'll eat it again." And so it was interesting again, these beliefs and dynamics, and just yeah, and I think that's why you need a community where there's people who've either done that, are in that route, going through that route to help you, because sometimes it could just feel frustrating when you're trying to make these changes, but your family or whoever your loved ones around you, have these things. And for me, those two communities were really big. When I was doing my change, I could talk to them, I could, vent, I could be like, like this is going on, and they can help you still, you know work to what you're working towards, because at the end of the day, I made that choice for me, not for them. And that
Mm-hmm.
distinguishing those two, that you're driving this for your house, for yours, because if I don't help myself, how can I help them, right? And
Mm-hmm.
so it's that. So I went from the metaphor of pour your cup so you can pour in others, to the next level, which was pour your cup enough that it's overflowing and it's filling up the people from the overflow. And I was just like, whoa, that makes more difference.
It does exactly. Yeah, yeah.
But sometimes it gets starting at level one, and you'll gradually move to level two. And so as I continue to learn certain things that I thought that I did thought that was good and healthy, now I'm changing them, because now the next level is, okay, now I gotta switch it. Now I understand this concept, now I'm moving to a different concept. And you go in stages. So if you feel like it's frustrating and slow, it feels like that, then that's also a sign that you're growing and outgrowing the certain things and going into the next, you know like I'm at
Yeah.
the point where I do labels now. Like I read my labels, I understand my labels. A couple months ago I didn't, but I would like make sure I understand two things, which was like high cost food tropes. Like I started with those, understanding those, eliminating those. Once I understand that, and I started, okay, the next parts of the label, the next part of the shopping organic, the next part. So you do it in stages. So for the people who feel like I don't have the money, I don't have the time or space, it's okay. You start with one thing and then you'll add on to it, you know and find spaces and community and people who have access to that knowledge and resources, or just open to the mindset of growth, because that's
So
what's right.
if somebody's interested in sort of like talking to you more about this, where can they find you?
So they can find me on Instagram. I was having trouble launching my website, which we'll do probably later. I was trying. I had it all good to go, and I got stuck on the domain part. But they can find me on Instagram for right now at Life Shift. And slowly I'll launch my website, hopefully at the end of today or tomorrow, just to be active. Or you can give me an email at lifeshift.growth@gmail.com. Um, and yeah, that's where I'm at right now, as I slowly create and build with this
Or you
new
forget, I mean,
community.
if you are watching from the future on YouTube, all the information will be on the description. If you're watching now or in a little bit, um you can just contact me as well and I'll give you the, like, if you forget what it is, because I will also forget. So I would I would be the bridge in between and contact you guys.
Yes.
Okay, so for sure I think it would be a really great idea, um for us to do like a workshop on more like us thinking about,
Belief.
because like just the beliefs, yeah. And then I was like, because I'm like, listen, I think I want to do this, and I'm like, if I want to do this, other people will benefit from doing this. So I'm like, yeah, let's just do it. Let's just do it and see
Right.
how it goes. So we'll be in contact, and we for sure plan something out. um in the meantime, I think I'm supposed to be off to lunch now, so I'm
Same.
gonna go on a bit of a break. But I do have one question though.
Yeah, sure.
One last one for you, because we have been talking about like different ingredients and different ways to make food. What has
Mhm.
been sort of like your favorite so far, of like using ingredients in a slightly different way, or like cooking um
Ooh.
more healthy?
Yeah, so for me, I think I've tried to reframe Thanksgiving. So
Mm,
Thanksgiving is a time where we tend to make a lot of these dishes that are heavy on sugars, you know, dairy, bread,
Mm.
a lot of the five things that we when we do our program we eliminate. So sugar, oils, dairy, um, flour, and alcohol. So
Mm-hmm.
when you do the program, those are the things that we eliminate, or for sometimes I'll reframe it as pause, because for some people eliminate can be scary. Like, I'm taking it out. I don't like, how am I gonna live with this? And I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
I
yeah.
understand.
Me, that's me. I'm one of
Pause.
those
You're
people.
taking a pause from it. You can choose to come back from them and choose not to, right? You're giving your body a time to kind of like take some of that inflammation out caused by those two. So
Mm-hmm.
Thanksgiving, for example, again, I'm the one changing. I try not to make my parents change. I don't force the change. If they want to change, that's their choice. And so what I've done since last year when I did my workout to now, we just finished Thanksgiving this year, and I love the support my family has been reframing Thanksgiving of, okay, we each, also I taught my siblings how to cook. So because that's a life skill, it's not a gender
Mm.
thing.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so now when it comes to Thanksgiving, we cook and we all have designated dishes that we make. And so I tell them I'm gonna do the healthy dishes because, one, I want to eat something that I know is nourishing from my
Mm-hmm.
perspective, and I'll do two dishes, and then the rest can choose their dishes and they make it. And so the one, now they check in with me, Jenna, can you eat this? Or like, what's another ingredient I can switch this with so that, it doesn't affect your health that well. And I'm like, oh, like, thank you for thinking about me. If I feel the love through that way. And so I like to find recipes on Instagram or TikTok. Oh no, not TikTok, JK. I don't have that anymore. Plus it got banned already.
Yeah.
On Instagram, I like to find dishes that are creative, different from what my family's used to cooking and using
Mm-hmm.
ingredients in different ways. And so, like, for example, this year I did quinoa and tortillas. I never thought of making a tortilla out of quinoa.
Mm-hmm.
Last year I made tortillas out of purple sweet potatoes. I was like, what? I didn't know we could do these sort of things, like creamy or
Mm-hmm.
porky things. I started trying to cook more with the oven instead of oils or frying things. And just use more color. My favorite ingredient to use is bell peppers. I love to
Really?
buy the four colors
Mm-hmm.
and just add it into whatever I'm making. It just makes it more colorful. And I'm like, ooh,
Mm-hmm.
this tastes good. um Starting connecting to, I start to ask my mom her stories of what she used to see when she was younger, and
Mm-hmm.
from there I try to use those ingredients and find recipes from that, or ask her, do you remember any dishes? It's been a while, we're not eating certain things that I used to remember we used to eat when we were young, and we just started shifting them to more fast food or more things that are just repetitive. And
No.
I was like, let's
It
mix some of
appears
those.
that TikTok is back. Is it?
Maybe. Oh.
Let me check. Let me check real fast. We are here to bring you guys the latest news, thanks to our chatter. Oh, it is back.
Oh, so one day a ban? Damn.
The 1 day
Not
ban.
even one day, maybe hours.
It was too long. I
It was
panicked.
too long.
Um, Wait, I was gonna ask. Yeah, the one thing that I forgot to mention earlier was that sometimes, because again, like my parents came back from Mexico and they were like, use all of these like vegetables and things in different ways, and I was like, say if what, right? And I think sometimes if we ask our parents, they're like, okay, think back to your childhood, think back to what other people will make and how they will make it. They were gonna come up with a bunch more recipes that they have not touched in years because we don't
Mm,
really think about it, right? Like we just kind of, like you said, we go for the comforts or the fast foods that we're able to do really fast, or our favorite foods. So we have, like, I don't know, a catalog of like about 20 dishes that we sort of like rotate. But if we kind of like sit and contemplate and write down what we want to like eat or what ingredients we want to use, immediately, oh well, my mom used to do it this way, but then my aunt used to do X, Y, and Z, right? So like there's so much we can do. And like you were saying, because part of it for me is, oh, like the taste, right? Or the how the food looks. If it doesn't look good and if it doesn't taste good, I'm not gonna eat it again. Like I don't care how healthy it is, right? But there's so many ways that we can use the ingredients and add like fresh herbs and veggies to it to make it more tasty. It doesn't have
mhm.
to be full with ranch or all of the meat, to make
Yeah,
it tasty. Yeah.
it defeats the purpose if you're drowsing something in ranch? Then that means there's something about the flavor of the actual food that you have to drown in and these other flavors. Like, like sometimes we gotta step back and really observe those things and actions that we're doing, and be like, be curious from it. Come from a space of curiosity. And I
Mm-hmm,
started
mm-hmm.
to be like, okay, if I approach this from your curiosity rather than judgment, because when we come from a space of judgment, we tend to want to put ourselves or others down, or why even do it. But when we do it from a space of curiosity, we're more open to like, oh, okay, let me try to understand this. Oh, okay, like we can then really process things much better from that space. And another thing that I started to realize, when you'll pick up if you really do your active listening when you're hearing your parents' story, and part of like eating with these herbs or eating like greens,
Mm-hmm.
I realized one thing that my dad has said, and it was like, it's like you're eating like that was poor people food. Like you were eating that because that's all you had, and it showed like you were poverty. But then I love to reshape it and tell them, but you were eating the most nutritional thing. I was like, you had more
and
life
also
force.
and also it's tasty, right? We forget about that because for a while my dad went on this rant about I am not eating beans because that's all we used to eat, and now like as more of like old, like he's older and he's like, nah, beans are life, and I'm like, yeah, um yes, they are life. I
Yeah, and
hate cooking them.
there's different kinds of beans, and each bean gives you certain different. So I realized that we cooked a lot with pinto beans, and now I'm trying to slowly educate my parents. Like we cannot eat that one every single time because we're only getting one type of nutritional value, and now we're overdoing it, right? And
Mm,
it's kind of like our coping skills. Coping skills can be good, but when you do them too much, they can then become unhealthy coping skills. So kind of like with
mm-hmm,
beans, I was like, we gotta do the variety shifts. We need to get the variety of the mixture to really thrive off of it. And when I had my health things, black beans were the most high fiber nutritional beans. And I was like, why don't we cook with those? And they're like, oh, because we can't afford it or it's a little bit. And I was like, that's okay. I could buy it. Like I'll buy some then. Like the red kidney beans. Oh, another cool thing
those are
that I
tasty.
learned
Mm-hmm.
was the food that you eat is shaped to the organ that it helps. And I was like, what do you mean? And they're like, the red kidney beans are big and look like a kidney because they help your kidney. The walnut that looks like the brain helps you with the brain. And so that was just another way that I played with it, and I was like, whoa, okay, so this is gonna help this part of my body if I'm hurt. Again, if you know your symptoms and you can decode it, you can then look at the food as the medicine to then be able to make your choices. And so it's like a process, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I got into that point where I can decode and do things like that, and I'm like, okay, here we go. And so yeah, and so all of that started with the gut, the journey of the gut health. And if you feel like you don't know if that's something that you need to work on, look at the symptoms you have. Like, are you always constantly bloated, constipated? You can also tell by the shape of your tummy. That was another mind-blowing thing. Like, again,
Mm.
the outer world reflects from the inner world. Like, that's the statements that I've been using and living by right now. So if outerward something's going on, then that means internally something's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And so the shape of your tummy can also tell you a lot of things of what's going on in your body and what certain organs are happening. Um, and you could start going down the rabbit hole of the we call it alternative medicine, but honestly, it's the ancient medicine. It's the
It's the
original
original
medicine.
medicine.
The original medicine. I tell people, like Chinese agravea, like our Mesoamerica curanderos. Like there's so much there that we just forgotten or forgotten, chosen not to.
Okay, let's just speak up the truth. What happened is that it was devalued, right? It was devalued because it was for poor people, because it's something that it wasn't really understood, or science just sort of like took it and ran with it. And then we forgot that that was the origins of it, right?
Yeah, and so what's really great is now I've been meeting more people who are bridging that. And so
Mm,
I love the act, like you said, we're here to create bridges of the current knowledge to the older knowledge, and see how they both interact, because now there's actually more science backed evidence coming up with all these things that we used to do that were like, I don't know, they just told me to do it and it works, right? But we're like, we had faith in that it works, right? We
Right,
never
right.
really understood what was going on at the different levels, and now there is.
Mm-hmm.
There's people that can now tell you that nopal is not just to eat, it's antioxidant, it has this, like you can eat this because it has this, right? So now you're bridging both the woo woo and the science together, and that's a beautiful bridge to be in, because I'm also thankful for Western medicine and technology when we really need it. But at the same time, I know that if I start at the early stages, I can tap on my original knowledge and the wisdom of that medicine first before I even get to this space. When we have to access it, we have access to both, and both are equally valued, just how you want to use them.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. So I'm actually gonna let you go now because
Yeah.
otherwise I'm gonna be like, so Janet, anyway, and then we're gonna be here for forever. But thank you so much
Right.
for joining us today. And if you are again watching this now or in the future on YouTube, um, Janet is doing free presentations or for our community. You can find that information after next week on our website, and probably her website as well. And we will also be collaborating pretty soon to bring more information. And actually, because so right now sometimes I get a little frustrated because I'm like, oh, this information is so much, it's so cool that you're telling us, but I need time to like process what you're saying, and then like write, like we were saying, like writing down all the things. And that's what workshops do, right? That's
Hmm.
why they are paid, because they take a lot more time for us to prepare for it, and you are getting so much more than just this free presentation, right?
Hmm.
So look forward to that. So follow us on our socials and on YouTube, and you'll know when we'll be doing stuff together.
All right. Yes.
All right.
I'm so
So
excited to
I will
see
talk to you
everyone.
soon.
Mhm.
And yeah, do you know how to leave the space?
Press the leave button.
Okay, yes. All
All right then. Thank
right.
you,
I'll see
everyone.
you.
See
Bye.
ya.
All right. So I'm actually what? Oh wait. I'm actually gonna go have lunch because my brother was such a kind brother and he brought me lunch. He's the best. Um wait, what am I doing? So I'm gonna take a quick like 20-minute break. I will be back soon. Actually, let me see if I can try this. I can let me see. I'm gonna test this thing out just to see how it works. I wonder if it'll let me watch something. And wait a minute, wait a minute. So I'm choosing like a video for you guys to watch that I think would be really, really awesome as soon as I figure out how to get there. Da, 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 da. Oh, here it is. Okay, wait a minute, wait a minute. Now I have to do this thing. Wait, stop this loop. One. I'll share my screen. Oh, wait, no. It should. Can you guys see that? Wait, I need to be here to talk to you guys. Can you see that? Uh, also, is there a way to like? I just minimize myself. There you go. Is that better? Question number 2. Can you guys hear it? The founder and what is it? Executive Director of Psychology for Geeks. Technically, I am also the. I actually cannot hear it on my end, so I'm curious if you guys can hear it on your end. Thing. It's not a word, it's not a title, but I want to say chairman. I want to say chairman. So it's a title now. Wait 1 second. But I won't be for very long because we have found someone who's way more qualified to do so. So I am happy to step down next year. Anyway, I'm trying to the way that I remember things just to go have lunch, but I wanted them to watch this video. Particular memory, it's very much attached to my emotions. So this is how I created this PowerPoint, because the origins or the beginnings of Psychology for Geeks is very much tied to me and my life story, essentially. So that's how I'm going to sort of like go about talking to you guys about it. So the idea of Psychology for Geeks is to create a world where everyone is sort of like feeling empowered, they have a safe space to be themselves, to learn about mental health, and to reduce the stigma on mental health and the geek community. So again, this is based on my own experiences and what I saw. I grew up since I think from 6th grade on in this town in the middle of nowhere, California. And I didn't realize, I think I always knew it was a town, it was different, because I used to live in the Bay Area for like about a year, then we moved to Central California, and I noticed it's a huge difference. It is a very huge difference. But I didn't realize how little we actually had in terms of mental health resources, of just resources in general, until I've moved back here. Once I finished my internship, and I realized that I wanted to do something to give back to my community. And so I threw around ideas for a while as to what I wanted to do to help my community. I think that's the one thing that drives me. I mean, part of the reason, a huge reason why I am a mental health provider now is because I love helping people. That has always been something I have wanted to do. I remember when I did my interview for grad school, I was asked like 3 times by the person who interviewed me why I wanted to become a psychologist, and all I can think about was like, I just want to help people. And I think they were expecting like a different answer, and I'm like, I just want to help people. Like, I don't know what do you want to say? Like, I just want to help. So that has been my answer then, and since then it hasn't really changed. And I realized that in order for me to have a fulfilling life, I didn't necessarily. Do I want to make a lot of money? Yes, that would be great. It would solve about 99.9% of my problems, primarily. But I also know that it won't be a fulfilling life if I'm not helping, if I'm not doing something for my community. So there's a lot of things that I noticed. There's not a lot of resources in Spanish. In the community that I live in, it's very large population of Hispanic families, and there is no information. I mean, there are resources out there, but just nobody knows about them or how to find them. And also, there's like a huge stigma in looking for resources and stuff. So I want to help bridge that gap. And also for people who are sort of like, no, I don't really need mental health. I don't really want to. It's like really boring, or like, I want to go and spill my guts to someone who I don't even know. Right. And that's the whole idea of why we wanted to blend hobbies with mental health, because it's just so much easier for me to say, hey, listen, you like playing video games? You like doing D&D, or like playing board games with your friends? Do more of that. That is just easy way of me saying, take care of your mental health by doing the things that you already love. So the first, I don't think I can. Yeah, I can. I wish I could. No. The first few months of Psychology for Geeks being a thing, I was unemployed. I had just graduated college, but I couldn't find a job because I didn't have money, and all my savings were dried up because I was in school for way too long. Um, and I just really knew that I wanted this to happen. So I was dedicating, and like at the same time that I was like applying for jobs, I was dedicating a lot of my time to the nonprofit. And then so it just there was just so much stress and anxiety because again, like I had no idea, I had no money to pay anybody to do anything. I basically, quote unquote, allegedly bullied some of my friends into joining the board, friends slash brother, into joining the board because I just needed more people um, for the board, and I just didn't know how to reach out. And ADHD, anxiety. I was just really anxious. I just need to do it. If I don't do it at that moment, like it's not me. So I did it, and in January 2024, that's when we first created the board. That was our first board meeting, and it was a lot of me doing research, trying to figure out how do I apply to all these things. And then I had to pay money to register the company. And again, you guys, I had zero funding, I had no jobs, I was applying everywhere. And so it was very scary. And I think at around the same time, that's when I started doing free mental health presentations in the community as well. I started within my community and I started slowly expanding, and now we do them in one, two, three, four, five different communities. And starting next year, we will be adding another community as well. So it all sort of started, but it was a lot of again, anxiety and stress because I had no idea what I was doing and I was flat out broke. And I think I probably should have just waited for a grant to come in or for like donations to come in. But not only did I learn a lot about how to lead, how to talk to people, how to ask for donations, it also helped me to understand more about myself. I was very shy at first. I Like I said, I had recently just graduated, so I already had my doctorate, but I kept forgetting to introduce myself and to say that I had a doctorate. I just started talking to people because I will get very excited about things, and it was it went well, surprisingly, because I'm like, nobody knew why they should trust me with like all like, or they should trust any of the information I was sort of like giving out to them. um but yeah, that was very stressful. And then after that, I was even more broke, and then I was depressed because I was working so much to make this happen. And again, like I said, I kind of bullied my friends into becoming part of the board, and so they were still like super busy, so they couldn't really help me with things. And I was sort of like the only one that had the knowledge and experience, like the mental health side of it. So they couldn't help even if they wanted to. So it was just me. I was creating all the content, I was publishing it, I created the website, um, I made all the contacts. It was like all me. And I could see it, like I could see what the potential of it, and how it can be. So I just kept at it. But again, I had no support. um, I thought there was no interest um, in any of it from other people. So that's why I started getting depressed. But again, when I said that my life story is sort of like very tied in with the beginnings of Psychology for Geeks, this is kind of what I mean. Where like I wasn't asking for help. It's something that I had to like overcome. It was like my own sort of thing that was happening. And once my therapist was like, "You should ask for help," and I was like, "But I want to like look at people and stuff." I eventually started asking for help, and what do you know? People started helping, and I just started contacting people and be like, "Hey, you want to like, record something and geek out and stuff like that." And yes, like there was interest, but I just didn't know. I didn't really think about it. I think I was comparing myself to other nonprofits that have been, in existence for a very, very, uh, yes, don't call me out on that, please. Yeah, okay. Well, let me clarify. Yes, at times I did reject donations because uh, it's a free service that we needed to offer for the community, and I didn't know how to like ask for it or like how to make it fair, and because I know how difficult life is, because in sort of like in our community, and how uh, many families like financial situation is not the best. I just kept doubting myself. I just kept like not asking for money, and that's something that I had to sort of like overcome and grow on my own. Well, not that's fine. It wasn't my own. I had a lot of people helping me, but it was like a me thing. And once I overcame that, then a lot of things like started happening after that. um, and because a lot of things started happening, I just got burned out. I was doing free community presentations in about, like I said, four like different places. I was doing long content. Uh, I kind of had sort of a plan of where I wanted things to go and how I was gonna um, look for things, for donations and stuff like that. And again, I think at this point I already had a job, um, but I was kind of like already like bare minimum. And I was buying all the things that I needed to like start to like have a booth. We did a bunch of community booths, and that brought in a lot of money in some areas. But again, like all the gas, or like all the things to sell and things, like everything was coming out of like my own pocket, because we didn't have sponsors, slash I didn't have time to look for sponsors because I was doing everything else. And um once again, once I went to therapy, my therapist was like, yo, you're burnt out, like you need to do something about this. I was like, all right, cool. And then that's when I hired our admin assistant, and she has been so great. I am so thankful that she said yes. And I'm still like really working on her not ever leaving us, because I don't know what I'm gonna do like when she leaves. But that allowed me to partner up with new organizations, to meet new people. Um, we even have some people reach out to volunteer with us. We started getting donations. That was crazy. Um, I think at one point I said something along the lines of like, ADHD brain, you guys. Okay, so I get very excited about things, and then I reach out, and then I'm like, hey, how much would it be if we have a booth or something? Or like, how much, or like, would you be willing to donate X, Y, and Z? Or would you be willing to sponsor us, without having a real plan? And then when people say yes, I panic, because then I'm like, I had no plan. I had no plan. Like, what am I supposed to do now? And apparently I haven't learned my lesson. That's really fun. Anyway, point being is that I was telling my friends that I owed $180 to this comic Comic Con organizers, because I had applied for a booth, and they were very, very nice, because they allowed me to wait, like they were gonna wait for me to pay, because I was like, we don't have the money, like we're a non-profit, we have zero money, like literally. And they were like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll wait. And like, as long as, I think they gave me until like December. But I always wanted to stream for 12 hours, and then so I did it for my birthday. It was more like a thing, and I was like, well, if I'm gonna like stream, might as well, like, something good come out of it. So I did the stream, and people donated. But even before that, the stream was already planned, but one of my friends just like, here, and then they just sent me $100. And I think, well, I'm tearing up now, but I think at that time I was like, wait, why would you? And then they're like, because I said I was gonna help you, and I meant it. And I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna cry. And I think I like, even then I still, there was so much anxiety as to like whether or not I was capable of doing this, or whether I was going to receive the support that I needed. And slowly that anxiety, well, I have anxiety, so the anxiety is never going to go away. But it has been so much better now because I can see your support. And then, like, even when my content doesn't reach like a lot of people, usually there is one person that says, hey, this is actually really interesting, or this really helped me out, or yeah, that's what I experienced. That is what drives me. um, because if I can help that one person like reframe the thoughts, or see their situation in a slightly different way that it's helpful for them, I think it was all worth it. But I also needed to take care of myself, so I made a lot of boundaries for myself of like, okay, I'm not gonna do as many things. I'm gonna make sure I had to like literally like in on my calendar. I'm not gonna show you because there's probably like a lot of like private information on there that I want to show you guys. But I have like days where I just block it off and I say it's a self-care day, because otherwise I'll just keep working. And part of it is because it's so much fun and I don't really consider it work. um, but I need to have like time to rest, because otherwise I'll just be working all the time. And I hate that this came out like all twisted and weird. Wait, can you guys see it all weird? No, it is all weird. I thought it was like maybe because I was, yeah, anyway. Um yeah, the light at the end of the tunnel was that we are getting new board members next year, so I am putting them all to work. We actually got nominated for an award this year. My hometown is located in Kings County, and so we were nominated for, um, I think, the most creative approach to preventative care. And that was like on our first year against Europe. I was talking to my brother, I think either today or tomorrow is when they have like the award ceremony. And I was telling my sibling yesterday, I was like, given that we didn't get contacted by the organization, I don't think we won the award. But to be fair, we were competing against two other organizations that did have funding and have been in place for a few years. This was our very first year that we have been doing anything, and it was just me that was doing anything for most of the year. So I count this as a huge win for us. Um, we started it this year, but because of the holidays, we're going to sort of like renew it. But we have Beyond the Spectrum, uh, a new parent support group for neurodivergent parents, or parents who have a child who is neurodivergent. Um, we have that in our hometown, in my hometown, Corcoran, and we will. I think on the website you see that there's like information. No, there's no information. There's nothing in there. There's like slots for me to put in information, but we're still working on it. And then there are two wonderful, lovely mothers that are going to be leading this. This is going to be a parent-led group. I am going to essentially just help out by doing presentations or contacting people, or finding connections and stuff like that. But it is going to be parent-led. We have a Discord community of about 50 people, I think. So you haven't joined our Discord, please do so. I kind of have been lagging on it because I've been working a lot slash resting a lot. um, but yeah, we're gonna do a lot of like cool things on Discord, but I need more time to like plan them and reach out to people. So it's more so we're doing it consistently, because right now it's not very consistent. That's why I'm kind of like, okay, once 2025 starts, that's when like all the plans are starting to happen. Again, we're getting so many donations. I have a solid plan of what I want Psychology for Geeks to be. I have so many people that are helping me and are on board for this, and I couldn't be more grateful of all the support. And I would like to especially thank Organized Messes, Chaotic Indignation, and Mind Brain Movies for their support, because yeah, those are the three people I have been like, oh my gosh, things are happening. And they're like, calm down. What are you talking about? You're not supposed to do things the ADHD way. And I'm like, but what? I don't have any other way of doing things. And then so they gave me a lot of guidance. They chaotic indignation has been so helpful because I just rant and rave and like talk about all my plans that I want to do all of the time. And he's probably sick of it right now. So yeah, join our community. You can join our Discord community. You can join us on our socials, YouTube, also our in-person events. We have a calendar, I believe, on the website that tells you like all the events and where we're going to be sort of situated this month. Oh, that reminds me, I have to start the one for January. January is going to be so packed. Okay, here's the things that is this the last one? That is the last one. So here's the thing that I really wanted to get into. This is where all your money is going to. So for next year, we have already secured a spot for 2 different Comic-Con conventions. One of them is Anime Los Angeles, which is essentially one of our sponsors because they have given us a free booth. And this is why I'm doing this everything, because I need donations in order to be able to like get more donations. Like I need to buy merch so I can sell merch, so I can tell people, hey, Psychology for Geeks is here. We have a lot of resources on our YouTube, a lot of resources on our website. Check us out. But we have no money, and the convention is in January. So that's where most of your donations will be going to. We already have most of the things that we need for a booth, because we have been doing community booths and we slowly have been getting money, but most of the money has been going towards paying our lovely admin assistant, which again we want to keep because she has made it very, very possible for me to be able to do all of these things and to be able to plan and reach out to people to do collaborations and stuff. Like she's a huge part of why we're growing and why this is sort of like something that has been happening. And she also checks my spelling and my grammar, which is very, very essential, you guys. I cannot tell you. I'm going to switch over to this one. Maybe. So again, we're doing 2 conventions. One, we were fully sponsored for the booth, and we want to be able to showcase, or this is just my favorite one. It's a little 3D printed like tiger, but it just I just love to hear the noise. It's just something so satisfying. But like we have so many cool ones. So I got Perry the platypus here. We have this one. And then we have these 2 dragons. These are just my favorite ones. We have a bunch more. Oh, I think I put the other ones over there. And we want to find a sponsor to help us print out the books so they can buy the adoptable pet, and it comes with the book. But again, in the area where we are located, not many people are able to afford to do this, and it's $5 for us to print the booklet. So like in order for us to make money, we have to sell it for at least $12 in order to have like more money to buy more stuff and pay our admin assistant, or at least pay for the booth space. So it's complicated. Again, this is why your donations are so very important. So we have one major con that's like 4-day convention in Los Angeles in January. We have another one in April. In that one's more local. And wait, what else we have? We already bought booth spaces for 4 different community events. We are having a very, very cool thing. We are doing a fundraiser with one of our local boba shops. Yeah, that will be in February 8th. So we are, this is one of the things where I was telling you guys, where I was like, I just reached out. I have no idea how any of this works. So I was like, hey, yo, like, I'll apply to this, like, to see if they'll let us do this fundraiser. They said yes. And they're like, yeah, let us know what your event is. And I'm like, what event? I had no plans. I have no idea what's happening. Like, I thought it was going to take forever for them to get back to me, but they were super fast. They were super lovely. So that's already like a full on plan. I panicked. Yes, I did. We have, wait, uh I want to do I want to do so many workshops, because whenever I would do a mental health presentation for the community, one of the feedback that I would always get was, can you talk more about, like, have worksheets or have us practice some of these things? And I'm like, that would turn in from being a workshop to being a presentation. I mean, from sorry, other way around, from being a presentation to a workshop. And I'm like, I don't have time to do that because that takes extra time and effort. And one, I wasn't getting paid for it. We're not getting paid like any money. Because I kind of rejected donations, and also because a lot of the places or organizations that I'm working with, they're like, yeah, you can use our space and whatever, but you can't charge people to come in. We can't pay you, essentially. And I was like, all right, cool. So we have planned a, what so far I'm just calling Adulting 101, and it's basically this 4 or 5 hour long workshop that I want to do with teens, talking about the essentials of what they need to know in order to go out into the world and be adults, which is like how to take care of your health, how to take care of your mental health, because these are all things that we nobody like really tells us, unless our parents
Back.
have gone through like their own healing journey. Then that's how we know most of the time. Or there you go. I can't believe that work. I feel so tech savvy now. um I shouldn't say that because now I have to click all of these little thingies to figure out which one's the one I need. That's fine. Um, wait, what's happening? I don't know what's next. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we have a special guest, a surprise guest joining us because we're supposed to play a game, but I don't have time for a game. So, um, we are actually having a special guest join us in just a little bit, and then we'll have another guest, and then we'll have a game, and then we'll have another guest. I think. Um, let me just confirm real fast. Um, hmm. Okay, I have a great example that somebody did. Um, for this, for the game that I wanted to play. That we will not, because I found something better. Um, all right, all right. Well, as we wait for our guests to arrive, I think I should just tell you a little bit about what I thought or what I wanted to do with the upcoming game. So I I wanted to do this game where I would tell you sort of like I would name like a villain, and then I would say, well, you know what? I think this villain could be redeemed, and here's some reasons why, right? And then everybody got to vote whether or not you thought the reasons that I provided for the redemption of that villain were good enough. So we could, like, I don't know, forgive him or put him in rehabilitation for villains or something. And as typical, I forgot to get this on time, because I just figured, hey, I am used to doing things last minute, everybody should also, right? And we only got a few, because I wanted this to become sort of like a community thing. So like if you were in Discord, you got to like give me all that info, and then I will read it out for people who are on the stream, and then people on the stream will vote. Right, I just wanted to make it more sort of interactive, so everybody interacted. But again, I asked like last minute, and I think we only got like maybe 2 entries. um but one of them, I don't think it wasn't formatted in the way that I understand it. Wait, it uh no, it didn't fit the criteria. So the one that does, I'm gonna read out now, because it's such that this is exactly what I wanted to have. So essentially, I am gonna be acting as the lawyer of this character, and you guys are the judge. And you will tell me whether or not this villain is redeemable or should be redeemed. So, Your Honor, I am thinking of Mojo Jojo from the powerful from the Powerful Girls. Uh, oh, okay. Yeah, wait a few more minutes. And he was the professor's pet ape, and after an accident, he mutated him, and then he created the Powerpuff Girls, and he completely was neglected. Uh, his origin is a place of sadness and abandonment, and the crazy villainous schemes were just to demonstrate how smart he actually was, and that ultimately he actually does have value. Right? It wasn't anything actually evil. He just wants affection. He's quick to team up with our villains because they recognize how powerful he actually is, but he never crosses into the extremes, right? There is actually an episode where he successfully takes over the world and creates free sustainable energy for everybody. There's no iron fisting. He Iron fist, I shouldn't say fisting. He gets bored of the position and returns to villainy, which I argue for that reason he's just lonely, right? And if I had to break it down in 3 points, he's the victim of negligence and exhibits attention seeking behaviors. He's quick to ally himself with people who recognize him, but he still has a limit. Like, he won't go into the extremes and be mega evil and do just villainous things like Doflamingo. I hate him so much. Anyway, when he's put in a position of power, even though he did take it by force, he creates a positive quality of life for the citizens. So therefore, Mojo Jojo should be redeemed. And this is where you guys vote whether or not you agreed with. He should be placed in a area of redemption for villains. And like I said, we only have this as an example. So I think eventually I'll turn it into like a game, like maybe one of our live streams later on, and do that more often. But our guest is here right on time. So I'm going to show them in. You ready? Okay, good. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. I just had my lunch. Now I feel more energized.
I know it's dinner for me right now.
Oh. All right. So, I wanted you to be your surprise guest for today because I saw the PowerPoint that you sent, and I was like, excuse me, there's so many cool things in here. Forget the game. And also, not a lot of people submitted like entries for the game, so this works perfectly. So, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself for people who might not know who you are?
Yeah, I'm Sierra Cuevas. I am the owner of Jasmine Dragon Counseling, and I like to do panels and workshops and community things outside of therapy, like similar. I think it's in line definitely with Psych for Geeks, you know, as far as like recognizing, and I heard you talk about this earlier today, like recognizing that like you have the therapy room and there's things you can do and hold space for, but creating spaces outside of that is for people who may feel lonely or, you know, that
Mm-hmm.
want to feel connection. I think is just as important in the work that we do. And so, like the past 2 years or so, I've been branching out to do more like collaborative and community engaging things. Um, and I also think that that makes the whole practice itself feel less rigid and stale too, just for myself, to be able to talk to people that are doing this and that have cool ideas too,
Mm-hmm.
to engage with. So yeah.
Is your microphone in your headset?
No, but I can double check the settings here.
Oh, okay. Because it was just kind of like really low, and then it would get kind of loud. But now that you got closer, I think it's working really well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It has on here automatically adjust mic volume on the stream settings, so I'm going to change that.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I reached out to you because I love the name of your practice, and I didn't. I did no other research. I was like, "This is great. We should collab." And then we ended up doing an interview together, and okay, we planned a couple of panels. One of them is going to be released for sure. Right, that's already
Yes,
the
definitely.
Avatar one this year for sure, and the other one will be planned ASAP because I'm still very interested in that one. And then I was like, you know what? We should do a workshop. I have so many projects, but not enough time to do any of it. This is why your donations are so very important to us right now, because it was allowing me to pay my assistant, so then she can do all the admin stuff, so they can go find additional funding, or can plan really fun things that will bring a little bit of funding as well. Um, so yeah. Anyway, so did you want to go ahead? I don't know if you wanted to go through. I was like, you want to jump into a charity stream, and I gave you like no other
No,
details.
no other details. I was, you know what? Yeah, sure, whatever. It's gonna be what it is. Well, I feel like the question that you asked, and I know like we worked, we both did Kasakan
Uh-huh.
together, and that was really fun and engaging. But there were so many cool things to go to, and I know you were able to attend mine. But I at one point I know you were interested, and so I was like, I'm
Hmm.
gonna send this to you. Um, and then you're I like that's the funny part is because it was so aligned with what you were doing that it was like you're like, I need this thing and I can't find the words or like figure out this thing. I was like, I think this is it. Like
Yes.
I think this is what you
Yes.
need. And you're like, I need that exactly. Come here and talk about it now.
Yeah, that's that's how I collaborate with people. I'm just like, hey, you have a lot to say that I want to hear. Come over here and talk to people about it. Yeah, because I you did the whole like pyramid thing for like
Mhm.
different types of villains, and I have never seen something like that before. Is that something you just came up with, or like something
Yeah,
you've seen
so
before?
I actually worked really like it's exciting to talk about again because that was a one-time thing and I worked
Mm.
really hard to put that together, that presentation. Like I don't know why I hyper focused on it so much, but it was similar to I think you were doing this thing where you were reading a bunch of like One Piece and it was just like all your life for that amount
Yeah.
of time. and and so like this was that what that was for me preparing this that panel was like I just locked in, like read so much and what I was finding myself doing was like, okay, this needs to be believable. I don't know why, but I wanted it to be believable, even though we're talking about fictional
Hmm.
characters. And I was finding that like the idea of bringing a villain into therapy, who's done so many horrible things, and like what that would actually be like in real life, like working with, you know, I don't know, perpetrators or things like that.
Do you mind
And
if I share it?
yeah, go
The
ahead.
tier list? Okay.
Um,
That way people can know, like, you don't understand people who are listening. This is like so cool. Wait, I can. Ooh. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, boo. It won't let me upload it because it's too big. I'll just I'll do the other way then. I'll just share the screen. There you go. This is what I'm talking about. This right
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Yeah, so I got into this thing of like one of the things that I wanted to put in was like thinking about the villains as within the framework of tiers. And those tiers are like levels of harm, essentially, of like how dangerous or how threatening are they.
Mm-hmm.
And when you pose the question of redemption, like, are these villains redeemable in general? Like, can we, I don't want to say fix them, but can we integrate them into society and have them do less harm? Um, and that's kind of the question I asked myself. I was like, if a villain was in therapy, like based on what they've done or their beliefs or where they align themselves in their history, like could
Mm-hmm.
they actually benefit from therapy? Or are they so fixed in their ways and that integrating them in society is just, it became now a question of ethics for me. And
Mm.
um and going down the moral ethical rabbit hole of like integrating villains into society. And so I came up with this to be that we have the villains that I think this kind of speaks to like Mojo Jojo you were talking about a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
It's like that are really mischievous and chaotic. They kind of sit at the bottom, I think, of like this villainous thing. So these are like they either run the show or like they're easily taken out, but they're annoying and they keep coming back in some ways. um
I think as soon as I saw that, I was like, Loki feels like it's just that's his category. Yeah.
Yes. They're chaotic neutral, meaning like sometimes they're not villains, sometimes like they're really just like they're there for the chaos to make
Mm-hmm.
mischief and that's their joy. But sometimes that can do harm as well. Um and so we'd say villains whose actions are chaotic or self-serving, but they lack catastrophic intent. Doesn't mean they can't cause catastrophe, but usually their intentions don't line up with catastrophic intent. Like they're not out to say I'm gonna rule the entire world. Um, or if they are, they don't really have the skill set to do so. So I'm thinking like Pinky and the Brain too. Like
Yes.
like my mission is to take over the world, but like don't have the resources to do that. And
Yeah.
then so I think on there we also have anchored in their convictions. So these are
Mhm.
villains who are deeply committed to their worldview and actions. They have like grandiose beliefs, they lack signs of humanity, and they are inflexible. Um, we're thinking these are the villains that I think would have the hardest time in therapy or in redemption. Um, Not to say that it's impossible, but it's to say that they're kind of like fixed in their belief system.
Mm. Wait, anchored in their convictions? Okay.
Yes. Anchored in
It-
their convictions is like they're locked into their belief and their goal. And this is it's like usually associated with catastrophic intent. Um, and so I put these kind of up on I know mischievous and chaotic, it seems like it doesn't make sense there, but it does. And the reason is because the like mischievous and chaotic is like it's in their nature to be
Mhm.
that way. And so like in therapy, like it would be harm reduction, but I think they would kind of be fixed in that like chaotic state, going around. Like that's kind of part of their
Just finding
nature.
a place for them to that's okay for them to be chaotic,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's more so like adapting the environment to them,
Mhm.
than it is changing them,
Yeah,
essentially.
yeah. Okay, so the way that I thought about it was like, okay, the people at the top,
Mhm.
these curious and adaptable, they would be the ones that would struggle the most in therapy. But you're saying it would be
Yeah.
the people who are anchored in their convictions.
Mhm. Like these are kind of I looked at the tier this way because it was kind of like mischievous and chaotic kind of seems like survival in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like and so I kind of went up with like that the tiers of like safety. And we look at maybe like the DBT house or something like that where it's like
Mhm.
first thing is always like survival and safety and then you
Mhm.
go up to these bigger like meaningful themes. I
Mm-hmm.
felt like that with the villains as well, is that like Mischievous Psychotics felt very survivalist to me.
Mm-hmm.
And so does Anchored in Convictions. Like something has happened that has locked them in so deep that it's like so hard to undo.
So,
Um,
so can you give an example of which, like, of a character that will sort of like fit in that category?
yeah, so in this one, this is like Dio. This is this is I would say like Envy, this is Shogo, this is Aizen, I would say. Aizen from Bleached. Um,
I've never seen that one.
Aizen is like very like is very locked into like his worldview. And I have other we can look at like at one. Let's see. If you go down, you the one that says anchored in convictions,
Mm-hmm.
and it has a picture of Aizen Dio on it too.
Wait.
Yeah, the next one. Yep.
Okay.
That one. So these villains in this tier are often so consumed by their convictions and grandiosity that appealing to empathy might not resonate with them. Instead, the goals shift to subtle challenges of their worldview, leveraging their intelligence, and showing how their actions fail to align with their goals or desires. So in this one, like Sasuke Aizen from Bleach, his worldview is he sees himself as superior to everyone. Um, and he wants to transcend limitations of mortals and gods. Like he sees conflict and control and manipulation as necessary to achieve his vision of freedom and power. And it's rooted in he rejects the control of of like the gods essentially, and he feels like they shouldn't be above those things. Um, and he also kind of opposes external structures like as well. So like pretty
Mm-hmm.
much doesn't want to align with anything that's institutionalized and believes that even the gods are restrictive in some way. But in his wanting to like let go, have complete ultimate freedom, he's actually like manipulating and controlling at the same time to be able to
Okay.
achieve that. So it's so crazy.
I just saw like right above you have a picture of the flamingo, and I'm like, yes, it all makes sense now.
Now it does. I
Yeah,
should have used
yeah.
that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, he, because he doesn't, I mean, he has this thing that he wants to accomplish, but he couldn't really care less about it. Like he just wants to take down the people. And yeah, it's not like this is going to improve the lives or this is going to make me more powerful. He's just like down with everything, like just burn it
Mm-hmm.
all. Yeah,
Burn it
okay,
all to
okay.
the ground. Yeah, and it's like that's the conviction though. It's like that's and the question is like is that redeemable? And so in this tier I would say they have the hardest time
Yeah, 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 I can
redemption.
see that. Okay, so then if we go back to uh, this tier list right here,
Mhm.
so the higher up that you go, the better the villain is, you would say?
The more likely they can be redeemed.
Oh, I see, I see, I see. Okay, okay.
Or that they would benefit from therapy. The more likely that like they would benefit from therapy, I would say. Mischievous and chaotic, like I think this is like where we would talk about like environmental changes,
Uh,
like more
oh,
like
okay, okay.
systematic changes versus like individual counseling. Um, and then anchored in convictions is like they would probably resist in a lot of ways, because they're so strong in their what they're doing. Driven by purpose and ambition means that like there's actually something to talk about, I would say, in therapy. Like there's a goal, there's a function to it. You can explore it deeper. And so in this tier, I would place like Azula, for instance,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
because she has ambition. There's like a specific goal that she's trying to meet.
Mm-hmm.
And like other ones, like even in Korra, like Zahir is like believes chaos is order. Like you can play around with that, but he's also recognizes like he knows his limitations and recognizes when like it's not effective. Like he has
Mm.
a plan. He can like so I would say these are kind of more of your organized. Um, there's a function, there's a purpose, and there are times where you can see their humanity.
You
Um,
can kind of talk sense into them.
Yes.
I would say. So I feel like most of the the villains in Naruto sort of like fall into this category
Yeah, I
in
felt
some
like
way, because then
Nagano Pain. Yep.
yeah, because then Naruto was able to like talk sense into them, and they were like, oh well, you know what? Yeah, that
Just
makes sense.
believe. I put Madara in here
Oh,
too.
okay.
So like that actually makes sense. Aaron Yeager, um, it's hard because like in Attack on Titan, without all the spoilers, like he kind of starts off as the hero, in a
Mm,
lot of ways. And so like there's a lot of pain and trauma there. And like yes, he kind of switches up, I think, towards the end. But I would say like that can be explored like through grief, through like all of that trauma that he's been through.
mm-hmm,
Um, so I would say these are villains that you could sit them down in a chair and they'll talk to you and like
mm-hmm.
tell you about their plans and try and you can actually have like a theoretical conversation, I would say.
The way that I saw it too was who makes the best villains. I thought this was what it was. Like the tier list was like if you were to sort of like create a villain, this is how you would do it, right? Because the mischievous
Mhm.
and chaotic ones, like you say, they yeah, but they're more kind of like more annoying, right? But then the more you go up, like they're the ones that are driven by purpose and ambition. They have more of a like a reason why they're doing this, so they'll try harder. And then those that are like adaptable would be a lot harder to take down because they'll learn their lesson, right? And then they just
Yeah.
like get better and better at being evil.
I feel like it can work this way too, though, because also, like, maybe they're not necessarily better at being evil, but I will say that my favorite villains, like, it does kind of go like some of my favorite villains are the ones that are curious and adaptable, like Zuko. Technically, like, started off that way.
Is he
It's
a
hard,
villain
right? That's why
now?
he's like very much at the tippy top, right, of it. Um, but from Hunter X, I did one on Miriam, and Miriam is like it's from the Chimera arc. He's an ant and the king of the ants, and he's just like starts off just completely awful. Like he's just genocide on humans, like absolutely. But through like meeting a human, engaging with them, and playing games, like physical, like actual games with them, like
Mhm.
felt that all humans were like redeemable at that point, and like gave up his plan for like genocide on humans to play a game with a human. And it was like he was shown, those things. So, and that came out of his curiosity of like, like let me like actually talk to one that feels worthy. You know?
So somebody has a question and they said, and so tier 1 and 4 are sort of like nature versus nurture, which is tier 2 and tier 3 are a result of the environment and experiences. Does that affect how you map someone with this guideline?
I think so. I think it affects like in terms of map, the word being like how you engage with them or like how you make a plan for them to to that
I think
extent.
so, yeah.
Yeah. And that, yes. So when I did this, created these slides, I went in kind of my development of my own exploration and research of this, of how would I create an intervention for someone who's considered a villain and like
Mm-hmm.
put them in a therapy chair and like work with them. And I was like, I would need to know where they stand first,
Mm.
and I split it into these things and like try to categorize. And of course, it's not perfect, but it helps to get that sense of like where how can I work with them? And so I did in the tier list. I After like working with it and starting to place villains, because not everyone agrees. Like if you were to make your own tier list, we may put them in different places. Um, there are ones that fit very well, and there are ones that I even put like, is that where they are? I'm not sure. Um, like I said Zuko, and you're like, I don't know if he even is on this list, right?
I'm like super biased though because like he's my favorite, and I'm like he's not a villain. You don't understand.
Yeah, he was a villain that was redeemed, like, and we watched it happen, you know, technically. But he was also a product of his environment, right? And then when he came out of his king, like where they were, he was like, oh, there's a whole world out here, and like this is not how things are or should be.
Yeah.
As far as mapping them, yes. So things I consider in mapping was, first is where they fall, and then I would then consider their worldview. Um, and so this comes from CBT a little bit, but CBT sometimes they ask the question, and what's your worldview? Like how do you perceive the world? How do you perceive others, and how do you perceive yourself? Those like three big questions.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of use that a little bit in here. It's like, okay, so this villain, how do they see the world? What do they perceive other people as, and how do they see themselves and like their function in it? And then I looked at their presentation, how they show that, and then I created like a therapeutic intervention or focus to have with them. So for Eisen, I would say that he presents like charismatic. He's kind of emotionally detached and lonely. He betrays, manipulates, and sacrifices lives. And the therapeutic focus for him would be strategies to boost his power and legacies that align with his motivation. But we would focus on how what he's doing is ineffective for his goals. And so for a lot of like the more intellectual villains, I feel like it's about like sitting there and being like, oh, so you want to do this and you want to do that, and like your goal is freedom, but like look at how much you're restraining and constricting and manipulating to gain that. Like you're becoming exactly what you oppose. So you
Mm-hmm.
probably try to look at it intellectually. And as far as I did this for expressive arts therapy, we did like looked at his Zapatu shard mosaic, and we talked about just like taking all the shattered pieces that he has and looking at them through themes of control, limitations, and institutional power. And so we basically were going to explore how his methods still tether him to exactly what he opposes, and that true autonomy and transcendence. Like, how can you actually create a path forward towards that? So it was like playing with themes of control. And so that's like, again, like it's hard to work in that thing, and there may be resistance, but it's the question of having them start to be curious. So mapping out, if we want to get someone towards curious and adaptable, you have to like, I guess, show them what the benefit of being curious and adaptable or having more vision.
No, wait. Because a part of me is like, yes, we could do that, but they could also be like, "Ooh, you showed me how to be a better villain now." I would be like, learn from my mistakes, and I'm like, wait. How do we prevent that from happening? Like,
Yeah.
from the villain being like, yeah, okay, well, now I'm just gonna like double down and be even more villainous now because I've learned how to do it better.
It's like we talk about like sometimes with different things, it's harm reduction, right? Like, can they abstain fully from villainy? Or like, are we trying to reduce them from just destroying everything and everyone? You know?
Yeah. So the game that I wanted to play, but again didn't have e- enough time to plan, was that I wanted sort of like the audience to essentially be the judge of and we were going to be the lawyer for the character, and then we can say, hey, I think they can be redeemable,
Mhm.
right? And then the audience got to vote whether or not they believed it. So if you had to present a case of a villain that you think it is redeemable, not one that already has like a redeemable arc, because the one that immediately comes to my mind is Loki. Like he already went through his, and like, yeah, we saw that. But like one that we have not seen in the media where the character is portrayed.
Yeah. Are we gonna play it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm down.
No,
We
you
need
have to come up with the character.
I have to come up with the character. Okay.
Yeah, you're the
So
lawyer of the character.
I'm the
Yeah.
lawyer of the
Yeah.
character. So I have to say who I'm representing.
Yeah. So you
Okay.
take on a client,
Okay.
and then you have to let us know why you think they can be redeemed.
Ooh, good one.
So like that's the example that I gave with like Mojo Jojo, right? Like he started
A good
as
one.
sort of like neglect. Yeah, it was great. Like this neglected person, and then he like got, it, he wasn't really redeemed, but he never really. He was kind of like the mischievous and chaotic kind of, right? Because he showed that even if he were to like be in power, he will actually be good doing good things. Similar, like that's kind of what Loki did when he became sort of like the all father and he became the king. He was just like sponsoring the arts and having fun. Like he wasn't really doing anything evil.
Mhm.
So man, I'm totally
I
like,
don't know why, like, I'm going here because this is completely off of like what, but I know that my first movie that I ever saw in movie theaters was Lion King. Um, it was the first movie, and I was distressed. I remember being 5 and distressed because seeing that scene on the big screen for the first like theatrical moment was heartbreaking. Um, and that day also I attached to so many problems because I left my favorite stuffed animal in the movie theater and never got it back. But
oh no.
it was just not the best experience. But I do remember I do like Lion King. But the Scar, I don't know. Like I don't know that he did get redemption.
No.
Like I don't
But is
think
he
so.
worthy of redemption though? Because he took over by bad, like evil means, but he also didn't do anything good.
Yeah.
He
Well,
just
I
like
mean,
destroyed everything.
he did. You know what Scar kind of reminds me of? I think he
Mm.
reminds me of I'm trying to think of I think in Lord of the Rings, there is I want to say it's in Felt like the new one. What's it called? Order the prequel to Lord of the Rings. I'm trying to think. Rings of Power.
Mm.
I don't know if you've seen it,
No, I have
but
not.
Rings of Power, there is the I'm trying to remember his name, but it's not Sauron, which is like a whole nother thing as far as like redeemability goes. If I can remember, it's basically he kind of believes that like the that the creatures that are often dismissed, orcs are,
Hmm.
you know, should have a place to live too, where they're not like prosecuted or things
Yeah.
like that. And so I feel like Scar does that too with the hyenas, where he kind of like embraces them and gives them like a community. Because doesn't he like become kind of the leader of the hyenas in some ways? Um,
Yeah, I feel like we are kind of shown like in that movie we're shown the two extremes, right?
mhm.
Where like Mufasa was kind of like no hyenas, right? And then Scar was like no, screw you, all of the hyenas. And then that didn't work, right? So they had to be like a balance, and I guess that's where Simba came in, and he was more of a balanced there. But can he be redeemed though? Because okay, so what was like was Scar's point to just get rid of his brother and become king, or he just wanted to like become king? I feel like I don't know if we have enough of his background story to like know
We
exactly what
don't,
he wanted.
but we do know that he's the younger brother, and we do know enough about this idea of royalty and how
Yeah,
the older brother in royal settings is treated better, and also given more attention overall,
yeah, yeah.
um, and how they also tend to like uphold these like very virtuous I can just imagine being a younger brother and like being resentful of that and wanting to rebel,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like if you're never going to be able to be the top, the glory, the most like praised one, right? Like why would you go to try to be second? Why don't you just create like a whole new path for yourself? Um, or be in a space that does celebrate you in that way. So he was never going to be the king of the lions or the pride lands, but he could be the king of this space. Um, and I feel like, and that would be like the hyenas and like more of the like the creatures that were pushed out of the pride.
And, you know, too. Not that I think about it, there's a lot of villains out there who essentially are only out there to get revenge for what something that happened to their family, right? So if that situation were to get sort of like, if somebody were to like be responsible or be uh, made to fix the problem, then they wouldn't have become villains, right? Because like I just thinking of like Batman and all his villains. Because one of the things with like Batman, everyone is like, well, if he just kills them, like you, like it'd be fine. They just keep coming back, right?
Yeah.
But then it reminded me of like this one. I think it was in like the Flash or Justice League cartoons. I think where like the Flash took someone to this bar where like all the villains were there, and they were like, yo, just take your meds and you'll be fine. And they're like, oh yeah, I kind of forgot. I think it was like the Riddler or something. Like they're not like evil, but they just needed their meds.
Yeah. They
So
went that direction with Joker, I believe, too.
in like the newer movie.
Yeah, in the newer Joker movie, I feel like they kind of went that direction of the mental health
Mm.
of like his trauma and using humor to cope, like dark humor to cope with it, turning into like something more. And I believe like the newest one with one of the newer ones with Gaga, they explored that even further of like, was he actually a villain, like what he did,
Mhm.
or was it a mental health episode?
Right. Is there a villain that got redeemed, like officially, that you're like, they should not have been redeemed? They needed to go, you know, and be in like a state hospital somewhere or something for like the rest of their life. Like they're just evil.
That's a good question.
Now, I'm gonna ask the audience as well if anybody's watching. I
Yeah.
think there's a few people. Like, is there a villain or a character that you're like, yeah, I don't agree with their redemption? Because okay, now that I'm kind of thinking about it, I'm like Darth Vader. Essentially, he like redeemed
Mm,
himself by like saving Luke or whatever, and I'm like, eh, but then he also killed like a whole bunch of people. You know what I mean? Like, is he like? Did he like? Maybe he like repented or whatever, but he just to be in jail for a bit. I think maybe rest of his life, kind of.
yeah, I think like that question of like who's worthy and who's not is hard. It's about for because like now you have to ask about forgiveness.
Well, no, but I think the way that I'm coming to
Oh,
it,
for
it's
like
more like
legally
justice. Yeah, like more
justice.
like
Yeah,
was there
stone
any
justice.
justice? Yeah,
Oh
because
yeah,
I'm like,
so there's a lot then. I think if we actually used our justice like system, I think like so many of these villains, even if they have gotten redemption, but if there's one specifically, um, this is I don't know if you watch her name's Ketra or Katra from the Princesses of Power.
no.
This is it's part of Shira. It's like the
I watched a few episodes, but not enough to remember.
so Ketra I would say is like kind of one of those where she's like has a very adolescent type, but eventually she does realize what she's doing, and she also does cause a lot of harm just out of spite and
Mm-hmm.
like jealousy and things like that. And but she continuously like it. You know what her arc reminds me of? Sasuke in some way, as
Who's
far
that?
as like from Naruto.
Oh, Sasuke.
Sasuke, yeah, where he's like he's done so much, but like he's done a lot, right?
Yeah, yeah. Because he didn't get like any sort of punishment at all.
No,
Or I mean, I guess in you would say that his punishment was to like be the shadow Hokage or whatever, because he's never at home, like with his family, which presumably he wants to,
but
but
that's
he
like
has
a
to.
gift to him. Like the way that he is, like that distance is like
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't get to see anybody just give him like the eye, you
his
know?
avoidant attachment is so strong that that's like just helping him at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Because now I'm thinking about it, I was like, well, what about like the other like Naruto characters? Did they get any sort of like punishment? I feel like they just kind of were like, yeah, but I'm strong enough to not get punished.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
Orochimaru as well.
Oh yeah, I know he survived.
He's like, first of all, the amount of episodes that we spent with him and his villainous actions that were just like detestable, right? Like
Yeah.
experimenting on people essentially.
And he never
And
stopped. He's still doing it.
he's still doing it, and they gave him a laboratory to do it in, which
Yeah.
is and engage with him on it. He's allowed to just go do his experiments as long as he's like not messing with the village essentially, or like
Yeah.
I would say that's one that I don't think is
Should be
one that
redeemed.
should be redeemed or forgiven. I definitely don't. Every time I watch and he's okay and he's like, still doing what he's doing under their protection in some ways, I'm kind of like,
Because he's technically in house arrest, but he can leave
yeah,
anytime he wants. Like again, he's strong enough to be able to do these things. So they're like, yeah, whatever. I think the one that I'm kind of thinking about is sort of like the younger kiddos, like for example, Azula or Gara, where they were kind of like the product of like somebody pushing them in that direction. And I'm like, from my under, it kind of looked like, I think in the comics where Azula was sort of like in a mental health hospital. She had the the jacket on. I don't know if that was just kind of like to keep her contained so she wouldn't use her bending or whatever. Um, but I haven't kept up with the newest comics or the books. I don't really know like what actually happened to her. But I'm like, okay, well, yeah, she really needed therapy for
yes,
sure.
she definitely did. Um, be part of that too. Obviously it's about her. I think in the comics she actually learns about her mom,
Hmm.
um, and she's still, she's still Azula. Like she has that, but she's not like vying for power as much as she was before.
Well, and I don't think she ever was. I think she just wanted to
Yeah,
be like acknowledged by her dad, right? Because then once like dad was gone and that wasn't like a thing anymore, like and I think we got that episode where they're like in Amber Island and then she's trying to flirt and she's so awkward and like her
my favorite.
idea.
It's one of my favorite episodes.
Like the first few times that I watched it, I was like, it's just it gives me so much cringe. Like I get secondhand cringe just from like her being like, yeah, and then we can take over the world because that's what she was told was like the good thing, right? Or like the best thing that she could do, but it's not. Like she had this very like distorted idea of what people want or what's very valuable, right?
Hmm.
And for her, it was like power because that's what she was told. Because that's what her dad considered. And I think this is why like there was a redemption arc for Zuko, right? Because in your let me bring it back up again. I- He was kind of like anchored in his convictions. No, more like driven by like some purpose, right? But once that purpose was made irrelevant, then he changed. He like he got a new purpose.
Hmm.
And then he was good now, not evil anymore.
Yeah, I think like going back to like Azula, I think she doesn't necessarily get redeemed. Like you said, she ends up getting mental health support.
Mhm.
But like part of that redemption was that she did work to, together. It's a hard thing because she's not put in prison anymore, right? It's not necessarily prison. Like it was kind of a mental health for her own protection type of situation, but it was recognizing that so much of the mental pain and trauma she was going through, like she still didn't process and work through. And in the search, right, with Zuko,
Mhm.
almost made it worse in a lot of ways, was more triggering. Where some people might have found closure in it, she didn't find that. Um, it actually like triggered her.
Yeah, true, true. And it's different for everyone, right? Like I mean when we talk about like just therapy in general, but also like with the villains, like each villain had like a slightly different something that they were fighting for that might have worked, might have not, right? Because I'm thinking about now Killmonger in
Mhm.
Black Panther. Like, he essentially wanted recognition for his people, but he was going about it in this way because that's the way he saw worked, essentially by those who trained him, right?
Yeah.
But he was at that point where he was like, it's this or nothing, because he already saw that he did too much, so he couldn't really go back on it
Oh
anymore.
yeah. Like I've gone too far, right? Like, and this was to fulfill like his father's promise, right?
Hmm. Yeah, because like even what's his face? T'Challa like offered him like, no, like it's cool, like you can just live here and then like we'll help you out and stuff. And then he was like, nah, bruh, like it's too late for me now.
Hmm.
Wait, but the one that you mentioned earlier was Madara, and I was like, wait, how is he redeemable? Because I mean, okay, I understand that he is like, his whole thing is like he just wanted to hang out with his best friend and like get stronger. That's what
Yeah.
he wanted. But like, he created this whole massive ass war for nothing, dude. His friend was dead. He just died and
Gosh, it's so because yes, he went to this is where I see it. It's the function. So one is like, oh, I want to just like like I want to basically destroy the world. Like his intentions was love. He said he wanted a world. Like I'm pretty sure he says, I want a world of only love, and I will create such a world. And like
yeah.
you I feel like there's something in us all that feels that way. If only like it was just love. Like I want it so badly. And I'm just wondering, like he went to extremes
Yeah.
as far as that goes
Well, I
for that love.
well, it kind of makes sense again because it was this whole the character, I guess that was the personality trait of all the Uchiha, that they were just like massively loyal, I guess, in a way. So once they decided on a path, it was that or nothing, right?
Mhm.
And I think the only one that ended up sort of like switching was Sasuke, but then he kind of switched only because he achieved his goal of essentially killing his brother, right?
Yeah. So I feel like with Madara, like, again, a lot of these villains, they do. I feel like the ones that are driven by like purpose, because with the reason I put Aizen where he was and like Dio is because we don't really have any backstory. They just are the way they are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Madara, we have backstory of childhood. Like we know that he experienced childhood trauma, um, and we know that that helped create this worldview of like in his world, like he saw, and it's I think Booney at one of the other actually mentioned this was that watching kids go to war, like being sent
Mm-hmm.
out to be killed, right? So like in Naruto, they're kids,
Kids, yeah.
going out and like he saw like while we see them, oh, these kids are like they empower us and they make us feel like really like um like we can do these things, right? Like we can go out
Mm-hmm.
there, we can fight evil and bad, and they're trained to do that. He saw that as you're training us to go die. And like, I want to be a kid and I want to play with my friends and like get rid of this like war and things like that. And so I feel like his perspective is childlike in a way of like,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to keep all my friends here. We're going to create a peaceful world and I'm going to create this big, like, thing that keeps us all here to play and like have a good time. But it's also I'm gonna take away all your free will because I know you're not no one's gonna listen to me or do that.
Yeah. All right, I wanted to do like a lightning round with you
Mhm.
of like evil villains, because then I'm kind of seeing this pattern, especially with like Disney villains, where it's kind of like most of these are redeemable, and I think it just maybe now because we have the backstory for most of them, like for example for like Cruella de Vil, we have now the new movie, right, like the live action one, where like they show more of her like story. We also have it for Maleficent as well. um but what about Jafar?
Mm. We don't have a backstory for Jafar.
Well, I think there's like a series of books what now he's in there, but I haven't read it, so we just
I
assume we
haven't.
don't. Because
No,
like
like
his whole
popular media does not have like like a thing for Jafar.
yeah. Because I'm like, okay, so for him, so for example, for like Jafar, for I feel like Scar, who's another one? Uh
Ursula.
Hades, maybe.
Hmm.
They just wanted power. Shan Yu as well from Mulan.
Uh-huh. Gaston.
Well, Gaston also needs therapy, but and yeah, I think he is very redeemable, but because I will hope he's very redeemable because his character is very reminiscent of a lot of people we see on social media today.
Yes.
I feel like, yeah. Wait a minute,
Yeah.
hold on a second. I might be biased on this one because her singing number in The Little Mermaid is the best. But what was Ursula's like ultimate power? To just to bring down Triton? Or like
Ursula,
ultimate goal?
I know in like Little Mermaid 2, we know that Ursula has a sister who
Hmm.
also is engaging in various works.
Well, but they were just kind of like they were just sort of like the witch of like the sea or whatever, right?
Yeah, Sea Witch.
Yeah, yeah, and like I mean, people walked in there. Okay, the way that I see it is that they were just scamming people. You know,
Yeah,
like that's not bad. Like, yeah, she should be in jail, but like, was she like evil, evil?
she was. She wanted King Triton's power.
For why? Uh,
She had a strong lust for power and control and to exploit others, right? So like she tricked Ursula so that she could take over. It wasn't just to trick her. It is like it was one spot in her ultimate plan.
I thought because I thought it was more sort of like, oh, if I trick Ariel, then it becomes this a one up Triton who's like an enemy of mine.
No, she wanted and I think at the end she does get it. She gets the Triton, and you see like this big, like her become
Yeah,
like super big. She wanted to seize control of all the seas because Triton controls the seas. So it's a pretty big plan.
true, true.
So
But is there the potential that she was only doing it for the same reason that Mojo Jojo was trying to take over the world
so I believe it's revenge. I think Ursula's story is
for her
revenge.
revenge?
Yeah, that she was banned from the kingdom.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right. Fine.
So she was excommunicated essentially from her community,
Yeah.
and as punishment, not allowed to like be a part of it. So if King Triton rules over the seas and she's not allowed to be a part of the sea, she's kind of like left to this small corner of the sea where she's trying to survive and like manipulating people, exploiting them for that reason.
It's sort of interesting because in a lot of these characters we see like the one thing that made them sort of like turn around, right? Because they wanted attention, because or recognition, or like they just wanted to be part of the community. Because we see the same thing with like what's the one syndrome, right? From The Incredibles. Like same thing, like that's really all he wanted. Chick Hicks from Cars. Also, like he just wanted like to be cool or whatever, right? But then we have what would you say about Dr. Facilier? Because
Hmm.
he was so like his was mainly survival, right? Like he just wanted to survive. Because he needed to get the souls for the his friends on the other side, or the
Yeah, like
ones that he
he's
could
kind
keep.
of the idea of like I know that he's supposed to be like more of like the shaman side. He's like a wizard, right? Like so wizards make a dark
Hmm.
pact for power, and but they have to uphold the bidding of whatever gives them that power, essentially. It's kind of like a I think that that's the same for his kind of arc too, right? Where he
Hmm.
made a dark pact and now he
Yeah.
has to.
Wait, have you seen Over the Garden Wall?
I know that you recently did it. I've watched some of it, but I had never finished it.
Oh, I highly recommend. It just gets so much better. Because, like, yeah, it's been on my to watch list, and
I
then my
think it
friend
was
made me watch
because I
it.
didn't have the streaming service in Hulu. Like I
Oh, okay.
lost it. I started to watch it, then I lost Hulu, and because I was paying
Like,
for these
forgot
other
about it.
ones,
Yeah.
I forgot to come back to it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's really good, and I think one of the main sort of like evil villains there is very similar to Dr. Facilier, where like it's more of like a survival thing, and once that survival thing gets taken away, then they're like, all right, cool, we're good. We're actually a
Thank
good
you.
person.
You helped me eliminate that like thing that was bothering me, you know.
Yeah,
Like that's
yeah.
kind of how I see it.
I think when we were talking about earlier about who was it? Uh, wait, I love him. How could I forget? Um, from the Lion King.
Scar.
Yeah, Scar.
Yeah.
Um, he also reminds me very much of like Hades, and who's the other one? Oh, Hans from because they're kind of like just like the younger siblings that got like they're just trying to like make their way. So if they were given sort of like recognition, I would like to see or to think that they would be much better people and not
Yeah.
just evil. What
Like,
about Isma?
yeah. That one to me is funny. Like I feel like
Like she's the bottom of the thing, like that, just mischievous and
uh-huh.
chaotic kind of. Yeah.
I feel like that one's hard because like technically Cusco was kind of like in my eyes like a villain.
Okay, share.
Right?
Let's
Like
see, let's
he's
see.
like this pompous, like I don't know, like this emperor who's just super entitled
Mm-hmm,
and
mm-hmm.
has no connection, and he's ruling, right? And he's like doesn't he's not very intelligent, like as far as things like he
Yes,
just
like
likes
zero training on how to
he has
actually be an
zero
emperor.
training.
Yeah.
He's not intelligent. He's completely gullible as well. Like there's just
Mm-hmm.
so much, and he's like he just likes the finer things. Like he wants to rule just because he likes nice things. Like that's pretty much.
Well,
Um,
that's the same for Isma. I mean, she has a lot more training and stuff, but I think she just wants more power, to be like legitimately hers, just because she wants the power. I think.
yeah,
I,
I wonder. Like I have to like. It's been a while since I've watched it, but I'm trying to think. Like she seemed like she was so annoyed with him. Like, that was kind of
well, I think, yeah, yeah. Wait, that reminds me. I watched this movie like for Christmas with my brother, and like it was just so funny because there was this like aunt that was actually kind of evil to the kid, and the kid was like, I need to go find my dad or whatever, and like like the aunt would like never give him food, and he's like, I'm hungry, and he's like, well, we have no food, and then he's like, but you're eating my breakfast, and then she's like, yeah, but I'm not happy about it. Like that's kind of like how I see like Isma treating like what's his face, Cusco, because he was just like an entitled like child, right? But like he also had the power to like fire her, because like there was this one scene where like she was pretending to be emperor, and then Cusco was like, hey, what you doing? And like he was just kind of like, whatever, like just get off my seat, right? And then Isma's like, oh, I'm so sorry, like, I was just cleaning it for you or whatever, because like there was that power, and then
yeah.
yeah.
You threw off my groove. Privileged. Agreed. Yeah,
Yes,
it's
yes.
all the comments. I feel like she's one that I would legally represent if we're playing that game, and that is because like when we think about Yzma, she raised him. Like we know that
Yeah.
she raised him, and can you imagine if he was like that as an adult? Like what kind of kid he was, and she had no choice but to like try to parent him and like raise him, and then he fires her because she's ugly
And old, yeah.
and old. Like, I don't know. I think that if that happened to me, I'd put in all this work, and then like now you actually come to power and you throw me away, like, and don't give me a place in it, like
Uh-huh.
a role of some sort, or like show you as to be someone who can contribute or be meaningful. Um, I just would feel so like that would feel awful. So I feel like I'd represent her because I'd be like, I think if she was given like more of a purpose, wasn't stuck raising this like really privileged kid
Who's like so annoying too.
who treated her horribly,
Yeah.
and then was given all this power, like I would probably be like, F the system too, and like let's bring it all down, and I need to rule this thing, you know.
Wait, I have so many questions I want to ask you. Okay, so what are there any other characters that you're like, technically they're not really officially the villain, but they were kind of like secretly villainous in what they were doing, but they never really earned the title of villain.
The secret villains. That's a hard one.
Because like when you said Cusco, I was like, wait, what? And then I'm like, no, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Like the ones that should be. Yeah, I would say. I feel like another person that's like Cusco, I feel like they took Cusco's kind of character and they also put it in Legend of Korra. And I don't know if you've seen that yet, but Prince Wu is kind of like that.
He's so incompetent.
Yes, like he starts laughing. Like later on, he redeems himself, but he's kind of just like the annoying, really privileged,
Well,
who
I
was
mean,
given power.
yeah, but his redemption was him going off with like Bosco to like whatever, and I'm like,
Like, contributing something. That's his
yeah, like dude,
redemption.
you were just like, oh, this situation sucks. I'm a peace out now. Like somebody else, deal with it
I
for
don't want to
me.
rule this anymore. It's not
Yeah, yeah.
the ship's going down. I'm not going down with it. Like kind of.
So because the other ones that come to mind now, I'm like, so for example, like Black Widow, she essentially was raised by like the people who ran the Red Room to be sort of like a spy, and then I don't think she ever did sort of like a stint in prison or anything like that, because she just moved to like a different organization and then she died. So like, would you sort of like essentially consider her a villain or a victim? Like, could she be redeemed, or does she needs to be in jail for some of the things that she did?
It's hard because I feel like that the Marvel universe too, like if you have, and that's a huge whole nother tangent, but like if you have like some sort of power or contribution, we see so many movies who are so willing to let these criminals out because the people that are in those positions aren't competent enough to do what they would do.
Yeah.
Right?
Incompetence is the real villain here, is what we're
Incompetence is
learning.
the real villain, right? And so it's like some
Yeah.
of these villains, like we can say what we want, but they're very competent in their villainy. Like they
Yes.
and so like we see like all this like, FBI shows and stuff. They're like, oh, I'll let you out because you're pretty much a master at what you do, and if you
Mhm.
help us do this, you now have anonymity, or like you can go free. And I feel like that's kind of her situation too. Of, like
Mhm.
they find her so helpful in bringing down bigger threats that like it's okay to allow some of those things to go.
The other one I don't know very much about. From the little I know, he's not necessarily evil, is Doctor Doom,
Mm,
where he, because from my understanding, because you know how he created like his own country or whatever in the Marvel
yeah,
universe. Yeah, like it's actually like a really good place to live, is what I understand. Like he's actually like a good country leader dude.
it's like
He's just also like as his side gig, he's also doing villainous things he shouldn't be doing.
then like yeah, that's another question, like villain versus anti-hero.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. I was having so
Yeah,
much fun, I totally forgot.
yeah,
We have another guest right after.
no problem.
So,
Anytime.
so okay, here's the thing. I now you have given me this idea of I really do want to contact like a bunch of other like mental health providers and be like, you be a lawyer to whatever character, and then you come over here and then you present your argument and we'll decide. So I think it would be like a fun thing for us to do. And we still have a bunch of other like panels that are like in the back burner for now, but eventually you'll come back. So this isn't the last time,
Thank you
people
so
from the
much.
Psychology for Geeks community will see you. But if anybody in the meantime wanted to reach out to you or work with you, like where can they find you?
So you could look up Jasmine Dragon Counseling. Um, and so Jasmine Dragon Counseling LLC, or you can I'm on Instagram too. So like you can DM me there if you want to collaborate on anything. And that one is Jasmine Dragon dot counseling. And so those are good places.
Yay. All right. Well, thank you so much for doing this last minute thing and geeking out with me about villains and stuff. And for spending so much time on this sort of like pyramid thing. Is so cool. You should like copyright it or something. Eventually people will use it or something. You can sell it. Well, not sell it, but like just make sure that it's your creation. It's a really good way of like teaching, like, I guess, writers about, like, villainous, like evil people being villains, and how you create a really good villain that's really hard to take down. Because I feel like a lot of the times it's just kind of like a copy and paste. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, bye. Have a good rest of stream.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Bye.
And I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Bye. All right, guys. We did. I mean, technically, I had planned on doing this other thing, the game, and then we're gonna have a special guest, but the game didn't work out. So we had um, Sierra join us today, but then we do have somebody who was already scheduled to join us, and I'm very excited for this because technically this is the first time I am meeting her. I'm just gonna wait a few more minutes until they are ready. Are you good to go? All right, awesome. I'm gonna add you. Once I click on it, you'll be live. There you go. Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I was like, I just realized that I have never actually met you
know.
before, and I was like, well, it's nice to meet you, or at least see you via
you. Yeah.
video. So I don't have anything really like planned for today, like no solid like questions that I'll be asking you or anything like that. The whole idea is just for everybody to come in and sort of talk a little bit about whatever expertise they have. So if you have something you would like to talk about, we can definitely start off with that. If you don't really have anything, then we'll just sort of like see how it goes. Before that, would you like to introduce yourself? Yes, yes.
So I'm Ashley Rogers. I'm here with Phoenix Performance Coaching. I'm a fitness, nutrition, and mobility specialist as well. So we do virtual fitness and nutrition coaching.
What's a mobility expert?
So any kind of joint pain that you have, any kind of injuries, if you want to be more flexible, gain more strength within the range of motion you have. So my specialty, I work outside of Phoenix Performance as well, is in people with hypermobility. I might have a 4-year-old run in at some point, just a warning.
No worries.
So my specialty is joint hypermobility. But in perspective with Phoenix Performance Coaching, we have a lot of gamers, we have a lot of IT techs, we have a lot of people that come to us with pain because they are sitting at a computer all day, or sitting at a desk all day. So there's a lot of lower back pain, hip pain, knee pain, shoulders and neck from kind of being rotated like this all day.
What?
Yeah. So
never experienced any of that.
As part of the coaching, we do nutrition and strength plans, but I also do personalized mobility based off of people's needs. And for people who sit at a desk all day, it's a lot of hips and lower back.
Well, now I have all of the questions for you, actually.
I should hopefully have some answers for you.
So yesterday was sort of like, because usually I just play games on my phone because it's a lot easier and more convenient for me than, like, because for my job I have to sit in the computer. So I'm like, I don't want to sit here and play games um, anymore. So I was playing a game yesterday and it was very much like mouse heavy, and then I realized, like, I knew that my whole setup wasn't the best because the chair is a little too low and that's the highest it goes, right? um and then so but yesterday I really noticed like that my elbow was like actually like hurting now because it's not at a good angle, and I was like, oh, I have to, like, look into that. But I just, what I wanted actually, and I don't know if this is something that you guys do as well, is just talking about how you can do a better setup that's more like ergonomic.
Yeah. So my big thing is, there's no one perfect solution because everybody's body is different. We have
Mm-hmm.
different limb lengths, different heights,
Mm-hmm.
different everything, different joint angles. I think the most important thing to do is to continue moving as much as you can. I mean, you'll see, like, I'm sitting like this probably most of the time. Like in a cross like
That's
this.
me too.
Yeah. um but we have something. So I'm a functional range conditioning mobility specialist, and
Mm-hmm.
what we do there are, they're called joint controlled articular rotations. It's just a fancy name for like a joint circle.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do it with any joint in your body. So for instance, like a shoulder car would be slowly coming around the whole mobility of your shoulder. So I will do these at my desk because being a virtual coach, I am at the desk a lot as
Mm-hmm.
well. Um, you can do those with your hips, with your wrists, with your feet, with your knees. As far as setups go, I am a huge fan of the standing desk with a walking pad underneath.
Mm-hmm.
I think being upright as much as you can be, because what happens is we get into this position a lot where we have that
Mm.
shoulder
Yeah, like the hunched, yeah.
internal rotation, spine flexion, your neck is down. So just being in a position where you're more upright and switching positions. So shifting from one side to the other, maybe kneeling or standing. If you're not, obviously, if you're on the walking pad, you're going to be standing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I love if you are sitting, I will always have something to elevate my laptop with.
Mm.
And then making sure that my wrists are neutral when I'm typing. So even if that means getting something that kind of elevates my keypad instead of being like this a lot, this is gonna put like doing this.
Mm.
Same with like your mouse. Just trying to like move your body out of, if you're in one place for a really long time, just trying to move your body into different positions.
So I know there's a lot of like tech out there, because like the mouse that I have is like this fancy sort of like gaming mouse that like allows me to put like my hand like that, and it's a lot more comfortable than like the previous one that I have. And then they have like, like the little mouse pads with like the butt.
Yes.
Yeah. So like, but at this point I'm sort of like just buying things without really like understanding anything about what the position my body
Yeah.
should actually be in. So what would you recommend be sort of like the first steps of us like figuring out how that works?
Yeah, just figuring out what height or position you need things in to keep your body at a more neutral joint angle, right? So if this is a neutral joint angle for your wrist, you're going to want your mouse to be, in a position where you can have your wrist neutral, that you're not also like out of place in your shoulder and your elbow, right? So maybe that means you need something to lift the desk a bit, or just something to put underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
Play around with different chairs, obviously, that you can play. And when you're on your mouse, you're not in this position or like cranked up to try to get it, because that spine flexion and extension,
Mm-hmm.
it's good to move through those ranges of motion. We should flex and extend our spine, but to stay in that one position for a really long time can cause a lot of pain and immobility as well. So I guess when you're looking at setups, you want go by your desk height first, and then find things that can put you into a more upright and neutral position.
I saw this thing online where it was like technically the what's the neutral position for our head or like our neck? Because
So
then I
that
saw
was
somebody said that it's supposed to be this. Oh wait, sorry.
I was looking away. Sorry.
That's okay, me too. And because I saw, and the way that they did it is that your computer screen is actually supposed to be lower because we're supposed to have our head like this, like more like tilted down. And I'm like, that doesn't sound right.
It's that because when that tilts down, like you can feel when you tilt your head down that your shoulders also kind of rotate forward.
Yeah.
So it should be up but not cranked up like this, but you do want it slightly back a bit like this, up and back. And this helps create neutrality in our neck, but then also in the shoulders, not making them roll forward or backward, which as you can feel like when you do that, your whole spine moves as well. And then again, just like you can do neck circles like every couple minutes, just to kind of keep nutrients flowing to those joints and making sure you're not getting super stiff.
Okay. Okay. So everything has to be more of a neutral position.
So your
Yeah.
setup should allow you to stay, like if you're going to stay for a long period of time in one position, you want one that's not going to be causing you to be hunched forward all the time. But I mean, if you want to take it a step better than that, it would be to have a setup where you can move, right? So maybe you have a like one of those chairs that are like bouncy balls also,
Yeah.
so that you're kind of going into different positions. I've also seen these really cool chairs, and I really want one that has like a little ledge right under it that allows you to put your feet like in a cross-legged
Yeah.
style. Yeah, I want that so bad. Because that allows you to play with like where your legs are as well. Because I do know like I can curl up into this chair into a ball, but there are some tall people out there who cannot.
The other thing too, because I was thinking about like, well, for the most part, because of my job, people only see me from here up, right? Because they just really need to see my face
Yeah.
and hear my voice when I'm working with them. But for example, if it's someone who is in a more professional environment, because right now, just like you, I'm like crisscross applesauce on my
Yeah.
chair. I can't do that when I'm at my job,
Sure.
right? Like I need sort of like an office, more professional environment. So like in these situations, like what would you recommend then?
So when you have a more like client facing,
Mm-hmm. Like is there like a more like a better way to sit, or like specific like couches or sofas for people to like avoid or just be aware of?
I don't think so. Like I said, it's more about not sitting in the same position for a long period of time. And then maybe if you have time in between clients or in between patients, I have my clients do some mobility work that they can do just right there from their chair as well, to just
Mm,
keep their body and their joints moving. And there's a lot of mobility stuff out there that people will spend tons and tons of money on, but at the
mhm.
end of the day, it more comes down to just moving when you can and where you can. Understanding that if you're sharing an office too, it can't be a lot of like obnoxious and weird movements.
True. I just can be doing downward dog, like in the
Yeah.
middle of the office.
That's
Yeah,
why my office is at home.
yeah. um. Okay. Okay. Well, I just sort of like totally like went
No,
off on
you're
this thing because
fine.
I was
Go
interested
ahead,
in it.
Mom.
So this is like more the mobility side. Do they want
Yes.
to
I
say
also
hello?
keep a
Oh,
resistance band at my desk at all times.
what's that for?
So with this, it creates tension. You can just apply load to anything. Sometimes when I'm getting a really bad like neck ache,
Uh-huh.
you can just kind of, I know this looks funny. This is the obnoxious weird stuff I'm talking about. Like kind of, so if I'm pulling my head this way, pushing against it to try to get strength in my neck and
Oh,
mobility in my
okay.
neck. So this is great for people who are sitting a lot too, just to add some load when working their neck too. That's something like we work out, and there are specific muscles that we focus on a lot in the fitness world, right? Like everybody works their biceps, they work their core, they work those like quote unquote glamour muscles. But I think we
Mm-hmm.
forget a lot that like we need to be working our necks. It holds up our heavy heads all day, and then we put headphones on it.
Right.
We put
Oh,
our
yeah.
fingers, our wrists, like all of that stuff you can work. And that's why I just love resistance bands, because it allows you to put load like on anything basically just while you're sitting at the desk.
Wow.
And they're
Now I,
cheap.
I feel
They're
like now I have to
inexpensive.
rethink like my whole entire life now. Like,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, mobility that I give for people that are sitting for long periods of time is going to look very different from, like people who have a more active job and may have lower back pain, but it's not, it's where is that lower back pain coming from, right? Is it because you're sitting for too long? Is it because you're lifting things wrong at your other job?
mhm.
So that's why the individualization of our programs is so important, because it's not just these general like here's a mobility routine. It's
Mhm.
what do you do? What position is your body in all day? And everything is individualized based off of that.
So is I'm guessing then it's like a similar way when somebody comes in, just not necessarily for mobility, but more for like fitness.
Mhm. Yep. So everything is individualized based on a person's goals. I'm going to work mobility in with everybody, even if it's just a warm up before their strength plan or their cardio or whatever they're doing. But then we have some people who want more mobility strengthening. We have a client who's also a rock climber. So, like, he's a gamer and a rock climber. So,
Mhm.
his mobility is going to be more rock climbing specific, like working on
Mhm.
hands and ankles and knees and stuff. And then strength is blocked and created for what your goals are, where you are currently, where you want to be.
Are
Same
you
with nutrition.
I no man, I haven't no, I have even more questions. Okay, okay, okay. We have an hour. We have to fit it all in right now. Okay, okay. So are you open to doing sort of like workshops and stuff? Or is that something that you do as part of your jobs?
So we're not doing workshops currently, but I'm always open to doing workshops, whether it's you know, fitness and mental health. I'm a women's coaching specialist. So like women's issues. So I work with a lot of people with PCOS, thyroid, endometriosis, that kind of stuff. Um so women's health is a big passion of mine. Like mobility and menopause, like those are the kinds of things that go really well together. But I know Jordan, which happy birthday, Jordan. It's Jordan's birthday today,
Oh
the owner of
yeah.
Geeks Performance.
That's why he couldn't come. Just stitch
Yeah,
me.
yeah. I think he's like bowling right now, or something really cool for.
While we're here
um,
working.
right. Um, so yeah, but we're like we would love to do virtual workshops.
Well,
The possibilities
yes.
are endless.
Yeah, no, because just thinking about like, okay, listen, like I'm a visual person, like I
Sure.
can Google like certain things and stuff like that, but there is nothing. Like I would just rather like ask a person because somehow
Yeah,
that stays in my head. You know, if I'm talking to someone or if I'm seeing someone do something, then that's I don't know, more
I
brain
no,
things are
I
activated and
get
that helps me remember. So
it.
like even if we were just to do one where we talk about like how to do your like desk setup and like some basic exercises for us to do like throughout the day, like in
Yeah.
preparation of like sitting on our desk or like afterwards, that would be so great.
Yeah, no, I could absolutely do that. And then
Yeah.
just like little things to have at your desk at all times. Like I have my band. I have
Hmm.
my that big orange stick in the background if you're allowed to bring that, if you're allowed to walk in with a big like monk staff. Like,
Yeah.
What else do I have around here? I think my 4-year-old has taken a bunch of stuff out of my office. But
Okay. All right. Wait. We have to save that really cool stuff for the workshops
okay,
later.
okay.
So, but you have like so many cool jobs, and I'm like, wait, who do I ask
I
first?
do a lot. I wear many hats.
Yeah, which is perfect for me because then I can just be like, Ashley, I need like 20 different kinds of
Yeah.
workshops, and you're like, all right, I'm qualified to
I
do
got
all
it.
of
I
them.
got it. I can do it all.
Yeah. So, wait, actually, before we get into that, I'm just curious. Like, how did you get into sort of like this side of like the health field? How did you get
Yeah, so
interested
it
in
was
it?
a journey. I grew up, my dad's military, so he's always super fit, and my mom is a personal trainer still. So I grew up with
Mm,
her as a personal trainer. Went to
mhm,
college, got my degree in exercise science, pre-med. I wanted to go
mhm,
to medical school and be an orthopedic surgeon. So I was always really fascinated with that side. But then my last semester of college, I decided I didn't actually want to go to medical school because I had anxiety enough as it was.
mhm.
Um, and then, I got pregnant 3 weeks after graduating college, with our first. So we had kids really young. And I actually taught gymnastics for 7 years,
Ooh.
after that.
Mhm.
And then when I was 27, I herniated, my L4, L5 in my spine.
Ooh.
And I did gymnastics and I did circus arts and I did like a bunch of stuff that required my spine to be super mobile and me to be mobile. And all of a sudden, like, you go into the walk-in ortho clinic and they're like, well, we're sending you to a spine specialist. And they wanted to do a spinal fusion at 27 years old. Yeah,
Mhm.
fusing my lower three vertebrae. And
Yeah.
I luckily at that time knew enough to say no. I was like, I'll try PT, but then I lived for like 7 years and in extreme pain.
Mm,
During that time, like I was coaching fitness, I was still lifting.
mhm,
Um, and then a year and a half ago, I was in a business mentorship, and one of the other coaches did something called functional range conditioning. I had no idea what that was, like, no idea. And
mhm.
he messaged me and he's like, I can fix your back, right? And I just started laughing. And I was like, I have been to spinal surgeons, PTs, chiropractors, pain specialists, acupuncturists for 7 years. Why do you think you can fix my back? He's
Good
like,
job. Good job. Yeah.
just let me try. And within 5 weeks of starting with him, I was, back in my aerial hoop, like doing circus stuff. And by the end of my first 12 weeks with him, I didn't have back pain anymore. So I was like, well, now I have to go study this stuff. So I can do this for other people. So I flew out
Yeah.
to Texas. I'm in
Uh-huh.
Orlando, by the way. I should have said that in the beginning.
Where?
Orlando. I'm about 10 minutes from Disney World.
Uh, everyone that I'm like, yeah, you're so cool. I should invite you. You're like on the like literally on the
I
other side of the
know,
states.
I know. So I started studying functional range conditioning, became a mobility specialist, and that became my big passion, was helping people get out of pain so that they can do the things that they love to do. Um, so it's really interesting because, a year and a half ago, I never would have thought that I was, specializing in mobility because I did women's nutrition and fitness.
Mhm,
Um, but I don't think any of them go without the other. I think a really good plan includes mobility, nutrition, and exercise. 'Cause how many like super, super jacked bodybuilders have you seen that also don't have pain and have range of motion, right? They're typically like all locked up
mhm.
and so I think the mobility
Yeah.
is that missing aspect of it.
Wow. Okay. What about nutrition? Like, well, yes, I think intellectually I understand that nutrition, especially if you're thinking about like losing weight, which is I'm guessing the reason most people sort of like reach out for fitness and stuff.
Yes.
Um, uh, because I'm like, wait, I have talked to Jordan about this before. I need a better question. Uh, than before. So Do you do sort of like a detailed plan for people that you're working with in fitness, or like how does that work, like being a nutritional sort of coach?
Yeah. So again, I hate like that all of my answers are it depends.
No, same. Same with
But
therapist. That's
oh,
all
okay, yeah,
answers
I
as
know.
well. Yeah.
Well, it depends. Um, I've worked because I work with a lot of women, and I'm not going to say that men don't have eating disorders, right?
Hmm.
But it is much more prevalent in females. So I do a pretty thorough intake looking at what people's relationship with nutrition has been in the past,
Hmm.
because there's a lot of emotion that's attached to food and weight and numbers, right?
Hmm.
And for some people, it can be, if they've had an eating disorder in the past, counting calories can be a very big trigger for them. And that is the last thing that I want, is to add more stress to somebody's life. So I do a pretty thorough intake, obviously staying within my scope. And if somebody has an active eating disorder, that's usually okay. Let's get you with a therapist, or
Hmm.
I'm a huge proponent of working with a system of professionals. Um, if they've never had a problem before and they're just like, no, I'm good counting calories, it's the most optimal way to do it, but it's not the only way to do it.
Hmm.
My goal, I kind of look at nutrition coaching like parenting.
Hmm.
My goal is to get you to a point that you don't need me anymore, right? That you can do
Hmm.
these
Yeah.
things on your own. If I give you a meal plan, you're going to lose weight. But then once you're off that meal plan, you don't really know how to do it for yourself.
Right.
And you're reliant on me, and I don't want that. Like, I want people to feel like Jordan and I talk about all the time, is like, you should be and feel like the main character in your life, right? We call it like
Hmm.
NPC energy with
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
like, yeah, I'm sure you've talked to Jordan about that before. Like, so what does that mean nutrition wise, being the main character in your life? That means like you can eat things without feeling guilty, right? You can feel in control of your nutrition, and you know how to do it on your own. And for some people that takes 12 weeks, for some people that
Hmm.
takes years, right? Depending on what their history is like.
Hmm.
Um my favorite thing to do for somebody who has a lot of weight to lose, or has had issues counting calories in the past, is I use the precision nutrition approach, which is based off of portion sizes and your palm. So, like, one palm size is a serving of protein. That's
Hmm.
pretty easy for everybody, right? And if you
Hmm.
think about it, like, a really big guy is going to need more protein than me, but he's going to have a much bigger hand. So his serving of protein is going to be bigger, right?
Hmm.
Um, a cupped palm is carbs. That's one serving of carbs. And then I just kind of tell them, like, this is about how many grams of protein or servings of protein you should have per day. I'm not as worried about carbs and fat, especially in the beginning. And then we have green light, yellow light, and red light foods, where I just give them a list of foods. Green light is, try to get the majority of your food from these things. It's typically, like whole, minimally processed foods. Nope, I
Hmm.
gave myself a thumbs up there. Um, the yellow light are, eat some of these things, maybe like yogurt that has a little bit of added sugar in it. And then red light is, eat minimal. I never have any foods like you cannot eat, because when you restrict, that typically leads to more issues.
Right.
Um, and I don't believe in, food morality. Like, there's no good or bad foods. Food is food, energy is energy. Um, but from a calorie and nutrition standpoint, eating fried chicken for every single meal, every single day, that's just eating red light foods. You can have fried chicken. Make sure you're eating a lot of these green light foods as well. So I take a much more visual approach to it, is what I like to do.
That's fantastic, because that will work wonders with me, I think, because it's better like for me to have like my visuals, because like um there was something that I think when I first interviewed Jordan, he mentioned something along the lines of like, well, if you're gonna have like a bag of chips or something, like just make sure that you're eating like a side of veggies. And then like now I think about that all the time. Do I do it
Yeah,
often? And no, not really. But then I think
it's,
about it,
it's
right?
what
And
I
then I'm like,
it's what I tell my clients is be a pencil, not an eraser, right? Don't erase things out, add things in. And it's what I tell my kids
yeah, yeah,
too.
yeah,
They're like, I want a bag of chips. Okay, can you eat a piece of fruit with it too, please? Just so
yeah.
that they're getting the nutrients that they need and understanding that like there's no bad foods.
Hmm. And but so when I think about like earlier today I was talking to someone else and we are talking about like gut health and like sort of like our belief in like food and stuff like that, like where it comes from. And then I was like, well, when I think about like eating healthier foods or like because I'm a fan of like including things or adding things, because if you tell me like you can't have that, then I immediately
You're just
rebel and
gonna
I'm
think
like I'm
about it.
just gonna eat more of it.
You're just
Yeah.
gonna think about it all the time.
Yeah, yeah. So then I was like, okay, well, I just want to eat like more of a variety of foods, right? And then I'm like, yeah, okay, well, what should I have for breakfast? And I'm like, cereal, pancakes, eggs. And then I cannot think of anything else that I can have for breakfast, right? Like this is just sort of like seems to be like the staples of things. And then I go online and they were like, oh yeah, I could do this. And then I do it for like a day or two and I totally forget all the ingredients because my mind doesn't keep track of anything. So I have like visual things and I was considering, I was like even just thinking about um like 'cause for my ADHD brain, when I think I'm like, okay, I want a snack and I think, well, I want something healthier, but then I'm like, I can't think of anything, and then I just get mad, and then I'm just like mad because I can't have a snack, or like I don't have anything like healthier that I want to eat, right? And then I'm like, there is ways for me to use the ingredients I already have, like the carrots and the celery and stuff like that, which would be delicious and great snacks. I just forget that that's a possibility. So
Yeah.
yeah, having that visual list would be like fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of making food ahead of time. And I think people get
Mhm.
really, really overwhelmed with the term meal prep because we
Yeah.
do have, just as humans, and I'm sure you find this in your field too, we have black and white and all or nothing thinking, right? Like it's either I'm prepping all of my meals or I'm prepping none of them, right? So
Mhm.
for me, like I'm okay eating the same thing for breakfast every day. That doesn't bother me. I want a different dinner every night. Like I'm not a huge fan of eating the same thing for dinner all the time. But
Mhm.
like I will maybe on a Sunday prep ahead like breakfast burritos, freeze them, put them in the microwave or the air fryer in the morning. You can do overnight oats in the crock pot, like a week's worth, and then just put them into Tupperware containers in individual servings for the week. So
Mhm.
then, and it's so much off of your mental load too, because it's overwhelming when we have jobs, we have family, we have, personal interests and whatnot, and that mental load of not just what am I going to eat, but what can I eat that's good for me takes up a lot of space.
Mhm. Mhm.
And then again, then there's those feelings attached to it. Like, uh, I wanted to be good today, but I ate an ice cream and I was bad. And those are like forbidden words for my clients. They're not
Mhm.
allowed to say I was bad
Mhm.
because I ate a cheeseburger or something. I'm like, food, what you eat does not define your morality as a person.
Mhm.
We can make good choices, we can make bad choices, just like I tell my kids all the time. um but there's like that spiral. There's a very big psychological aspect to it of I didn't eat what I was supposed to that was healthy, so I'm a failure, and it just kind of spirals from there. So having things kind of prepped ahead of time prevents that spiral from happening.
Yeah, and then it becomes more about other stuff, right? Like I knew it. Like my dad always told me I was a loser. So like this
Oh
is
yeah.
only like another reason where I'm a loser. I've also heard a lot of people be like, well, I broke my diet or whatever, so I might
I'm
as well
just
just
gonna
like
eat
binge
whatever
on
I want.
everything else. Yeah.
I'll start on Monday, but it's Tuesday. You're gonna wait a whole
Yeah,
week.
yeah, I'm just gonna wait again. Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
something that I go through with clients when I take them on too. It's challenging their negative core beliefs, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have these core beliefs, whether we're aware of our core beliefs or not. These are beliefs that we have about ourselves, that we've had typically since childhood. So, I'll ask questions like, what what is your relationship with the scale like, or like, what were you told about bodies when you were younger?
Mm-hmm.
And it's typically that, like, oh, well, I was always praised when I lost weight. Like, my mom always talked about how this, like, she's excited because the scale went down. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like, okay, so what did that make you believe? That I will be happier if I'm thinner.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to like get get to that point where you can say that negative core belief out loud, and then we challenge it. Like, do we have data to back that up? Are
Mm-hmm.
you happier when you're skinnier? Is that true? Are you more lovable when you're skinnier? Is that true? Because I guarantee you that everybody that loves you doesn't care if you're skinny or not, right? And if they do,
Yeah.
they should probably not be
N-
in your
n-
life.
yeah. Right. Right. Exactly.
So challenging like, there's just such a huge psychological aspect to food, which is why this was the very long way of answering your question of like, if I do, like, dedicated meal plans, it's because I wish it were that simple, but there's just so many different aspects to nutrition that need to be addressed.
I think this is why I like connected with Jordan so fast because very similar things that
Right.
that you're saying now, and I'm like, oh wait, that kind of makes sense because I think the one thing that I would like to say is that everything is so connected, right? Like mental health, fitness,
Yeah.
nutrition, it's all connected. However, most of the time we don't really have one person that is an expert in all of them, because
Correct.
in therapy I often say, hey, you should, or exercise is good for you, or like, do you have a fitness routine that you do? No, have more of that, right? And that's sort of like the extent of my advice when it comes to that,
Yeah.
right? And it sounds like you do something similar where you're like, okay, let's work on sort of like reframing some of these thoughts. But if you are they wanting more like trauma work, or like figuring out like exactly where they come from and changing that, then it's sort of like that would be like a
Yeah.
therapist that does
And
that. But
it's so hard now then once we get into the world of depression and anxiety and like, so I'm okay openly talking about this. I was actually inpatient psychiatric in July.
hmm
Um and when I was released, everything just felt like too much work, right? Like,
hmm
even to just go, like to go work out, you're expecting yourself to do workouts like you were doing before,
hmm hmm
but that's not the reality at that point,
hmm
right? Like, when you're just starting therapy or you're just starting new meds, or like, it's giving yourself grace too, of like, well, why don't we just walk for 5 minutes? Like, let's meet you where you're at.
hmm
You don't need to hop into a 5-day a week, workout plan. Like,
hmm
where are you right now? And what can we do that is like, we talk about, Jordan and I will talk about BAMs, or the bare ass minimums. Like, what is the bare ass you're gonna drink water today
hmm
and eat a fruit. That's great. Like, let's build off of that.
hmm hmm
So I personally know that mental health aspect of it. Obviously, I'm not a therapist or a psychiatrist, which is why I value having them in my pocket to send people to, because I think it is all just, they all need to go together.
hmm yeah, I think the more I want to, like, I strive to become like a better therapist, the more I found out I was like, one, I know nothing. And it is everything. It depends on like the client, depends on their environment,
Mm.
depends on like how much they're willing to do or are able to do, right? Because I think when, especially when we're in school, we always get that, well, okay, so this is the treatment for depression or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, but sometimes financial situation prevents people
Sure.
from actually doing that. Sometimes it's their lifestyle that just does not allow for them to be able to take a week off and rest.
Not if you're living in
Just
the
do it.
US.
Yeah. So it just, a lot of things becomes like super super complicated. And I think the other thing, and why I love like having like chatting with people, and like it's not really necessarily promoting, but more like encouraging other people to like check out like the interviews and stuff that we do, is because like all of the things that I had, like all the questions, you were like, yeah, no, but that's it doesn't work that way. And here's a better tip. And I'm like, oh, because yeah, just anything. I was like, meal prep. I was like, yeah, just even thinking about meal prep, I'm like, I don't wanna. Like, it's
Like,
just too tiring. Like just
no.
thinking about like the mountain of dishes I will have to, do and stuff, right? But like that's why it's so essential to have a community, right?
Yes.
And again, a community doesn't necessarily have to always be like friends and family. It's great, but a community can also be a fitness coach. It can be a nutritionist expert, or doctor or psychiatrist and stuff, because everyone understands life in a like or wellness in a slightly different way, but we need all of them to combine it into one thing,
Yes.
um to be able to achieve maximum wellness, I guess.
Yeah, and that's why like in my network I always want to have a psychiatrist, a therapist, an OBGYN, because I get so many women who come to me that are man, like I've never been able to lose weight. I have like they're basically describing symptoms of PCOS to me. Like I have depression, I have, pain with my menstrual cycle, and I just can never lose weight. And I'm like, okay, have you ever been tested for PCOS? Like I'm not a
Hmm.
doctor. I can't tell you you have it. But
Yeah, yeah.
here, go virtually to this doctor and like they'll be like, oh yeah, I have PCOS and I actually am like on the verge of being a type 2 diabetic.
Right.
Because of the insulin resistance with PCOS. So I always want to have an OBGYN as well because they understand things on a level that I never will hormonally.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
yeah,
it's just
definitely.
it's so important to I never look at anybody as competition, even people within my field, because I think everybody has something special and unique that they bring to the table.
Well, not only that, but I'm like, there is no way I can take as many clients as are needed. you know, like
Oh,
I
like
cannot see everyone, and that's
yeah,
okay.
I know. I especially in the mental health field, we're like, okay, we can see you in 6 months, and you're like, but like I need to be seen today.
Yeah.
The wait is long.
Okay. So, no, we're running out of time. But okay. So, last question. You mentioned
Yeah,
you work a lot with women, and
I
so
do.
what would you
Yeah.
say is sort of like what the main differences that people in general need to be aware when it comes to like fitness and nutrition between men and women?
Yeah. So I mean, one, our hormones are obviously completely different than men's, and where men's are stable like every day, right? Like you could test my husband's hormones and they would probably be almost the same every single day.
Mm-hmm.
Ours are fluctuating every day, and that's normal, right? Because if you have your ovaries still and you're not, postmenopausal, you're going like this throughout a cycle of 28 days, right? So with that, that's important because you're going to retain water different at different parts of the cycle. So I tell women all the time, if you're going to weigh yourself, like if that's part of your weight loss journey or your muscle gain journey or whatever it is, make sure
Mm-hmm.
you're weighing yourself multiple times a week because it's really easy to get caught up in the, oh my gosh, I'm 8 pounds up from where I was last Monday. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, well, like, where are you in your cycle?
Mm-hmm.
What did you have to eat last night? Like, that's not 8 pounds of fat in a week.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think just the week before you have your cycle too, sometimes we need a little bit more calories that week. Like you're having these intense
Mhm,
cravings, like
mhm.
you're feeling hungry. I always tell women to like make sure you're protein loading that week. So like you're having a little bit more protein the week before your cycle because you're gonna be hungrier, and protein is more filling than any other macronutrients. Um, and just like having grace with yourself too, knowing that
Mhm.
depending on where you are in your cycle, you're going to have like a workout might seem easy one week and the same workout might seem incredibly different the next week based off of sleep and again where you are in your cycle, or if you're going through perimenopause, which is just a whole nother animal.
I started, I think, ever since because I got my ADHD sort of like confirmed diagnosis because I self-diagnosed myself, and I was like, wait a minute, I can't do
Yeah,
that. That's not a good thing. So I went and I talked to a couple of different psychiatrists, and we're like, yeah, pretty sure it is. I was like, all right, cool. And then ever since then, I started just paying more attention to the things that I'm comfortable with and things that I'm uncomfortable with. And now, like, I've been able to like focus more and get more done. I just feel a lot better about myself. But that is one of the things that I did notice, like the few like 3-4 days before like I actually get my period, I'm like, I just want to eat all of the bread. Like that is the one
all of the
thing.
bread, yeah, all the
All
carbs.
of the bread, yeah. And then,
Well,
but
interestingly,
mhm,
your serotonin drops that week before your period.
mhm.
And carbs are important for the creation of serotonin. So your body is craving carbs too because it's like, wait, where did all my serotonin just go? We need to make more. Come on.
Yeah. And but I think it's so, like if we don't even know that this changes can fluctuate or can happen, I can automatically go into the, oh, I've been eating all of the bread for these 3 days, so I'm gonna like really restrict for the next few days, or like just self blaming myself for all of these things happening, and like me not being for a while there, before the ADHD diagnosis. I told my brother, I was like, I think I just need more discipline. I need to be more disciplined, which is still probably true, but it wasn't the reason why I wasn't disciplined or I wasn't accomplishing things. And yeah, this is like I've learned so much in like the past like 40 minutes, and I'm like, ooh, I want to like be able to like work with you a lot more, because I'm like, wait a minute, I learned so much. I can imagine like how much more like other people would like learn or benefit from just having like a mini workshop, or having you come in and say,
Yeah.
hey, did you know it's okay? I
Yeah.
didn't know about like the hormone fluctuation thing. Yeah, there's so much about our own bodies that we don't really understand.
And there's still so much that like scientifically we haven't discovered yet, which is just crazy.
You know, the one thing that I read a while back, I don't know how true this is. Yeah, but it was because I was very frustrated with I live in a very small town in the middle of nowhere, California. So services here are not always the best. And I was going to the doctor, and I'm like, I feel like they're not listening to me. Like they're
Mhm.
not like paying attention to what I want. And then they're like, just get more tests and more tests and more tests. And I'm like, how many tests do I need? You just tell me that like it's like it's your eating habits that's killing you.
Yeah,
um
I think people are scared to do that. I think they feel like it's confrontational. But for me, it's data.
yeah.
And it is hard to get to a point where you can take the emotion out of it and look at it as data. But I think that's the importance of having a coach too,
Hmm.
because I can look at somebody else's food as data. When it comes to myself, there's still emotion.
Right. No, and again, that's why we need the community, right? Because then I
Yeah.
have like some people come in, and then they're like, okay, so I did this really horrible thing, and then I was like, hold on, tell me what it is, and then I'll judge. And then they
Yeah.
tell me, and I'm
Yeah.
like, that's a completely normal reaction. What are you talking about? And then they're like, oh, I just thought it was like really bad. And I was like, no, it's
Yeah.
like everybody will like experience something like that. So
Yeah, well,
yeah.
and then they downplay their accomplishments all the time.
Mhm.
So they like make things seem like they're really bad, but then they're not. And then you know Mark Davis,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so he's my therapist, but he's always just like I'll say something casually, and he's like, why are we not celebrating this? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, this is enormous. Why are you not celebrating it? It's like,
Mm-hmm.
it's those small, even in the like nutrition and fitness field, like you have to celebrate those small wins, especially like when we talk about things like ADHD, right? Because we want dopamine, right?
It's so
We
hard
need the
already. Yeah.
dopamine hits. So if you have this huge goal, and that's the only goal that you've set, that dopamine hit is very far away.
Mm-hmm.
So we need like daily goals that we're setting. Like, okay, I'm gonna drink like one extra glass of water today and get one more serving of protein, and then you're getting those dopamine hits every single day, and it just becomes like you're so much more likely to get to that long-term goal.
Mm-hmm.
And I have kids and dogs coming in.
um. Well, okay. So Jordan already answered this question for me, but in case nobody saw that interview with Jordan, because that was a while ago, like how does it work, like for someone to come in and be like, hey, yo, I need like nutrition. Well, I figure nutrition would be a little bit easier, but when it comes to fitness, because in my head, when you have a fitness coach, they're like right there next to you in the gym and they're like, one
Yeah.
more push-up.
Yeah. Yeah, so everything that we do with Phoenix Performance is virtual.
Mm-hmm.
So if you DM one of us on Instagram, Jordan does the calls. So he'll get on and figure out which one of us is the best solution or like the best coach for you based off of like your goals,
Mm-hmm.
your mobility restrictions or medical restrictions. And from there, we have an online platform where nutrition, communication, and workouts are all set up.
Mm-hmm.
So what I love about virtual is when you have a one-on-one coach who hopefully is not screaming at you to do push-ups, but when you have a
Yes.
one-on-one coach, you're going maybe once or twice a week. You're spending a lot of money per hour. I'm not sure where it is everywhere, but for here in Orlando, it's about $70 an hour for 1 hour of coaching.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes. And you just get them for that 1 hour a week. But with virtual coaching, we have a platform with communication threads that you have access to your coach every day, right? Like you can ask questions. We do calls every 2 weeks as well, one-on-one calls to see like, hey, what are your obstacles coming up so that we can, like try to think of a solution before this, like Christmas, like
Mm-hmm.
holidays, you start talking about that a month in advance. Like, we know that food is going to be a big part of the holidays. How are we going to be successful?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Workouts are programmed and scheduled. So, say you want 4 days a week and you tell me you're going to do Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I have workouts for you that have a video for each exercise. So you're not having to Google or YouTube, like, I don't know what this exercise is. The
Yeah, yeah.
videos are there for you, and you do it on your own time, which is super convenient because then you're not
Mm-hmm.
having to schedule workout times with a coach one on one, even virtually. And then of course, if people have questions during their workouts, they just send a message and I get back to them by the end of the business day.
Mm-hmm.
But I find virtual coaching to not just be more financially feasible, but more feasible for people that have very demanding jobs
Mm-hmm.
and don't want to be at a gym at 5 in the morning before work. Um, that maybe you don't have the ability financially or physically to go to a gym. Like there are people that live in areas where the closest gym is an hour away.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So we can program body
Me.
weight programs, programs for at home with whatever you have. So it's super individualized around each person. Nobody's getting a cookie cutter plan. It's like, okay, you have bands and dumbbells up to 20 pounds. I'll rate you 4 plans with that.
Mm-hmm. The other thing that I was thinking about as well is I just thinking about like actually like even if you are able to afford all those things and you go to the gym, sometimes social anxiety kicks in. Like, did you see a lot of people that report like just not really wanting to be
Yeah.
in the gym because of that?
And sometimes if it's a goal of theirs to eventually get to the gym, like we can work on that too. It's almost like an exposure therapy type type deal of, okay, we're going to do your workouts at home.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe one day we're just going to drive to the gym. And then you're not even going to get out of your car and you're going to drive home. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next time you're going to drive to the gym, you're going to walk up to the door and then you're going to drive home. Right. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like we do some kind of like exposure therapy as well, too. But I have found that once people take a few months to get a hang of the exercises at home, they're much more confident going into the gym, because most of the time it's people who just don't want to look dumb in front of other people.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Where in
Yeah.
reality, nobody's paying attention to you, but we're all the main characters of our own worlds. So, and then especially like when it comes to women as well, because I do find that again, women tend to have more gym anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
I do tell them it's always a good idea to find a gym that has a women's only lifting section.
Mm-hmm.
It just feels like a much safer place for a lot of women.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that can be like an entryway thing for the gym, or maybe you just want to stay in the women's lifting part forever, which is perfectly fine. But at least then in your brain, like, oh, I have options, which makes it feel more safe as well.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you
Yeah.
want
Yeah.
to stay at home forever, like I will give you workouts to stay at home too. But yeah, gym anxiety is a big thing.
Yeah, I know there's like a few people sort of like joining us today. If you guys have any questions, feel free to type it in the chat, because I just took over and I was like, I have questions about my own personal life. um, okay, so if anybody was interested in like reaching out to you for like a potential like partnership, collaboration, or workshop or anything like that, like where can they find you at?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram at Coach Ashley Mobility. It's pretty simple. And then if you're looking for coaching specifically through Phoenix Performance, it's Phoenix Performance Coaching on Instagram, or Jordan Yaklin, which that last name is Yaklin.
Yeah, I kind of totally like forget about his last name, and I'm like, he's just Jordan, and like, and I'm like,
Jordan,
I hope that I never have
the
to.
one with the beard.
The one thing that I also really liked about what Jordan was doing is that he has a group on Discord as well, right?
Mhm. Yes.
For and I get, because I followed, I don't really go in there, but I get like the notification every time, and then he's like, hello, how's your fitness journey going? And I'm like, haha, dang, I have to go on a walk now.
Call it up.
So it's sort of like that reminder of like, okay, yes,
I
fitness, that's the
also,
thing.
like, I know we only have a couple minutes left, but I'll
Yeah.
also put this out there too. If someone is looking for like a very low entry, so maybe you only have like $20 a month to dedicate to fitness,
Mhm.
or you're not looking for a lot of hand holding, Jordan does have the Healthy Adventures campaign,
Oh, okay.
which is an ongoing D&D campaign, but fitness. So you get a storyline every day. You're messaged a part of the storyline for the campaign, and
Mhm.
you have your nutrition goals are based off of where you are in the campaign. So like, man, you have a big like long walk ahead of you. Make sure you get lots of water in today. Like, so he does a really amazing job of incorporating fitness and nutrition into a D&D campaign. It's pretty cool.
He didn't tell me that.
I know he needs to talk about it more.
That's so
So
cool. And
I'm
again,
gonna do it for him.
yes, because I mean, sometimes it is just about getting that reminder, right? Or making it into like a slightly more interesting way. Because again, ADHD brain.
Mhm.
If it's not fun, I'm like,
Yeah, don't worry.
later, or like never, or last minute. Yeah. Oh, okay, awesome. So if you are tuning in and you are sort of like in the future, because this is going to be posted
Mhm.
on YouTube as well, like all of the information will be in the description. Um, and if you're not, then it's Instagram at Coach Ashley Mobility, and what is it? Phoenix
Right.
Performance.
Phoenix Performance. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, And yeah, any other like, I don't think there's any questions from the audience at this point, seems like. So, any last thing that you would like to say, any last bit, or you would like to leave us with? Because like I'm like, oh, I have so many questions, like in nutrition, women's expert, like all of these things, and I'm like, ah,
Yeah,
dang.
just, be kind to yourself. I think we're very hard on ourselves in general, especially with health and fitness. Um, but give yourself some grace. Start small, and set your bare ass minimums. Like what are the minimum things that I'm gonna do each day, and make them small. Don't make them big things.
Yeah, that's, technically I know that. And that's what
I
I tell
know.
all my clients all the time. Do I do that for myself? No.
No, no. Just like I tell coaches are the worst clients. I'm my own worst client. Like,
Because I'm like, I already know that. I don't have to tell me.
yeah, don't tell me.
Don't tell me what to do. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us
Yeah, of course.
today. And I really would like to work with you in the future.
Yeah, of
Um,
course.
and I think it is kind of sad that you live on the other side of the country, but it's so much it's nice that we have the technology to be able to do this, right? And still gain all the information that we need, because there is just not enough people out there that have sort of like that understanding, or that do the type of coaching that you do, or have the experience and all that stuff. So yeah, you're a hot commodity right now, I feel like. um so once again, thank you for joining,
Yeah, it was
and
nice
I'll
meeting
keep
you
in contact.
finally too.
Yes, yes. And I'm like, yes, you are one of our recurring guests now.
Yeah.
All
All right, well then I will talk to you soon. It was
right, bye
nice to see you.
bye.
Bye.
Wow, that was such a good, like, whew. All right, you guys, I am gonna take a tiny break. I will be RB. And then we have a game coming up. So invite your friends and your family to come and join us, because it's an audience response. If you guys don't have any response, then it's not fun anymore. But yeah, so I think we have. Let me see. Let me double check. Okay, so yes, we will have a geeky game at 3 p.m. And then at 4 we have another, like, our last guest of the day, and then it's tea and cookies, and then some games. So if you are joining us for the first time, you can check out our donation link right here. There, Sefi. um that is our way of keeping track of everyone who has made a donation, and who is going to be entered into a raffle. We have lots of things over here. Hold on, let me just show. We have the Pokemon cards. So uh, there you go. Okay, now you can see it. Hopefully, better. Okay, so our goal is $500 for this weekend. A lot of it is gonna go essentially for us to be able to, like, hire Coach Ashley to come back and do like an actual workshop with us, where it's like more individualized, and she's giving us specific things that would be very helpful for us. But like, can't do everything for free. Like, we gotta has to make a living. And then we have to pay for all these programs. Like, right now Self is actually free, which is fantastic, but I am using StreamYard, which is a paid program. So, like, the donations that you're giving today are going to paying for like things like this, so we can make those workshops possible, so we can just charge $10-15 instead of like just so much more. So we want to make it affordable and easy for a lot of people. So here are sort of like the things that we have for a raffle this time around. So we had so far we are the 250. So we are good at, wait, was it at 8 p.m. today? We were going to be raffling off this top half over here. If we're wanting to get to the bottom half right here, which is the Demon Slayer manga, this is like the whole complete set, and this is the Hello Kitty blanket and the Hello Kitty bag and all this stuff. Like, we kind of need more donations. We haven't had any donations today. And I know, like, people are busy, because I just see people coming in and out just for like a few moments. So if you are able to afford just like a $10 donation, that is fantastic, and it goes a long way to helping us provide more of these, and me being able to find more people to come and give us like free information, or like low cost information on how we can geek out and just feel better about ourselves. So I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be right back because I really need to stretch. I'll see you. Wait. Let me play music a little bit louder for you guys and I'll be right back. I am back. Bro, chill out. Sup. Hello to the one person that's still here. All right. Well, technically, I'm supposed to be playing a game now. It is a would you rather game. So would that one person on chat be willing to play, or should we do something else? We did get a donation, so thank you so much for your donation. Again, like I said, it does help. Like even just a $10 donation is very, very helpful. And so now we just need 4 more donations of $10, and we can get to the $300 mark, which would be the Demon Slayer manga and another video game. So far, we have had seven people donate. So your chances of winning are very, very high, even if you do just a $10 donation. Did you guys see that? Oh, it's on the other side. It's like a cloud of like dust or something. Anyway, yeah. So at 4 we have another guest. Coming in. I'm just gonna do like man, our guest have just got my mind just like so many cool things that I would like to do with them. And when I was on my break, I was just sort of like checking my phone that I didn't miss anything important because I've been here all day. And I got an email from someone who I have been wanting to collaborate for a very long time, and just our schedules didn't really match up. But now they have free time, and I'm like so glad you contacted me because I totally forgot. Man, so much like so many resources and stuff that I want you guys to like to be able to have easy access to us. I'm gonna type a message, so I'm gonna be quiet for a bit. See me looking at my schedule. Da-da-da. Let's see. So according to my availability, which there isn't much of, sadly. Availability, what's that? Actually, I cannot hear the music, so are you guys even listening to anything? I feel like that one's just too like mellow. This was my favorite. I'm gonna go with my favorite one. Hello, one person that joined on YouTube. What's up? Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. No, we still have time. And you jump from YouTube, so I guess it doesn't matter. So technically, we're supposed to be playing a game right now. It's a Would You Rather Geek Edition, but it kind of requires audience participation. And no one's here. Okay. All right, cool. Cool. Wait, I should focus on the things that I am well, overall, I would say that this stream just went so much better than I expected. Really, because let me tilt this a little bit this way. Well, I learned a lot. For one, I hope you guys all did. You gave us a lot of things that we can do, or like we can post eventually on YouTube. Because I know I follow a lot of streamers, or like it's really impossible sometimes to just be online. Like, what if you had a busy weekend and you couldn't join for some reason or another? But I don't want you guys to miss the information of like all these cool guests and like resources that you could potentially reach out to. So that's why we put it on YouTube, or at least that's the plan. The plan is to put it on YouTube. Now I want to touch that. This is so squishy. Be like a fidget toy. I wanted to hold him yesterday, but I was like, if I hold him, I'm gonna like squish him too much, and then he's not gonna be round and cute anymore. That's what happened to my baby Yoda. I have a huge baby Yoda on my bed, and I just like hug him, and, like lay on him all the time. And he's just all deflated. It's like a pancake now. I still love him though. All right, it's only 3:20. It's not bad. And then we have a special guest at 4, and then we have just a lot of free time after that just to chat. But since no one's really here right now, I'm just gonna work on stuff I need to be working on anyway, earlier this morning I did the flyers for the promotional flyers for all the events that we have in February. Now I'm going to be working on all of the social media post on I think I need to change this word right here. Oh, you know what? I don't actually know. I don't even know if things are scheduled. Ugh, this month has been just a lot. We ran out of funding, so we can no longer pay my admin assistant for to schedule the post for us. It's one of the jobs that she helps me with. So then I had to do it, and now it's just chaos. I found this other community that's called the MouseCon. They're really interested in doing that. I'm gonna send an email. Sorry. Gonna be quiet for a little bit because I cannot think and write at the same time. I had to go to the Psychology for Geeks website because then that's not a website, but things to look at the things that have been scheduled, and I'm just looking at myself. Look at myself. It's a loop. Woo. Okay. The things. Wait, what is this week? What day is it today? Oh, today's the 19th. Oh, my mommy's birthday's coming up soon. Okay, this week we are good to go. Things have been scheduled. Next week we are missing one. Why are we? Wait, what's the one from last week? What is this? Oh, okay. Heady hurts. I haven't been drinking enough water. We have a video out on YouTube. I don't know what it's called. Ooh. Oh, wait a minute. I want to watch this video. So one of the games I have been really wanting to play is Lethal Company. And now there is a... How do I save this? Save to watch later. There you go. There's this video on like the dark history and lore of Lethal Company. Oh, I want to see that. Wait, but what am I here? Oh wait, yeah, I'm looking at the thing I was paying attention to. Okay, let's see. This doesn't give them to me in order. Why does it do this? Ugh. Let's see. Oh yeah, I call it S-tier or flop. So this is it's me and another therapist like rating the different psychotherapies that are out there, and the second one is going to be released. The second part of that video is going to be released next week. No, in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, and I'm sort of like doing the schedule planning for that. Oh wait, I actually need to get the link for this. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, I need to upload it. Actually, it's not even uploaded. All right, I'll do later. I'll focus on something else then. I'm focused on this email that I meant to send like 10 minutes ago. Jeez. Wait. Now that I had the talk with Ashley, I'm like, okay, listen. I most of my mobility thing is not. My position is not the best here, but I'm trying to do better. It's just, I think my elbow like, how do I need to like either rest it on something or put it higher up, but my chair is so low. Wait. let me try something. I'll be so upset if it actually works and then like just been suffering for no reason. Now, I'm gonna remove this blanket. No, it's just a very low chair, and I need something higher because I'm short. I think they're needing something higher. It's the key here. Okay, the sun's no longer a rear angle. Just doing some admin work, hoping for more donations for people to come in. It's kind of boring here by myself. I realized, okay, for next, come here. For next charity stream, probably, I'm thinking, what do y'all say? I'm thinking every like 3-4 months we can have one. Primarily just to again bring the community together, let you guys know what our plans are and we have been doing so far, and try to get a little bit of funding that way, and this way we get a little bit of material that we can also post on YouTube, because algorithm we have to keep track of, like consistently be posting something. And I think we got a lot of like really cool videos that we can use from today and yesterday's stream. I learned so much today. I totally even forgot that we were supposed to be asking for donations here, because I was just like, yes, this is interesting, and you know what, we should do a workshop on that because it's so interesting and I think other people will find it interesting. And then I got sidetracked. Okay, I have messages to read. Oh, but I think I need a co-host. That was my point. I think I need a co-host next time, so we can sort of like tag team, so it's not just me doing it the whole time. So I can have like nap time. Oh, great. You know how we have tea time? I would like to have nap time as well. I should incorporate that into the next charity stream. Let's see. Where we at? Oh, yes. I am just about to schedule another interview with some really cool person about a topic I do not like some rando. It's like a very, it's a person who is very cool and knows a lot about a subject I do not know a lot of. Okay. Yeah. So I think it will be private. It'd be really cool for you guys to learn about this, and also me. I would like to also learn about it. Surprise! This is all a ploy. I just would like to know all of this information. And you are just in for the ride. I'll be forcing you guys to learn. Okay? Today, you're all gonna learn. You're all gonna learn how to take care of yourself and what's important and how to reframe your mind and all that stuff. No, not right now. That's not what I meant to do. Save. I need another E in there. Alright, cool. Appointment set. Yay! Should I just do a 1-day charity stream for the future instead of 2? But I want to invite so many people, and I feel like a lot of people can't come in for like the whole entire time, so they just come in for like a little bit. Like I want everybody else to be able to come in and just chill and geek out with me. Oh, I was in the middle of sending. Wow, this email is never gonna get sent. Okay, I learned my lesson. I learned that you all are here for the special guest, not here for me. I'm boring by myself. I understand. Yeah, I'm just gonna invite special guests to come in. Maybe doing a 1-day a charity stream, it's better. I don't know. I keep going back and forth. I'll ask someone opinion and then make up my mind. Let me see if I can finally finish this email I've been trying to type for like the past 2 hour. Not 2 hours, just 1 hour. I'm bringing fun things to my community. I realize that this is the job I would like to be doing for the rest of my life. With a day or two of like doing therapy. I cannot do therapy every single day. It would just blow my mind. It would just be exhausting.
Bye, for real.
Bye. Okay, now I'm truly alone. I think hopefully Dogo will come and join me now that Uncle is gone. Yay! Finally sent it. Da, 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 da. All right, we are $40 away from our next fundraising goal, which is $300, and then we can gift off the Demon Slayer manga complete set. That was the other thing I was gonna say. Yeah, I forgot. There you go. We have a board meeting this weekend. I am so not prepared. I've been working on the board meeting agenda for the past friggin' 3 months, and I just keep adding to it because there's so many things that we need to discuss, so many things that need to be talked about and whatnot. So my goodness gracious. I'm getting kind of like a headachy feeling. I wonder if I am just not drink. No, I don't think I've drank that much water today. That is crazy. There, that should get rid of it. Okay. If that's how things worked, that would be amazing. I'm gonna put it here, extra info. There's so much to discuss. I have a mega long to-do list since like forever, and I just have not gotten around to it. I said I was gonna do this one thing and I haven't done it. I feel like I just, there's so many things I need to be I have like to-do list after to-do list. I have some on my computer, some on like a little notebook like this one. I have other ones in like a bigger notebook, and then I have another ones in like even larger notebook. And I think every time I just like write down an idea, and I'm like, yeah, this is what I need to do, and then like I forget about it. And then like about a week or so later, I'm like, oh yes, I forgot about that. And then like I detail even more information on it because I've now had time to think about it a little bit more. And then it's just until I just go from list to list, like the item gets jumped from like list to list to list until eventually happens and it's like fully realized. So that's probably not good. Yeah. I'm so tired. Just had a cookie. Is it because I just had a cookie? It's because I have beer by myself, actually. I have no interaction with anyone else. Right now, my brains are like, no stimulation. I sleep. Oh my gosh, this like there's so many videos that I'm like, okay, that's not happening yet. That's not happening yet. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I don't even know what got posted anymore. I love puppies. Wait, that was already posted. What am I doing? I shouldn't be doing this. Oh, hello! More people have joined. Hello. Okay, one person just left. Never mind. Yeah, just chilling here, doing some of the work and stuff. And I not need to create the calendar for something else. Really like the journaling workshop that we did yesterday. It just opened my mind to what journaling is and like how many just negative things I had about journaling in my head about how hard it was gonna be, or just not looking how I wanted, or this isn't what journaling is supposed to be like. Yeah. This is my first to-do list for tomorrow. Come in my journey where I'll discuss my first what am I doing? To-do list. It's almost 4. That means we will have another guest, and I will not be bored. We will not be bored, you guys. I think my brain has just run out of like ideas and energies. No, I have not run out of ideas, but I can't share them with you because they're only half form ideas. That's what they go in the half form idea notebook first, and then I think about it for like about a month, forget about it, and then eventually it comes to fruition. That's how my brain works. Okay, website is looking good. We do need to pay for like an actual website though, because I have so many like worksheets that I want to put on there for free so people can just download it. But I don't think there's really a very good way to do it with the website, because we just have like a basic sort of like website, but I'll need to pay like a website thing to be able to do that. That'll be great. Hopefully with the donations that we get today or with the donations that we get today and yesterday, so like this charity stream and the events that we have coming up, we do have a fundraiser. I think I mentioned I have a fundraiser with Gongcha. Hopefully that would help. Now that I'm talking, I feel like the music is just too loud and now it's annoying me. Yeah, anyway, so maybe I should change it to a different song. What was I gonna say? Okay, so hopefully with the donations from this charity stream and the fundraising that we're doing at Gongcha in about 3 weeks, and all of the new workshops that are coming up, like hopefully that will give us a little bit of breathing room, so then I can start saving money for my own stuff, because again I need a 2 screen, like I need 2 monitors, because it's really hard to do everything, especially like the charity streams or when we have events on Discord. It's really hard to like keep track of that only in one monitor, and also because I'm just paying out of pocket for like everything that the nonprofit is using. So hopefully with that we can pay a little bit. We could pay my assistant a little bit, a few more hours, and she can do all of the admin work. Then I can go out there and find like sponsors that will give us thousands and thousands and millions of dollars. That's the dream. But we're gonna make it happen. Somehow we are gonna make it happen. Um yep. Okay, back to my to-do list. All right. So I have to finish some stuff for work. I have to schedule an appointment because we also have a brand new um let me see, mental health Facebook group or page. And we have some videos in there that yeah, we need more because only one video is not a lot. It's not getting, the first one got a lot of views, not the other ones. Create content, like what kind of oh no. Yay, hello, you are just in time. Are you ready to go? I can't hear you when you're like that because I'm technically like live right now, so you can just give me thumbs up, some downs. Okay, good to go. Okay, awesome. All right, so as soon as uh I guess click on your name, you will go live. So heads up, I guess. All right, here we go. Okay, and I need to do this. Hello,
Hi,
how are you?
good. How are you?
I am kind of tired now. I've been doing this for 2 days now. But
Yeah.
wait, it's nice to meet you in person. Like this is again the first time we're meeting.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited about this.
Oh, can you hear me? Just make
Yeah,
sure.
yeah,
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, it's so nice to meet you too. I'm super excited.
yeah. Um, so you are very familiar with a world that I know very little about. But over the weekend, we were at a convention. It was our first time running a booth for psychology for geeks at a con. And then that's the booth next to us. They were doing what they called a hall or a costume wait, what was it? Your custom contest, like for the hall. So like if they just saw you like walking around, um they would sort of like invite you to enter their contest, and then there was a winner and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And so therefore all of the cosplayers will come in and like take pictures and like talk to them, because the reason why that was like different, because most cons have a cosplay contest, right?
Yeah.
But this one was different. It had to be only cosplays that you made it yourself, like all of it, made it yourself.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And then so I was like, oh, so cool. So then people will come in and we would just hear, yeah, so then this is like a reusable thing that somebody, like, it was some curtains and I turned into like this beautiful dress. And we were just like, whoa, that's so cool. So yes, anyway, I've been very excited to talk to
Yeah,
you.
that's awesome. Yeah. See, I'm not to that level. I wish I could turn a pair of curtains into a cosplay. I'm not that skilled. Hopefully
Yet.
one day. But yeah.
Like, are you, is that something you're interested in eventually, like learning how to do?
Yeah, so currently the only cosplay that I fully made by myself is the Sailor Selena cosplay, because that was just like there was no blueprint for that. So I just had to make that one all by myself.
Mhm.
And so I'm like a new like beginner sewer. So I didn't even know that you're supposed to like backstitch. Um
Oh.
so I basically have to remake the Sailor Selena just because I mean, it's not backstitched at all, so it could potentially fall apart on me at some point. Um, but yeah, I'm interested in like learning more about sewing. It's just a skill that I just never really picked up until recently. But like my mom, she's a master sewer. So
Mm.
Yeah, so she's always making folklorico dresses and
Mm-hmm.
like the mariachi outfits because my
Mm-hmm.
uncle, he runs a folklorico class. So
Mm-hmm.
she helps him make like all the dresses and everything. So, but unfortunately, she lives in Colorado and I'm out in Pennsylvania. So,
Oh yeah, that's not.
yeah.
Yeah. So wait, okay, I need to backtrack because I was just like, yes, tell me all about the cool things I we're both interested in. But would you like to introduce yourself for someone who doesn't know or not familiar with your work?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. So my name is Yaya. I go by Space Cowgirl Yaya on all my socials. And I am a cosplayer, and this is always such a trick question for me. Um, like my main thing, like my main niche is making cosplays, but adding a Mexican twist to them. So I
Mm.
made my like most popular one is the Mexican Sailor Moon, and then I've made a bunch of other ones with that twist. But yeah, I'm a cosplayer, and I talk a lot about representation in media and like Mexican culture.
There's something like a post that you put out there that I want to ask you about, but before I get to that, um, am I? Are you also studying to be in the mental health field?
I am. So I did just graduate with
Congrats!
my bachelor's. Thank you. I did just graduate with my bachelor's, and I got it was a double major in biomedical science and psychology. So it's
What are you
cool.
wanting to do?
I was torn between wanting to go to like dental school or to do something like in psychology because I find both interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, so I'm still torn now that I graduated and the pressure's on to either go to a master's or go like to dental school.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out which one I want to do more.
Why decide? Just do both.
Yeah, true. That is true.
Like it's easy. I just like I think like every time I just because I work a lot with teens and they're talking about like like what should I do for my career or like I
Yeah,
feel like I should have my life decided by now and then I'm like oh let's just not talk about college like I was like I have like flashbacks to when I had to do all those things and I'm like I don't know how I got through any of that.
yeah,
um
it was hard. It took me 9 years cuz to finish. So I'm already like going to be 28 and I just finished my bachelor's. But yeah, it took a long time cuz I kept going back and forth and being unsure. So
hmm.
that's when I ended up just getting both and I was like, I'll figure it out. I'm still young.
Are you not thinking on sort of like going full time into because from my understanding you have quite a bit of a significant we'll say following on TikTok which is now back on or available now. Have you ever considered just sort of like dumping school and then just going full time into doing that?
I have considered it. I think my biggest fear is like at least for right now, like I do have a decent amount, but I honestly I think you only really make money like as like it's just for cosplayer. It might be a little bit different for other niches,
Mm-hmm.
but you only really make money if you get like brand deals, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't really get that many brand deals. So like currently, like, my stuff is not like, I don't really make that much off of my social media, which
Mm-hmm.
that's not, like, TMI, but I don't really make much off of my social media, so it's, like, one of those things of, like, I would love to be a full-time content creator, but I just don't get, like, that many like, it's not sustainable enough, so it's kinda just, like, a hobby for the most part, which I love, like, I love doing
Mm-hmm.
play and stuff on the side, um but I also really like medicine, and I've been in dentistry for, like, the last 10 years. Like, I started in dentistry as soon as I graduated, um, high school, and
Mm-hmm.
so I just kinda fell in love with the field itself, and, psychology, I really li I really like psychology too, so that's where I get, like, torn between, like, which one I wanna do.
And that's so like I mean they're technically both like in the health field, but they're so distinct from each other that there isn't really one. So, oh, well, you know, just be like this one thing that's a blend of both. You know, like there isn't really that.
Yeah, so I really would have to pick one, which is kind of hard because I really like both. So, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess that's what hobbies are essentially, right? Uh, it can become like you're still very passionate about it, but it's not necessarily like your main job. And who knows, maybe in the future, because when I was in grad school, there's like a lot of people that were like, yep, this is like my second, third career. And it's just, you know, people just change their mind and you're like, you know what? I'm sick of dentistry and I'm going to go to psychology. That could be something.
Which is why, like, ultimately, like, I was always fascinated by psychology because my sister was a psychologist, and
Mm.
so she'd always talk to me about cool stuff, and so I was always interested in it. But when I decided to add that degree was because I got tired of dentistry, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sick of this. So that's when I was like, let me get psychology degree because I'm tired of being an expert.
um, Well, oh yeah. So the question that I had for you for a long time now,
Yeah.
you posted a picture of you, I think, at a elementary school, and like these little girls were sort of like around you, and you said like they didn't even know who you were cosplaying, but they knew like it was familiar enough to the culture, and that's what they were very happy about. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah,
The moment, yeah.
of course. Yeah. So I was in Mexico, and I was actually in Mexico for my grandfather's funeral.
Mm.
And when we were out there, you know, like I always like when I go out there, like I like take my content and stuff so I could still like make content.
Mm-hmm.
And so I took my Mexican Sailor Moon, and I actually was just out shooting content, and a group of like schoolgirls, or like it was school kids, but a group of them saw me taking pictures, and they all just started freaking out. So they recognized that I was like Sailor Moon, but they specifically were like, oh my gosh, it's like Mexican Sailor Moon. They're like,
Mm-hmm.
Sailor Moon Mexicana. Like they were super excited because like it's not only was I like Sailor Moon, but I was a Mexican Sailor Moon.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what like they were doing, but they were kind of like in a group, and their teacher was like, okay, like pay attention, and then they were like, don't bother her, and basically I was just like, oh, like no, it's okay, and they were all like, can we get pictures? Can we get pictures? And the teacher was like, well, can they get pictures? And I was like, yeah, like of course.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so they all came up to me, and they were all like super excited, and that was like such a like wholesome moment too because I wasn't expecting anything like that. I
Mhm,
was literally just going to like try to make content.
mhm,
And you know, like not to like sidetrack, but like I grew up and I didn't really see much representation. Like now I feel like you see it a little bit more, but I still feel like especially like in like Latinos, like we're still like not really getting there with
mhm,
representation. But like so seeing how like they like lit up and not only like recognized that I was Sailor Moon, but like specifically like them saying Mexican Sailor Moon, like
mhm,
it really was like man, like it really showed that like that it does matter. And
mhm,
little girls like one of the little girls like you can kind of see it in the video like she's holding something for me, like she was trying to give me like 5 pesos, like 5 pesos, and I was like,
mhm,
oh no, like no, it's okay, like you keep it, like buy yourself a candy.
mhm.
The little girl who was like holding on to me that I was like talking to, like she was asking me if I could kidnap her, and I was like, no, like, no,
They're like, "That would not go well."
like no, I'm not trying to like. I was like, no. I was like, I don't think your parents would really like that. But they were all very sweet and super excited, and it was a really wholesome moment, and it was kind of what I needed at that time too, because you know, like I said, I was there for a funeral, so it was
Mhm,
just it was a very wholesome moment and kind of like what I needed because it felt almost like it almost felt like my grandpa was there with me and
mhm,
kind of like being like proud because that's you know that was like the plaza that him and my grandmother like met in and
mm,
there, and I don't know, it just kind of felt like a full circle moment.
mhm. How did you get into the cosplaying?
Yeah, so I was super into like anime, but specifically, like, I say anime, but I was specifically super into like Dragon Ball Z growing up.
No, yeah.
Yeah. So then, like in 2018, I got invited to a Halloween party, which I feel like this is kind of like a common theme.
Mhm.
Cosplayers. I was invited to a Halloween party and I like went all out. I was like, you know what? I want to like make a whole Saiyan armor because I was like, it
Ooh,
seems easy.
yeah.
So I went to like Michael's and I remember like I got like EVA foam and basically everything I needed. And
Mhm.
yeah, I made my very, very, very first, like, I mean, it was costume for Halloween.
Mhm.
And I kept it for the longest time because it was like my favorite thing in the world.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I built Vegeta's like original Saiyan armor with like the wing or like
Oh, yeah, yeah.
the shoulder pads.
Mhm.
So I built his original Saiyan armor, and that's how I started. Because once I made the one cosplay, I was like, "Oh, this is like so cool." I wanted to get like more and more, and I didn't really start attending conventions because I don't know why I never looked into attending conventions until like a year or two ago. It was like
Mm.
ago. So the conventions were new, but like I would post like little TikToks here and there.
Yeah.
Because like it was like 2018 and then like 2019 was when I joined TikTok.
Mhm.
And then that's when I would like post like more TikToks of me and like my cosplays and stuff. Um, but yeah, it all started because I was at a Halloween party and I made the Saiyan armor and I thought it was super cool. So I kept doing it.
That's so awesome. It is because like I went to like said I went to the anime convention in LA this past weekend, and I was just sitting there and I was like, yeah, I know anime. And then my friend was sitting next to me and they're like, oh, I recognize that, and I was like, who are all these people? And
Yeah,
then
there's so
she
many.
what
I said, yeah, there's so many.
yeah, yeah, not only are there so many, but they because they have their own twist.
Uh,
And like right now I am reading One Piece. So
uh,
I
yeah.
haven't seen the anime, and like I know like some of like the colors that come in with like the costumes and stuff, but
Yeah.
like my brain doesn't make that connection. So when she was saying, "Oh, that's the one character," and I was like, "Huh?" I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that character had pink hair."
Yeah.
Like that was like that's cool. Like I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, that is awesome. That's like a big thing with like this is kind of like maybe like a little too nerdy, but like Dragon Ball Z, everybody's always like with like Future Trunks and stuff because he
Mhm.
had purple hair, and then in Super he had blue hair, and then they changed it back. Or yeah, no, like he had purple hair. Well, anyways, they changed his hair
Mhm.
color. But it was like funny because like you're saying that, and it's like, yeah, see, like I wasn't much of a manga reader. Like now
Mhm.
that I'm older, I read more manga. But like
Yeah.
growing up, I didn't really read manga. Like I had the like I read Dragon Ball, and that was kind of it. But like in the original Dragon Ball, like Bulma has more purple hair, I believe.
Mhm.
And so, like, it's funny that you're saying that because that's like a thing of like, you don't really think of like what, like once you see them animated, their hair colors are like maybe different than like what you expected and stuff.
Yeah, I went to a panel once a few years ago, and I think it was um I don't know, it was something about cosplay. I can't remember because I've been a few of them, and one was like, how do you bring in cosplay to like your everyday life? That was kind of boring. I didn't really learn anything from there. I was like, you could have made it so much better. You had like such a great opportunity. And then the other one, I forgot what it was, but I remember that in the panel, someone said that you would like a lot of people get like really not obsessed but like very intent on like this is what it looks like in the show, right?
Yeah.
And one of them had talked to like a custom like a set designer or something, and then they're like, oh, what did you use for that thing? And then they're like, we don't really remember. Like sometimes frame by frame doesn't even look the same because it's like a different day and we totally forgot to add the one pin, or like
Yeah.
it's just it doesn't really matter all that much,
Yeah.
right? So because a lot of people, there's like toxic fandoms out there, toxic fans, just
Yeah.
like with anything.
Oh yeah.
So it you can just, and I think that's the one thing that I love the most about cosplay, where like you can make it anything you want. Because I think my favorite cosplays are usually the ones where it's like a blend, or like it's a gender bend, or like it's like four different characters into one costume.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually met this gentleman at the con, who his favorite character is Garp from One Piece.
Okay.
And he, every single day of the con, he cosplay a different version of him, like a younger version, like one in a different universe, one with like a different sort of like costume. So he was like cosplaying every single day, but he was just the same
Yeah.
character.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just thought that was like so awesome.
Yeah, that is cool, and I love that the fan like love that like cosplay is starting to move a little bit out of like canon, because
Mm-hmm.
that's always like the most annoying thing. Like I feel remember even when I like debuted my Mexican Sailor Moon,
Mm-hmm.
like oh my gosh, like everybody in the comments was like Mexico is not a planet and like this and that, and it's like the point is literally just going over your head, like the fact that that's like what you're worrying about, like, but for the most part, like I feel like we are starting to get like past that like toxic, like I can't say fully because it's still there, but I feel
Mm-hmm.
like a lot more people are starting to be like, no, like it's cool, like it's cool to see different versions of things and it doesn't have to be like canon.
Yeah, definitely. Have you ever done a group cosplay?
I haven't. I was so I was trying to do like a group of Sailor Guardians
Mm-hmm.
from like different Latin American countries and stuff.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah. So and then like I just have to like reach out to them and see if they'd be interested. But like I reached out to some people and then other people like started making them. So it's just kind of like, oh, like I don't want to like make like, you know, some of them felt like uncomfortable because they didn't want to make like another one, which is
Mm.
fair to them. So it was kind of like, oh, like I'll just have to like, you know, maybe just reach out to the people who have already made them and then like regroup. Because I feel like that would be really cool to make like a group of Sailor Guardians.
And then you guys go to a school and talk about representation in the media.
Yeah,
That would be awesome.
yeah. And that's like my biggest point too, because I feel like every time like representation is big for me because you know, like I mean, I don't know how old you are. You seem very young. So it's
A little bit older than you, yeah.
well, so we grew up kind of like then in like the same
Same era, yeah.
and it's like, you know, like I just never saw, you know, like like prevalent like Latina characters and like
Hmm.
somebody who like looked like me. And it was like really like the only like I feel like for me growing up, the only person I can think of or character I can think of is like Dora. That was like, oh, okay, like
But after a certain age, everybody hates Dora, you know?
yeah, and so she was only cool for like a little bit, and then if you like said, "Oh, like Dora's cool," like you got made fun of, so it was
Hmm.
it didn't count. But I remember like being so disappointed when I was little that like, which you know, it's still a good thing, but like I was really upset, and I was like, I mean, I don't even know. Well, when Elena of Avalar came out, or Avalar,
Oh, yeah.
like I was glad. I was like, oh, like a Latina princess. But then I was like mad because it was like, why is it like a show and why don't we get like a movie like Frozen or something? Like,
Hmm.
why is it that we have like a show and not something bigger? Um,
It wasn't what I thought it was gonna be. Because then she's okay. I haven't seen like that many episodes of it. But then I was like, oh, I thought she was gonna be like more like Hispanic, but is she meant to be more like from Spain?
oh, so she's more
Like I don't, yeah, I don't really know, but like that's kind of like the vibe that he gave me, and I just remember like being super disappointed.
oh
Again,
yeah, I
probably
didn't
he's
even
like the show.
try
Yeah.
yeah, see I didn't even try watching it because I was like just I was mainly mad that I was like, man, like we didn't even get a movie, we just got a show. Um, but yeah, so I feel like I've always felt like that about representation. I was thinking about this the other day because when I first graduated high school, like I don't know if you've ever watched, this is a little like outside of like anime and stuff, but I don't know if you've ever watched Scrubs. Um,
Yes. Yeah.
so Scrubs, the nurse Carla, she's Dominican.
Mm.
And I
Oh
remember
yeah.
growing up and I like loved Carla.
Mhm.
because she's like this very strong like Latina
Mhm.
woman, and I was like, wow, like she is like awesome. And honestly, like watching her in Scrubs is what made me want to like pursue something into the medical field.
Yeah, okay.
Get that comment a lot of like whenever like when I made the post of me like with the little girls and
Mhm.
representation, like I get a lot of people being like like little kids don't care about representation. And it's like, no, but like they do.
Mhm.
Like even when I was little, I always thought it was so cool seeing like a character that like seemed Latina to me. Like I
Well,
always thought it was cool.
yeah, I guess I just remember, the movie, The Book of the Dead.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I think I was in grad school when I watched it. I was in grad school for like forever, but I watched it and then I was like, oh, I hate this. Like, it's not representing me. And then everybody's like, oh, yeah, it's so cool. It's so good. But like, I grew up more in like a very Catholic sort of like household. So we don't really
Mhm.
celebrate the
Yeah.
Day of the Dead in that,
Mhm.
way.
Mhm.
So I was like, oh, it's not though. It's not Mexican. And then that's when I found out, like, different parts of Mexico celebrate in a different way. But then when Coco came out, I was like, oh, now this I can connect with, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not just like skeletons anymore. It's like actual people in a family.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Coco, like I loved Coco. Like yeah, absolutely loved Coco. And yeah, yeah. I always am a very like passionate person when it comes to talking about that subject because it's like, yeah, when people are like, it doesn't matter. I'm like, it really does. It does matter to see that, somebody who looks like us can do you know, more things. Like, even like with Star Wars, when we had oh my gosh, how am I forgetting his name? Oscar Isaac.
Yeah.
Um and then like in the last one, they just made him a spice runner, and it was kind of like, like so close. And then they,
Yeah,
did
it's
the
usually
same
a maid, a drug dealer.
yeah, so it's like, it does matter.
Yeah. Like growing up, I remember people asking me, I think especially when I was like going off to college and they have who is your, what is it, like, your role model? And I'm like, I don't have one. Like, I don't really remember, like, even like a fictional character, like identifying with someone because everybody was so different from what I was like, right? Like they didn't reflect my culture, didn't reflect the way that I looked or the way that I knew my family looked. So I was like, I don't really have like a role model.
Mhm.
And I think eventually, have you seen The Owl House?
I have not.
I highly, highly recommend it. It's such a good show. And then so in it, the main character is Latina and her name is Luz. And I was like, oh, that's such a, like, like a Latina name.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh yeah, that's so cool. And then they will talk about certain ways, and she totally has ADHD and I have ADHD. So I was like, hey, we're like,
Yeah.
we're like the same. And she's also like super nerdy. And I
Yeah.
was like, and we are also the same, And it became this thing. I was like, oh, I really wish I had this growing up. Right.
Yeah.
Because then I had that character at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah.
But this was like 2 or 3 years ago. So I was like already way past adulthood, and childhood. But I was like, but this is so great. I'm just so
Yeah.
happy for the kiddos that are growing up now, because
Yeah.
then they get to see people like you who are like making content and like sort of like being proud of their culture. Because I don't know if you encountered this before, a lot of people not really being proud of their roots or where they came from.
Yeah, I have encountered that before, and I feel like it's sad, and I feel like a lot of times, like I feel like there's just like a lot of like societal pressures that make them feel like they need to be ashamed,
Mm-hmm.
and so, and and like you're saying, like that kind of goes hand in hand with representation, like like we can be who we are and still like be bigger than we can be
Mm-hmm.
just as big as our
Yeah,
white
yeah,
parts.
yeah, and so I, like, whenever, like, for example, I don't really watch the Oscars, but then
Mm,
when Guillermo del Toro is there and like he's doing something, and I'm like, yeah, cool, like I'm so proud to be Mexican now,
yeah, yeah,
and it's just like not having, well, one, we can go down this rabbit hole. It's like, not having the opportunities, or not, or
Yeah.
culture just being diminished in some way, as it's not good enough, right? And then we come to a different country, and everything is different than what we are used to. So
Mhm.
again, we kind of have to assimilate to what the powers that be are.
Yeah.
Yeah. um do you have like a special connection to the characters that you cosplay, or you're like, oh, this would be a really cool creative cosplay, so I'll just do that?
Some of them do. So like Sailor Moon, like so Sailor Moon I really liked because um I don't know how to just like say this without being well, I grew up in a very, very almost like machismo household.
Oh yeah, like yes.
But so it's like it was great, and like I said, like Dragon Ball, like like
Hmm.
Dragon Ball Z, because I grew up with like my older brother, and then I had like two cousins who were all my age, and so like Dragon
Mm,
Ball Z was like the big thing. But
yeah.
like being in this culture where like it's like I feel like I didn't really have high expectations for me
Hmm.
growing up, and it was kind of like you're raised, and it's like vas a limpiar, vas a cocinar,
And
pues,
this your responsibilities as
getting
the
ready,
female, yeah. Hmm.
getting ready to like basically get married and take care of
Hmm.
like, my husband and my kids. And like Sailor Moon was really, I think it was really important to see as a little girl who is growing up in that kind of environment, because it's like she was doing it. Like, yeah, like Tuxedo Mask is there and everything, but like it was cool just to see like a
Hmm.
girl superhero. Um, and so I think that like I really resonated with like always with
Hmm.
Usagi. And I'm like a crybaby and stuff too. Like I don't know how familiar you are with Sailor Moon, but she's like Usagi's like she's a crybaby, and
Hmm.
she's kind of like a little lazy. Like she doesn't like to get up in the morning. So I was like, oh my gosh, that's literally me. So yeah, and originally when I did my Sailor Moon, I was just gonna cosplay regular Sailor Moon, like the blonde and everything.
Hmm.
And I heard Easy Band when they released like their version of the Sailor Moon intro.
Hmm.
I like got all the stuff for Usagi, and I was just gonna make a video with like the blonde and stuff. And then
Hmm.
when I got it, like I had the outfit like sitting in front of me, and I was just like, oh, like how am I gonna dance to Vanda? Like, and like I mean, I know that there's like Mexican blondes and everything, but
Yeah, yeah.
I was like, how am I gonna dance to Vanda? Like, I gotta like change this up a little bit. And then that's
Hmm.
when I like decided to like completely change it and like incorporate like both. So
Did you expect this type of response when you just did it,
no,
or like the first time you posted something?
no, I didn't. It was actually it caught me by surprise. Like I didn't think so. Like honestly, when I did it, I thought I was gonna get like hate, like straight hate. Like I thought people
Mm.
like, oh, like take this down, like how dare
Hmm.
you? Like I really thought that it was not going to be received well. And I was
Yeah.
scared, but I was just like, you know what, like I don't care. Cuz I just loved like I was just happy with it cuz I think there was a while when I first moved to college where I was living in like a predominantly like white area,
Hmm.
Colorado, and like I felt like I almost like wanted to like assimilate, and it's not that I was like ashamed of my culture and was like trying to be like, oh, I'm not Mexican. I was
Hmm.
never like that, but like I was even like wasn't like bumping my Mexican music in my car and stuff. So
Hmm.
it was like I don't like feeling that way no more. Like I'm very like when people like I'm very openly like this is my culture. It's who I am. It's a big part of who I am.
Hmm.
Um, and I was so proud that I made it, and I like not just because it's my design, but I loved my design and I loved what I did with it. And I asked my
Yeah.
mom for help with it because I was like, I kind of showed her what I had,
Hmm.
what I wanted to do with it, and I was like, I want to like add it to where it looks like still Sailor Moon, but like I want it to kind of be like like a little bit more like a traditional folklorico dress. And I was
Hmm.
like, what do you recommend so I can combine the two but it still looked like more Sailor Moon.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when like she was like, okay, like you can add like ribbons on the skirt
Mm-hmm.
and then like the flowers and everything. She's like, you gotta put like the flowers on there. So I was just like really happy with it. And so I was afraid that I was gonna get a lot of backlash, but I just didn't care. So I was actually more afraid that it was just not gonna be received well. So I was very happy when it was received well, because I was glad that it could resonate with others how it resonated with me.
Wait, but you also have the Sailor Moon that's like bandas, the like mariachi style, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, do you also create that one yourself?
Yeah. So that one I did all by myself.
Mm.
Not to give my mom, like, not to not give her her credit, but that one I actually did all by myself.
Mm-hmm.
So once I did my Mexican Sailor Moon, my first one, like I just really like liked it, and I felt like it was something new. I felt like it was like something that like I didn't see too often in cosplay. Like I think before that I had seen like I don't know if you've seen her, but her name is Lily, and she's the Puerto Rican Mandalorian.
No.
So she's really cool. So if anybody like go give Lily some love. She's a Puerto Rican Mandalorian. And so I loved that. And we followed each other once like my Mexican Sailor Moon came up, and I was like, you know what, like this is like really cool. Like I love being able to like add that.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't really even know how I came up with the mariachi, to be honest. I think originally I got the sombrero for, I was gonna do a charo mask.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the sombrero and everything, and then I like was like, well, I don't really have anybody to do like to be charo mask.
Mm-hmm.
And now I have a charo mask outfit, like not to like, but I have a charo mask ready to go, but like I'm trying to find somebody like to collaborate with
Mm-hmm.
to like dress up as him because I have it ready to go. But anyways, back to that. I originally got the sombrero to do charo mask, and then I just decided that I didn't have anybody to do that. So that's when I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna do a charo, like Mexican, like a mariachi Sailor Moon.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's when I like made that one. And honestly, like I love all of them, but like I think that one's my favorite. I love
Do you
them.
mind? Do you mind if I show your Instagram page?
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, because like I'm like people need to see. They don't understand. Like this is how cool. Because I think the first time I found you through TikTok, and I use Instagram the most, so I just end up following people on Instagram as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I remember like I think I ran to my brother and was like, "Look how cool this is!" And like you just have a bunch of videos, and I'm like, "I love them." Okay, let's see if I can
Yeah.
share this. No, not that. Yeah. Here goes. So this is the video that I was I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I think.
Oh,
Oh wait, what's this one?
Oh, that's Adelita Leia, or like basically
Oh, okay, yeah.
Leia.
Do you have one that is?
I think I posted the white one. If you go,
I saw it. That's why I asked you.
oh, with
I was like,
the,
I just saw it just now. Is it the real?
if you go to the guy where it's like he's taking a picture, like go down a little bit.
Oh wait, on this
It
one.
is a real.
This one.
No, go down. It's go down a little bit more. Right there, where the guy's like taking
Oh,
a
this
picture.
one.
Yeah. I thought I had one pinned, but I guess not.
Not of this one. Yeah. Okay. So here's my question: how many of those like Sailor Moon like bows do you have at this point?
I have a lot of them. I probably have like 6 or 7 at this point.
That's not that many.
Yeah.
You can
And
use more. You should do more actually.
yeah, and I have two. So like right now I have two that I'm working on and I really just have to finish them, but since I work full time, I've been kind of like slacking, honestly. Um so I have a new one. I kind of posted a little bit of it, but it's Sailor Venus, but I'm making it into like I want it to be like representative of Michoacan.
Mm.
So it's gonna be like a monarch butterfly sailor.
Ooh.
And then I have another one that I'm working on, which is not actually going to be Mexico related. But I'm working on a sailor Glinda um, from Wicked.
You know what? You should keep all these because sometimes I see like cosplayers and they're like, well, I repurposed this thing from another cosplay to do this one, and I was like, no, how are you gonna have your museum in the future with all your cosplays if you repurpose things?
That's what my cousin tells me. I'm like, I if I ever purpose anything, it's usually just the bows. Like I introduce the bows a lot.
Mm.
And then all my cosplays though, like especially like the Sailor Moon ones,
Mhm.
they're all intact. I think the only one, because I did a pink like mariachi one.
Mhm.
Actually, I lied. I have repurposed one of them. The Sailor Mars one, I made into Sailor Adelita.
Mhm.
And I took that one apart to make the Vaquerita Mars. For the most part, I usually keep them intact though. For the most part.
Wait, now I'm kind of like, because I'm not as familiar with Sailor Moon. I didn't grow up with Sailor Moon. I grew up with Power Rangers and
Oh
Pokemon,
yeah,
and
yeah. Yeah, I grew up with those
yeah.
too. I was always the Pink Ranger for
I
Halloween.
used to fight like that was the conflict like with girls like no I want to be the pink one. Everybody wanted the pink one.
Yeah,
Nobody wanted to be the yellow one.
yeah. Well,
It's the
thank
yellow
God
one.
my best friend was cool being the yellow one. So I
Oh,
was
okay.
the pink one and she was the yellow one, and it all worked out. Like she didn't like pink. She wasn't a pink girl. So
Oh, okay, okay.
and I
Yeah.
was always been a pink girl. So I was always the Pink Ranger. So it always worked out. That's a cosplay that like I would love to do. I would love to get the Pink Ranger.
Okay, so the main difference in their outfits is just the color.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. Or obviously the hairstyle too.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but the biggest difference for the most part is the color of their outfits. So that's why like even for like my Mexican Sailor Moon outfit, like I call her Mexican Sailor Moon, but like technically like it's not Sailor Moon's outfit, it's Sailor Jupiter's.
Oh.
So because it's she has the green one. So
Oh. Well,
yeah.
close enough.
Technicality.
Wait. There's cats in this. Have you ever considered doing a like cat cosplay? Like
Oh,
no, for cats.
like
Like designing like a Mexican Sailor Moon outfit for a cat.
oh, that'd be cute. I hadn't really thought about that because, which actually I just as of recently got a kitty, so
Oh, there you go.
I saved a kitty. So yeah, and that's funny because I was like when I got this kitty, she was just a stray, and I found her. And I was like, oh, like what should I name her? I put it on Instagram, and everybody was like Luna because like the cat's name and
Oh, okay,
it
okay.
was Luna. Everybody was saying Luna, and then my cousin was like, oh my gosh, like you have to make her a cosplay, like and cosplay her as like Luna or Artemis because those are their two names. It's Luna, Artemis, and then Diane is the third one, like their kid. So there's like the three kitties.
I like how all of them are because there's so many of them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10 kitties?
No, not kitties. Sailors.
I was like, oh my gosh.
Sailor Moon.
Yeah. There's 9. There might be
There's
10.
one where it's like
Oh,
it's a
yeah,
little
there's
girl.
yeah, because it's Sailor Moon and then the like 9 planets technically.
Oh, I see. I like how
Um,
well there's like two of them that are like nah, I don't want to wear things. I'm just gonna wear heels. And I'm like, how do you fight like that? Boots, like heeled boots, I understand, but just heels.
Yeah,
Like one kick and they're out.
yeah. Let's be real, they're not practical.
They look nice though.
I can't even wear them to a convention. Whenever I wear the like heels to a convention, I'm dying. So
Yeah. Is there an outfit that you're like, I really would like to do that, but it would be too expensive, or like I just don't know how to go about doing it quite yet?
um there it's not Sailor Moon, but I have my Berserk Sailor Moon too. I don't know if you're too familiar with Berserk. It's like the manga.
Yeah.
Um I have my my Sailor Guts. And I want to, which then I got a 3D printer. And so I was like, yeah, I can finally do it. And then my 3D printer broke.
Oh no.
Now I'm like, oh crap. Um, but I want to do, because there's a point like where he has like crazy armor. And I
Hmm.
want to incorporate that armor with the Sailor Moon outfit.
Hmm.
And so that's like my dream cosplay that I just am like trying to get that done. But since I'm having issues with my 3D printer, it's like if I commissioned it, it would be super expensive. So it's kind of like
Yeah.
out of reach cosplay for right now. Um, but fingers crossed, I can eventually get my 3D printer either working or get a new one, and then I can be back on to making that, because I started making it and then it died on me. So that
Oh
was
no.
a-
Um, wait, I was gonna say. They have a Sailor Chibi Moon. That's what it was. Um. Uh. Oh yeah, storage. How did you go about storing all of these
Oh my
outfits?
gosh. So that's actually very hard. Actually, like right next to me, there's like a huge pile of stuff. These are all stuff that needs to get sorted. Usually my piles, like it gets pretty sorted. So and I have a closet in like my like room. I have my PC
Mhm,
and then like my stuff behind me. And then
mhm,
in the closet, I have bins and bins of, because I have a lot of cosplays like outside of like I think I even have cosplays I haven't even posted in. And I have the tiniest closet, so they get put in bins and
mhm.
like sort them. And yeah, all of this stuff is new stuff or stuff that like just still has to get put away. That
Mhm.
it's like whenever that happens, I have to take my bins out and like reorganize.
Everything, yeah.
Yeah, so which has kind of been like a weird interesting thing, because like now I'm like trying to be more conscious about like overconsumption. Um
Mhm.
and like, I feel like cosplay is one of those things that's like unintentionally it's like overconsumption. Because I have a lot of stuff. So now it's like I'm trying to like, make sure I get use of what I have, and switch stuff out and try to sell anything that I don't like really use, because there's a lot of stuff that I have that I just don't use.
What would be your favorite cosplay outside of like the sailor ones?
My favorite cosplay outside, I think Lucy from Cyberpunk. She's
Mm.
definitely like my favorite. I really like that cosplay.
um. Uh. There was that question, and then I was like, "Oh, I will ask another one later," and then I forgot the other question. Oh yeah, yeah. So, do you have sort of like a goal in mind when you're making these cosplays? Like, oh, I'll make this cosplay, and it will be ready for this convention, or it will be ready by this time, so I can take pictures or anything like that.
I do when I like so when I'm making something new for like conventions. Yeah, in like if I'm like not attending conventions, I probably won't start. I was gonna try to go to, I think it's KatsuCon now in February, but unfortunately I have to work that day.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I can't go. But once I start going to conventions, that's when I definitely start cracking down, and it's like I need to finish this one by then. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and then when I'm not in like convention season, I kind of slack a little bit. So like conventions kind of help keep me like on a good schedule of like finishing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, when I'm not in conventions, it's like really hard, like working full time and then being like, okay, like I have to craft this and finish it by this day. Like my other, like the sailor outfits that I'm working on right now, like I
Mm-hmm.
keep telling myself that I'll get it done by like Thursday each week, and then it'll be like Wednesday, and I just like, oh, like I don't want to work on it right now. So it's a little harder when I'm not in conventions to keep up with it.
Yeah, I followed this one person. I something silhouette. I think it's
Oh, I
their
think it's
Instagram handle.
Sarah silhouette.
And they show I found them because they did the most amazing like Loki cosplay, and like Loki's my favorite character.
Yeah.
And I follow them, and then they had this like a bunch of other like videos where they show like exactly how they're doing things. And
Yeah.
it just it to me it's just insane, because it's like every little detail is like so, like it's either like hand sewn in, or like, she's like, oh, so this is the pattern that I'm trying to like sew in here, and then she goes by hand and does it. And
Yeah.
I'm like, I cannot, like it's not a skill that's in my wheelhouse, also not something I'm all that interested in, but I love when other people are doing it. I'm like for watching other people and be like, this is so cool.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like I usually don't have like a lot of hand sewing stuff, but like this Michoacan, like the Sailor Michoacan that I'm working on, I
Hmm.
hand painted like the butter, like like the black with like the white.
Hmm.
I went around like the hem on the skirt and did like a black line. So I had to like paint all that. And then I went back and did like the white dots like all around the dress. So that took me forever. Like that took me like probably like 4 days
Like,
to
do you get
paint.
like frustrated or upset with yourself, what, and you decide, I'm never gonna do this again? Like, I'm just not that good of a like artist, or like a craftsman to be able to do this.
Um, Sometimes more like when it can like more when it comes to sewing.
Mm.
Like with the painting and stuff, it's like it's pretty fine. But the sewing is what gets me. Sometimes when I have to sew stuff and then like my sewing machine, like it'll bunch up or like something will happen and it like gets me frustrated. I'm like, I cannot sew for the life of me. Like I should just hire somebody to do this. But then I'm like, well, it's cheaper if I do it. So let me go back and so.
Yeah, I think I followed this other cosplayer. I think this is like when I first started using TikTok, like way back in the day.
Yeah.
And I think they're from, I can't remember if it was like Australia or New Zealand, but like that area.
Mhm.
And they did this cosplay, and they were saying, well, I need to do this pattern, but it was one of those like sewing machines where like you put the pattern on the computer and then it does it by itself. And
Yeah.
I'm like, how much are those?
Yeah.
Because I probably can do that, but then thinking about like, okay, well, what would if it breaks down? Would I know how to fix it? No.
Yeah. That was I asked my mom for that for Christmas. I didn't get it, but I asked my mom for an embroidery machine because I use a lot of embroideries
Yeah,
on
yeah.
a lot of my cosplays. And usually like I buy them from Amazon because it's just easier for me.
Hmm.
I don't know how to embroider and I don't have an embroidering machine. Actually, I know how to embroider by hand because like my mom taught me when I was little,
Hmm.
but I don't have time for that. So it's like
Exactly.
yeah, mom, like, yeah, so it would be nice to those. They're not too terrible. Like, it is expensive, but you can get like a decent one for like 500 on Amazon, um, which is still very expensive, but it's like,
No, I was like, well, how did you know it's sort of like worth it, right? Because I think sometimes when I'm talking about, because the whole point of Psychology for Geeks is to encourage people to do more of their hobbies, right? But
yeah,
then sometimes like on TikTok, you'll see those like wall to wall like Funkos, or wall to wall like, like these really intricate um things that they have. And I'm like, that's a lot of money. Like, so there has to be that balance in between making sure that your own needs are met, and then going on to like do your hobby.
yeah.
So what would be just in general, not necessarily for you, but in general, will be like that line in between what, like, is it worth it for me to invest on something that's this expensive,
Yeah.
given that I'm gonna use it like once for this one cosplay or like twice a year when I go to cons?
Yeah. So honestly, like I try to be very like frugal.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
So I feel like for me, like I said, like I don't get like a lot of like brand deals and stuff to like support my content. So like it's like coming out of like my like pocket.
mm-hmm,
So like a lot of times like when I can, like I try to save. Like if I can go like to like a thrift store and get stuff, like I will. Um
mm-hmm,
for like buying big things for like one project, like I would recommend like if it's like sewing or embroidering or stuff like that, like going to like your local like they're kind of hard to find, but there's you can still find them, but like trying to find like a sewing shop or like
mm-hmm,
like a class that will like local classes for sewing and stuff like that, like different art classes that you can find locally. Um,
mm-hmm.
and then making sure that it's like something that's like, okay, like I can do, like I would love to do this outside of just for this one cosplay. Cause like, yeah, like a lot of my stuff, it's like, like it is, you don't want to spend money if you're just going to use it for one thing. Um,
Yeah.
I try to like recycle, like unless I just can't, like with like my sailor outfits, like it's like I need to get the different color, like I need a specific color.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Like I besides that, like everything else I reuse. I like try to reuse a lot of my stuff and like even like besides my sailor outfits, like if I do have like a color like in another cosplay and it's like, okay, this would make a good color for the bow, I will use that for the bow. Like I use a lot of like stuff that I have for bows. um
Mm-hmm.
like I said earlier, I can't recycle, like I can't make a full new cosplay out of curtains. I'm
Mm-hmm.
not that skilled, but yeah, like I try to spend as like little money as possible on like new stuff, like if I don't have to. But local classes are like the best, like finding like local things. Because sometimes like you can even take your projects into these local classes and they'll like
Mm-hmm.
even help you on these projects. And they're like for the most part pretty low cost. So that's like a good way to like avoid that.
You know, now thinking about sort of like cosplay, it's not only like spending money on the cosplay itself, like the outfit, but it's sometimes it's also the like if you're getting like professional pictures edited, like it's the makeup, the hair, like all those
Yeah.
stuff. Like, are you used to doing all of that yourself, or do you have like a friend that comes does your makeup or your hair?
I for the most part do a lot of it myself. Like if you look on my page, like I have pictures, but I don't have like professional pictures of like, like a photo shoot. Um,
They look like it. That's why I
like,
asked.
thank you. Like I said, I'm pretty frugal, so it's like like I try like not to like overspend.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, so like and I'm not really that good at makeup. Like I feel like I don't really do crazy looks. I've been trying to like learn a little bit more because like I feel like I have the same makeup look for every single cosplay because it's
Mm,
the only thing I know how to do.
mhm,
Um, but yeah, like it is a lot of money, and I know that like you know I'm probably one of like the more like frugal cosplayers because I see a lot of bigger cosplayers, and you know they're always doing photo shoots, and I'm sure they have their ways of making it like
mhm,
where it's not super expensive. Like they probably like collaborate with like photographers and stuff.
mhm,
But yeah, I think there's just certain like there's everybody has their ways to do things. And as to like for me, like I try to keep it like as low cost as possible. Um and I like kind of take my own pictures. Like sometimes it's hard too cuz like I just set up my camera and then I'll just like set timers and stuff and then I'll just have to go through and pick the ones I like the most. And I do have a friend who like will sometimes like edit my pictures and stuff. Like I just posted one the other day with like the red, like the berserk one.
yeah, yeah,
Sometimes like they'll edit stuff for me and like they're like, oh, like here you go, like if you like it, like if you want to post it.
mhm.
Um, but that's kind of nice that I have like a friend that's like willing to do that. But yeah, a lot of the times I do it myself.
Yeah, I mean, like in my head, I just sort of like imagine that the cosplay becomes this sort of like community, right? Where there's the like, and you have like the makeup artist and like,
Yeah,
um, the people who really love like like fashion and like photography, and they all sort of like come into one, and
yeah,
like oh well, that's in my like delusion that would be like the perfect world, right? Like if you were
yeah,
just like, hey,
yeah.
IT players, we help each other out, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is like that, in more like bigger areas. Like if I think it just like maybe I'm like a little secluded where I'm at because I'm like in like the suburbs of Pennsylvania. So I think I'm
Mm,
a little bit more secluded because like the New York scene, from what I can tell, everybody in the New York scene is like this, like the cosplayers,
mm,
photographers. Like I think they all like really like connect and are like, let's do shoots together. Um,
mhm,
but since I'm, like, a little, like, further away and, like, more, like, in a tiny suburb further
mhm,
and stuff, I think it's a little hard when you're, like, kind of away, but at least I hope that, like, I can be an example of, like, if you don't have access to, like, photographers and,
mhm.
like, this big community, like, you can still do like, there's still ways to do it. You just, yeah, have to try to
Gotta
find
start from somewhere, right? Yeah.
yeah, because yeah, like I'm pretty secluded where I'm at, so it's kind of hard to like get that. But I have a lot of mutuals and friends in the New York scene, and and New York is still like 2 hours away from me, but um, they all connect, like the photographers and the cosplayers and stuff. So
So did you have like a local community of like cosplayers? Because I seen like on Facebook sometimes they're like, oh, we're having like a cosplay meetup at this one place. Like, do you guys have stuff like that there or no?
not where I am.
Mm,
I don't know, like I feel like the closest person who like cosplays that I know is like still like about an hour away from me. So
mm,
it's kind of like I'm a little bit like further.
yeah. Yeah.
Um
I I think that's that part of why I wanted to create psychology for geeks, and why it's so like I'm trying to convince like other like mental health providers too, that sometimes it's okay if like people don't really have friends like that they see
yeah,
IRL,
yes,
but because you kind of have no other choice. Like like I have a friend who lives in the same town. The town where I live is very, very small,
yeah,
and if you were to like Google it, it has like this large number of like in the population, but most of it comes from the prison that's like right next to us. So it's
yeah,
not really our town, right? Like we're a very small town, and like we're both just so busy we don't have time to see each other, right? And I'm like sometimes it's just easier for me to like contact someone who's like on the other side of the US because they
yeah,
have more time, right? Or we connect in more things.
yeah.
So yeah, I think it's perfect. Like, do you have like an online sort of like group where you connect with other cosplayers?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually like have a really good group. I have I have like a group of like cosplayers that I connect with. And I'm gonna be honest, I have more online friends than I
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah.
in real life.
Same.
Especially like here because like I'm not from Pennsylvania. Like I said, I'm from Colorado
Hmm.
and then I moved here. So it's like here I don't like know that many people. So it's like I have more online community. And, like I have a cosplay group and then I also have like a bunch of like Latino creators who I also have
Mm-hmm.
like Latino creators. So
Mm-hmm.
it's really cool to have um so I think it's like important that like you're saying because it's one of those things of like I feel like sometimes people are like put a lot of emphasis on like oh you have to have like so many people like so many friends in real life and it's like no like as long as you have people like that's what
Hmm.
matters.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it would be so much better, right, if they were so much closer and you can hang out with them all the time. But
It would be
yeah.
nice.
Yeah. So if anybody is like wanting to like connect with you to do like a photo shoot or like an event or something, or where can they find you?
Yeah, they can find me at Space Cowgirl Yaya. That's like what I am, like basically across the board, except for on Twitch. I'm It's Yaneli on Twitch.
um,
You can
okay.
find
Well, that's great. If you are seeing this in the future on YouTube, not live, all the details will be in the description, so you don't have to remember that. But so, what socials are you mainly using?
Yeah, so I mainly use TikTok and Instagram, but I am starting like my YouTube and stuff.
Okay, great.
Everything was in limbo. I was like, okay, maybe it's time to like take YouTube seriously.
Well,
But mainly TikTok and Instagram.
have you ever done one of those like step by step how I built a cosplay
I've
videos?
done a couple of videos. Not like for like any of the sailor ones, but like little ones. Like I've done a few of them, but not too many. I want to start doing it more. I'm just really bad at setting up the camera
Mm.
when I'm doing stuff. Like I feel like I get so into it, and then I'm like 30 minutes in or like super far into it, and I'm like, oh, like I forgot to put the camera up. Like, I'm really bad
Yeah.
at that. So sometimes I'll like start like the beginning process and then forget like the whole middle, and then I remember towards the end, and I'm like, oh well, no.
Do you ever, because I feel like sometimes I get even sort of like more discouraged, or like I feel like my creativity like draining away when I have to think about like, well, I have to, like, I should probably like record a video on this.
Um, yeah, I feel like yeah, I'm so bad at it sometimes. Like I like think about it and then it just like spaces. Like I just completely forget and I'm just like, oh, like
Okay. I just saw people like coming in and out. I don't know if anybody was watching right now, but thank you so much for joining us today. I have been wanting to meet you for a while. um and I hope to one day be able to visit your museum with all your cosplays.
oh my gosh, yes. Um, you're in Cali, right?
Yeah.
I don't know where in Cali, but I will be moving to Bakersfield.
No way.
Yes.
Dude, you would be an hour away from me.
Well, then we can
That's so
definitely connect.
close. Yes, definitely.
So we can keep in touch because I'm gonna be moving there, like like summer, end of summer. So I'm getting to the
Okay.
West Coast. I'm super excited.
Yeah, definitely hit me up then, because yeah, that's so close. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited now.
Yes.
Yeah, because like one of the things that I really wanted to do is that, so Psychology for Geeks, we plan these sort of like events that are fun for the kiddos, and I want to sort of like bring more of like that geek culture
Mhm.
into my little town, because it's still very much stuck in like the past century in certain ways. And I'm like, no, like there's a, because some when I talk to people, right, like for therapy, especially parents,
Yeah.
and I ask them like, oh, what do you do for fun? And then they have like no hobbies because they're so busy being parents, right? And
Oh,
then I'm like, well, let me just show you like a bunch of different ways that you can have fun, and it can just become like a family thing. Like, I was talking to my friend like during this past con. I was talking to her about how I loved when it was like a little kid and a parent like both dressed up.
yes.
Right. And I was like, yeah, like the parents are teaching like the little kids about how to be creative and
Yeah.
love, like, being themselves and being geeky. So I'm like, yeah, we need to do more of that here, I feel like.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So, yeah, I'd love to connect with you once I get out to the West Coast.
Yeah.
And we can do other stuff too. I don't know,
Yeah.
you probably have to go, but
Yeah.
I throw that in there that I'll be out there. So,
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, like we do have a ton of conventions that are sort of like close enough, right? Like for
yeah.
us to be able to go like a day and come back if needed. So I think you'll really like it here. And I'm not biased because I live here.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm tired of the East Coast.
Better weather is what we can offer you. So yay.
It's snowing right now, and sorry, I don't have a lot of lights in this room.
It's okay.
So, but yes, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll let you know when we post this on YouTube
Okay,
as well,
awesome.
so you
Thank
can
you
check it
so
out.
much.
All right. Well, I will be in contact.
All right,
Have a
well,
good rest of your night now.
you too. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. No one's here. And okay, that's okay. I need to take a quick break bathroom break. How do I tiny break? BRB. That's one. Comments. Wait. Let me increase this and do this, and then this. I'll be right back. It is tea time. Tea time. How do I... There it goes. I am back. So, let's see, let me just double check one more time. It is tea and cookies time. It's a Q&A time, so you can ask me questions if you would like. And then we have about 2 hours of playing cozy games. And then at 8 p.m., we start choosing the winners. I took a little bit long because I went to get my tea. I kind of feel like a bit of a cold coming on. So I got this lemon and ginger plus probiotics. It's very tasty. I also got me a snack. And cookies. Can't forget cookies. And now my dog is following me because he sees all the snacks I have. And he wants them. He cannot have them. So, just chill time. For the now. Okay, I am unmuted. So what I might do, because I'm just gonna be munching on tea and cookies and the snack that I got. But I've been wanting to do this for a while, so we're just gonna do it now. It's supposed to be chill time, but no one's here, so who cares? It's just reacting to daily dose of the internet. Still gonna mute myself though because I'm eating.
Happy birthday to the-
Oh, but I can't hear. Dang it. News.
And since then, it's on camera!
This is the true definition of a sleeper build.
It's okay. You are in our car.
Guys, my little sister's here with me, and she has crazy hair. So say hi, Alaya. Say hi. Here. Say.
For some reason, this dog faints every time it gets scared.
Charlie, one piece. You don't want to knock them all out.
I think there's something wrong with this dog. These parents did a fake tongue prank on their daughters.
Oh my God!
Wow.
¿Sí?
Está muerta, Washington. ¿Está viva o está muerta? ¿Cuál dice que está muerta?
This raccoon was choking on some food, and this guy saved his life.
He is choking, though. A little bit lower, Bill. Upward motion. There you go. There it is. A little bit lower.
Let's save this one. Let's go. You're not gonna die on that one. Yes. You're not gonna die.
This fish somehow found a pacifier.
The lady was like, "You will not be twerking in my territory, not on my watch."
This has to be the worst public proposal of all time.
Qu'est-ce qu'elle fait?
In my life, I swear.
No.
Hey, may Zeus himself strike me down if I'm lying. Hey, didn't strike me though.
This zip line is way too close to the swamp.
You're good to go. It's hard to name a thing in this lifetime that'll last me a lifetime, but I'll only need one internet.
This old dog was excited to try out his new staircase. This cat owner realized that their cat refuses to eat their food unless they also have a side salad. This person accidentally dropped their phone into alligator-infested waters.
Bye, phone!
Apertura automática.
Ma che brava, Nisa.
Grazie, Nisa.
This cat must be a paid actor to know how to react to this fake knife. This poor kid was scared of the Halloween costume her husband was wearing.
Hello. Oh, hey.
These children were way too calm about being chased by a coyote.
Dad,
Yeah.
this is a coyote.
No.
Yeah.
Oh! Holy!
See?
What do you think he's trying to say? Here's some good news. After 4 years, this dog finally learned how to use the doggy door.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
This magician figured out how to move his fingers around.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. That's it. Someone else?
What's that? What's that?
One of my subscribers recorded a video of a tornado that somehow spawned on an indoor pool.
No.
Oh. Here, you do it.
This baby gorilla really wants this toy.
Oh, sweet boy. Yeah, I want that.
I know.
Yeah.
This chunky monster of a boy. He's not overeating. I know that. Look at
Kiki, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Silence.
That's what my dog does. He just like, I tell him, hey, stop barking, or like, come do this. And then if he doesn't want to do it, he just kind of like look at me. And as soon as I turn away, he just start doing it again.
I need an egg. Thank you.
So you guys need to leave the property for 24 hours. And if you don't right now, I'm gonna make it 6 months.
Would you kiss me though?
No. Okay, it's now 6 months.
No,
Leave the property.
I can't.
This guy got a tattoo and immediately passed out.
Oh, he was able to catch him.
Luckily, the artist was able to catch him before he got hurt. She tried to pick up this firefighter. This company was doing some repairs in the attic when this happened.
Oh, goodness.
He's all scared. I see you. You're scared. Okay. I'm playing with you. Relax.
This dog is an amazing artist.
Oh no 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 no! Well, I thought he was just gonna fall. That's much worse.
You can
Oh!
see food go down this dog's throat whenever they eat.
Sir, your bottle. Your bottle. Your bottle. On your car. No. You got a bottle?
Oh my God.
Yes. Hey, what?
Oh!
Hey, where are you going?
Find the lowest priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com.
For you guys, I
Get
can't
a
for the no ads.
I know how to do a cartwheel. Here we are.
This dog scream sounded exactly like a human.
I do not.
Hey!
That's how I scream. That's exactly how.
Come on, Joe. Come on. Smash it, JoJo. Woo! Oh my God.
This guy's truck was being towed away, so he tried to save it by stealing the tow truck that was taking his car.
That's one way to do it. Do it by your car. No. No. Bro, all those cars. Oh no, the baby is here.
Hey, Nash, we outside? Psych, you can't go anywhere.
This poor cat was halfway to heaven.
Nella. Girl, stop. Jesus Christ.
You're right.
This truck driver had no idea that he was pushing a car.
Premiär och många avslutades igår. Degerfors ledde länge, men Öster kvitterade på tilläggstid. Östers Davids seger om
Skönt att vi får
Oh wow.
slut. Vi jobbade
He did eventually figure it out. This guy broke the AI drive-thru voice, so a human employee had to take over.
What would you like?
55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 cokes, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wings, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pasta, 55 peppers, and 155 taters.
Can I take you there?
Sorry.
I ain't never in my life seen a donkey and a dog be best friends.
Oh, he just explained without even trying.
Why is he looking at me, Phil?
Blow out your candle.
Well, that's one way to do it. Oh! Oh!
Oh.
Damaged. My car is damaged.
Where?
Right here. If you want to see, you can come on. Why are you hitting my car, lady?
Because it's not damaged. You. Would you tell her to get away from me? She's crazy.
What the heck?
How many rocks? 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Again.
This dog has a perfect smile. This guy found a tactical way to escape from the police. This poor dog fell for a fake hand prank. A meteorologist in North Dakota was trying to burn ice off his driveway when he accidentally made a fire tornado.
Oh my god, that was amazing.
I think this guy invented his own physics.
Cows go boo, sheep go baa, and you go.
The turbulence while flying over South America was so bad that someone ended up in the ceiling of the plane.
Señora, tapado ahí, por favor.
Wait, because of the turbulence?
The amazing thing is that he wasn't hurt.
Oh, geez. Oh, ouch. Oh, well, he's laughing at us. It's okay, I guess we laugh. Oh.
British humor is really something else.
He's doing well. Oh, mate. What's your secret, mate?
You know what?
Now, who decided to put an air cannon there?
Oh! Was that like the first time this kiddo was able to do that? What is this?
Trying to avoid eye contact never ever works. I have never seen a cat run in cursive before.
Okay, welcome people. This is Tea and Cookies Hour, and I just keep munching on cookies, so I'm just reacting or just watching the best videos on the internet. Come and check it out, and bring your tea or a coffee or whatever your drink of choice is.
No.
They wanted to introduce their new kitten to their older cat. A bear was seen walking through the woods without any
That
arms.
was not
Despite its
hugging it.
handicap, this bear has still managed to find a way to grow and learn on their own. Someone lost their phone on this ride, but this worker was in perfect position.
I didn't know I did that. Oh. Come on, good cat.
Good cat. Puppy?
No, he's 17-year-old, bro.
He's 17. Looks like a puppy.
Please. Cold B.
What?
Warm him up. Give him a blanket. Cold beer.
I really don't know if this is the best way to escape from predators. This guy was just released from prison, but his family asked some police officers to pretend that he was getting arrested again.
Yes, my guy. Hello.
How you doing?
Oh. Where you get your
I would have started crying.
These people were trying to stop their furniture from blowing away.
They accidentally
Someone lost
invented a
their
new
phone,
sport.
so this guy held it up until someone came to claim it.
Let me go trick and build a stupid rubber.
They asked these kids what they wanted to do after graduating from kindergarten.
I want to be pregnant.
So why did he pick the most awkward place possible to propose to her? This might be the dumbest deer of all time.
Are you serious?
The chance of something like this happening is so crazy. Does anyone know how this magic trick works?
3, 4, 6. Here 6. This is 9. This is 6. This is 9, right? Yeah. This is 6. This is 6. And this is 9.
Wait, what?
Are you okay, honey?
How does something like this even happen?
I'm not doing it, baby. Nothing's happened.
God damn. Anybody ever see a turtle run? Hey, I was gonna. Okay.
This cat is actually evil. It was his first time learning how to pet a cat.
Raylan, can you... Nope, stop. Raylan, can you pet the cat? Pet the cat? Good boy.
Oh, she's a good egg making me my bed, isn't she?
Oh no. I love when go-go's go down like that.
This goat got scared and fainted.
Come on. Oh my gosh!
Oops.
In case you didn't know, sheep wag their tails like dogs if they're excited to see you.
Oh, I didn't know. That's so cute.
This dad tried to save his trampoline from being blown away in the wind.
Bennett, get out of there.
He will get taken too.
Oh my gosh.
Bennett!
Oh. Just let it go, bro. Just let it go. What was that? No longer me.
Hey, let's go, Makamamba. Oh, yeah.
They had a ceremony to announce the opening of their new office.
Oh.
This magic trick freaks me out.
Stomach. You ready?
Yeah.
He couldn't understand why he was getting a traffic ticket.
Holy! Oh! Did not see that coming. Or that! What the heck?
Bonjour, on m'a dit qu'il y avait un spectacle ce soir à 20h45. C'est...
Oh no 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 no! Oh, they were professional.
What's up,
okay.
Mr. Cool?
This lumberjack perfectly cut down this tree.
Wow.
This hippo chased down a boat and broke its motor.
I just made a
Making
cup
too
of
much noise,
tea
man.
for myself. The whole floor is wet. I just picked up my cup of tea and the bottom stayed.
This has to be the happiest dog of all time.
Good morning, Maggie. Oh my goodness. Hi, baby.
Perra loca! Oh!
Ladies and gentlemen, the President
It's like,
of
I
the
can
United
feel this
States.
arm. Oh, it's so cute. And he's just sitting there with a big smile.
Come here.
These people ran away to
dang.
safety after hearing this tire make a weird noise.
Oh.
Here's a smart way to get Mom to come back home.
You're not for the streets, Priscilla.
Oh my god. In a second. I'm just taking.
This turtle didn't like the taste of this worm it was trying to eat.
Ew. It's too many legs. Too hairy. That timing, bro. Well, like, oh, or not. Shoot. Oh.
So, I guess you don't
Oh.
need two legs to break dance. This poor robot collapsed after working for over 20 hours straight with no breaks. Even when he was asleep, this paramedic thought he was still at work.
Is there any particular reason why you'd like to go to the hospital? What symptoms specifically makes you think you might be having a stroke?
How much does a new pair of pants cost?
Yeah. It's hard to think about.
I mean, if you're that bad off, I'll buy it. Jeez.
This random giant blade came out of nowhere and hit this building.
Oh. They were good.
Someone dropped their phone into a chimp enclosure, and he was nice enough to give it back.
呀呀呀！太好了，哎，拿走了，哇，气死了！
好神奇呀，东东！
Very kind.
This dog brought over a stick that had a hornet's nest on it.
Bro. My dog doesn't pick up sticks.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
So weird that the dog was okay. All right. There's a few people that have joined us. I was by myself, so I started watching videos. Do you guys want to watch another video or just sort of have like a Q&A? Or I can go straight to power washing. Wait, or should I do a different game today? Oh no, I was supposed to have my brother connect my my Switch so I can play a different game today, but I forgot. I got to doing other things that needed to be done. So let's see what other free games we got out there. I'm gonna play Roblox, but let's just see what's on Steam. I tried looking yesterday to see if there was like any cool things on Steam, and I just didn't want to play any of them, but maybe I'll change my mind today. A lot of them are just like to play with like other people, so that makes it kind of hard. And also, I'm very, very picky on the games that I would like to play because yes. There's a fishing game, but I feel like I'm gonna get motion sickness from if it has to go up and down. Be right, be my dog needs to go outside. Hold on. Be right back. Okay, I was muted. Okay, so I found a game I kind of want to play. Let's go see. Wait, how do I download a free game? Add to my library? Play game? My game is ready to... I thought Doko was back. He's not. Vine? What Vine? Oh, close this. No, there's no Facebook pictures. It's no. Ah. Wait. No. I don't know how to get out of this game. Like it's a full screen, like full screened it. I don't want to do that. I want a full screen. How do I get out? Oh, it's so loud. Wait, give me a second. I'm figuring. Okay. Wait. No, how do I get out? Ah! It's not letting me get out. Ah, come on. Where's the settings? Oh, no, this isn't the settings. No, just leave me alone. That's money. What is this? Well, are you guys having fun? Oh, found it. I'm back. I thought I was never going to be able to get out. Okay, so I need to go grab my computer real fast because in order to play the game, I have to share the whole screen. It takes over the whole screen. And I only have one. Blah, blah. I need my computer. I'll be right back. Welcome back. All right. Alexa, set a timer for 7:55.
Good evening, Elizabeth. Is that 7:55 in the morning or in the evening?
In the evening.
Alarm set for 7:55 p.m.
Okay. So now I'll be able to see any comments that come in. And play the game at the same time. See if there's anything we can do to like lower the volume and stuff. All right. Nope. Okay. Bad news. I'm not going to be able to play that game because I want to be able to share the screen with you. Because it just takes over my whole screen and I can't do that. Well, like, wait, hold on. Can I play it on my laptop and then share it like that? What if I do it backwards? Well, let me see if it's possible. Let's see how we can mess around with technology. Make it work. Okay. One way or another. Because the only game I have right now is The cleaning one. I played that one yesterday. I want to play something different today. But I totally forgot to ask my brother to do the thing. So he didn't. And now we're here. But we are still accepting donations. You have about 2 more hours or so before the last donation is taken in before we do at 8 p.m. before we do the giveaway. So if you have a spare $10, that you can enter the giveaway. And again, like I said, there's only like 7 people that have donated so far. So you have a very good chance of winning if if you are wanting to enter the raffle. Let's see. Okay. I don't know what my Steam account password is. Great. I don't think I saved it anywhere. Because why would I? Ugh. When you don't know how to use technology, things become complicated. Mm-mm. Wait a minute. Maybe it is going to be possible. Nah. It is not. It is not. Man. Should I just play Roblox? I did not want to. Nope. I have done other passwords that I know it could possibly be, and it's not any of them, so I don't think that would work. Man, this is why your donations are so good. Not only would they help me personally save money, because I've been paying pretty much everything out of my own pocket, but it could make the events and the streams so much better, because then I will have 2 monitors. I'll be able to afford to buy a new computer. Because then I won't, with your donations, I don't have to pay money with my donation, with my money. What? Does that make sense? Hopefully it makes sense. Man, I'm sad now. Well, that's a bust. Is it? Am I really Roblox? Is that what's happening now? Cut grass simulator? Okay. Hmm. Sad. Okay, so fine, I'll play Power Wash Simulator. Didn't want to. I wanted to play something different. But I guess it will have to be. All right. Okay. Yesterday, I figured finally how to make it like smaller so I can still see people's comments. So wait, let me share that with you guys. There it goes. Hello, welcome in. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Oh wait, I'm at this house. No, I already cleaned the back garden. Almost done. Almost. Yes, donations, please, so I can save my money, so then I can buy a computer, so then I can do better streams. Right? How do what's needed? The bricks? What are the bricks? Also I forgot. There's no music. Why am I wearing these? It was like squeezing my brain earlier. Let's see. I'll play some music on for my YouTube. Let's see. There it is. Woo, some random one I haven't seen. Come on, come on. Be a good one. Let's try this. That's a commercial, please. Please wait. All right. Back at it. I forgot how to. I forgot how to check where the dirt is. How do I check that? Oh, there. What did I press? This one, I suppose. Shift. If shift, in case you are wondering. There you go. I think this one also laid up. I'm just making it up. Maybe. What else? The gut. Ah, I have to go upstairs again. I mean, up the roof. Posts? What do you mean posts? Post on where? No. How do I just exit all this? Okay. No. Oh, I see. There's a post over there, or... Whoa, what is this? I feel like I would have cleaned this. Like, I wouldn't have left it this dirty. It was me, I swear. Okay, everything seems to be nice and clean this side. Let's see the front of the house. Anybody see any blinking lights? Any blinking spaces? Oh no, that means I have to go up there for to clean the gutters. The porch fence. Porch. May. Okay. do I see where the... Is this the door there? There you go. Window frames. It's not this one. It could be the ones on the... Is there one on the side of the house? No. Is there one on the other side of the house? I don't think so. Oh, there is. Is that this one? I don't know. I don't like this is too inspirational. It's gonna make me fall asleep. Much better. I don't think it's this one. It's not blinking. Oh. I was here and I checked. Things from up there. Maybe the side. That looks clean to me. There it goes. Am I missing another window frame? Then it must be at the front of the house if none of the ones here are blinking. Ah! There it goes. I thought I got most of the... Oh, guess not. It's dirty. I guess I got all of the other gutters except this one's. Yay! Finally! Job completed. Okay, so what do we do now? I get off. I think I drew a flower on that roof. Was it on the other side? It was on the other side. Oops. Let's just do the bike. It's only $75. Can probably finish it pretty fast. Yep. I hope this doesn't annoy the heck out of me because it's so tiny, and so you will have like a lot of like tiny parts where like dirt can just get in there, you know what I mean? I hope it's not that. Isn't that the song of like ads on YouTube? I hate the song. No. Ew, gross. That's a song I was trying to not listen to. What am I missing? Can I get on top of it? Still not like 6%. Like, what does it need to clean from here? It's other tiny parts. I knew it was gonna annoy the heck out of me. One more percentage. What the heck is this swing arm? If this was like a real actual bike, I'm pretty sure I would have like already like effed it up, you know? Wait, could you guys see anything? Oh, it was just like I'm okay. That was me. It was on me. Oh, fall asleep, you guys. Handlebars. What's a radiator? Wow. No, this is putting me to sleep, you guys. This game is too relaxing. I feel like a headache coming in. So we have about an hour and a half left to go. Wait, let me see if I'm gonna just stop sharing. Do I? Yeah. We have about an hour and a half left to go. We are close to the next one, which is 300 and get the Demon Slayer thing. But only one person has donated today. So that's kind of sad. And we have such amazing guests today. Well, if you missed them, you'll see them on the YouTubes, and that could hopefully also give us some views and an opportunity to make some money later down the road. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna watch like a couple more videos from what is it, the daily dose of the internet, just to like chill a little bit, because I think there's like one or two people like joining on and off. Mhm. Okay, anyway, yeah, we are just doing that. I'm tired. I have a headache. And again, sadly, nobody has donated so far, so little demotivating. But yeah, I'll just watch. I am not watching. I wanted to watch this one.
When you go rogue, you make your own fun, no matter what it looks like.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. She decided to go for a run in extreme freezing temperatures.
Nej, jag dör, vad roligt! Ja, men alltså, det här är det sjukaste jag varit med om.
Thank you for being so patient. You've been so patient. Okay, now.
Oh, he was not being patient. He was not.
A truck was carrying giant planks of wood when they accidentally fell off directly into this car. As scary as that might have looked, the good news is that nobody was hurt. Does anyone know what this is? A few days ago, a weird glitch moved across the sky in Texas.
Everyone else is so oblivious they don't even see it.
Ready to see him in action?
Our new house came equipped with a doggy obstacle course.
This guy was out fishing when he realized that he was directly underneath a thunderstorm and it was time to leave.
Yeah, that's probably diners.
Here's a great way to ruin a Christmas present surprise.
Close your eyes. 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 Oh, what the? Close your eyes. Get inside. Get inside. That is not for you. You did not see that. You did not see that.
Aw. Look at its little butt. You do not appreciate that. So, are you looking at me?
You got this? Oh no!
These thieves were trying to steal a slot machine.
Whoa.
They couldn't figure out why this light pole wasn't
That does not look heavy
working.
at all.
It turns out that some squirrel completely filled it up with some nuts. He put a regular piece of paper in his bed to see how he would react.
Not well, apparently. Not well. He's like, it's down there!
This photographer was trying to get some good nature video footage when this happened.
Shoot.
I can't tell which bird is more angry. This poor little guy doesn't know how wheels work.
I mean, still getting some exercise.
No, I'm gonna go to jail. I'm going to jail. I'm going to jail. Somebody call the cops. I'm going to jail now. Somebody call the cops. I'm going to jail now because of you.
This kangaroo is trying to drown this guy's dog.
I'm gonna punch your head in. Look at my dog.
Oh!
Merry Christmas.
Oh!
This poor cat doesn't know how to drink water. This is called a mantid fly, which is a type of flying mantis that looks like a wasp.
He's completely harmless, as it turns out. Looks really ominous, but
scary looking.
pretty harmless. And is pretty chill, too.
So apparently it's not uncommon for food vendors in Thailand to remain open during major flooding.
I mean, it's probably very common, right? There in Thailand.
I think this pigeon might be a little too close.
Like Benja. Oh, I love this type of art. It's so cool. The perspective, yeah. Those are the
That's enough,
party
Rocky. Back away from the water. Beep, 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 beep.
I have never seen a cat with bad posture before.
Mia's cat.
Say we're gonna be making churros. All right, they're looking pretty fire. Let's go. I'm gonna get the biggest one, so it better taste good.
Some biking schools use a training
How's
wheel
that a
device to
churro?
teach people how to safely do a wheelie. This horse wanted to join in with making a snow angel.
Think someone's home.
There it is.
I have never seen a cat experience enlightenment before. This is probably the most talented thing you'll see today.
How much money do you spend per month living in New York City, including everything?
8K the last 2 months.
And what's your occupation? What do you do?
I do finance recruit.
Wow. Oh, he's like, I'm ready. I am ready.
I think I now want a baby rooster.
It's a baby. Wow.
I have never seen someone run in lowercase before. So this is pretty cool. The oldest albatross in the world is 74 years old and is about to become a mom again. This poor seal only has 2 brain cells.
Yes, you. Oh!
These robots are being used in parking lots in China to deal with illegal parking or bad park jobs. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later. Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. He just received his very first paycheck, and unfortunately just learned how taxes work.
You need this.
You really don't.
Because he was expecting because you have to take out federal taxes.
You pay taxes for everything, Jojo.
You lucky?
A few days ago, these firefighters were checking in on a gas leak that sent these manhole covers flying into the air. This person somehow thought that this baggage claim luggage belt at the airport was actually an escalator.
I'm just trying to cut sponges. And they will not. What the f- magic? Like, please go back into the box.
This crew chased after a whale for 3 hours because they saw that it had a rope wrapped around it. So they jumped in and managed to finally cut it off.
Cut it! Cut it!
Like he didn't know what he jumped into the water for, bro.
Did you get it? Yeah!
In some places in Asia, you can purchase products using facial recognition. This guy was trying to buy something, but it wasn't working because he didn't have any eyebrows anymore. So they gave him some fake eyebrows by putting some tape on his face, and it worked. So what does she know that we don't know? He might have played this one a little too close. About a week ago, someone put cherry tomatoes on this bridge in Ireland and pretended it was a long-time tradition when it actually wasn't. So now, more than a week later, more and more people keep putting cherry tomatoes on this bridge and turning it into a shrine.
Okay, hi.
Oh my god!
Oh, is that awesome? That's an awesome
She's
sort of
happy
science.
for me. She's happy for look, she's happy.
The city in China has all their lights moved together in sync.
That looks good.
They saved this tired monkey that somehow fell into the river.
Agora já tá na metade. Ele tá cansado, pô. Cara. Encosta do lado, ele vai fazendo a volta. Bora, Magal, pega. Não vai, não, deixa ele vir, porra. Olha o tipo, cara.
Oh my god!
He suddenly recognized his food delivery driver as an old friend that he hasn't seen in over 12 years.
How you doing?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, bro. Oh, yeah, man. You too. Yo, hold up. Are you a shot? Oh, Jerry? Oh! Holy. Oh, let's go. Yo, what's up, bro? Yo, let's go, bro.
She somehow received a scam call while waiting in the elevator.
I believe you have an active Medicare card A and B, right?
This is an elevator.
Perfect. You are eligible.
They found this crazy bug hanging out on their front door.
Look at it.
They dropped a rock down this giant hole that used to be used for coal mining.
Not only me breathing hard, only me being fat. What y'all could say about him? Say what you want about Bobby. Don't talk about my son, you heard?
It's 2025, and you're still using the same cable network? Frontier.
All of these dogs are polite and know how to share except for one. This guy parked his car too close to this lake and it ended up falling in. Since the car was floating, this fisherman used a fishing line to pull the man and the car back to shore. He saved this turtle that was absolutely covered in barnacles.
What the heck?
This train had to plow through a massive amount of snow.
BRB, my dog needs to go outside again.
She found an app that supposedly translates whatever you say into dog language.
Hey Stella, can I have a kiss? That seemed really long. Oh my gosh!
So why is he standing like this?
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
I think this cat might have committed a crime.
Ook niet. Maar los, je moet natuurlijk blijven verdienen. En dat wil ik eigenlijk meer gaan doen in eigen dingetjes.
Ouch!
What's a baby?
This dog loves to jump in the laundry when the dryer is warm. If you're watching this video with headphones, I think you're gonna like this video.
Wow.
What? Hey,
That's crazy. What
look at
is
this.
that?
What is it?
Is it an octopus? Oh, that's kind of scary.
This polar bear thought that this drone was food and started chasing after it. She only gives him water outside the house because he can't behave himself.
What is that?
Spilled that.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Find the lowest priced health plans at Health for California.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. Grandpa had his solar glasses on and was ready to watch the solar eclipse.
What was that?
It's getting covered. Keep it dark. Oh, it's fully dark.
Oh.
It's fully covered. It's the moon.
Wow. It's gonna come back though.
Wait. Oh, it's coming back.
It's done now. Holy.
Are all the cameras up? Oh my god.
So this driver thought they were putting their foot down on the brake pedal.
Bozy, what do you think? Does that look like you?
He's like,
I
it
feel like
doesn't.
this should be illegal. This woman in Spain was spotted feeding pigeons with her mouth.
No, that's no. Why? Why
Most
would
places
you do
around
that?
the world use spare tires, but in Russia they use spare logs.
You got well.
It works.
Oh.
Oh yeah. You can go in it. Just don't drop your sandwich in it, will you? Right.
So I found this guy that claims to have the fastest hands in the world. They asked her what she wanted for her birthday, and this is all that she wanted.
What is it?
Pull it out.
Pull it out.
Man, what the is going on around here? Oh, damn! Left the water running.
So why did he take this so seriously? So I guess real-life Mario Kart is a thing. These people were running away from the police and threw anything they could at them. This dog saved this bird that was stuck in the house. This plane was trying to land at an airport located on top of a mountain in France. They wanted to see which one Mom would call back first.
Wow.
They wanted to record their baby crawling for the very first time.
And the dog is like, "This is my time to
This plane made
shine."
some super trippy smoke vortices. Imagine being such a good artist that you make things even more difficult for yourself. This person was walking through a park when they saw that this wave of cotton balls was on fire. I have some bad news, and it looks like Christmas is canceled this year. He couldn't figure out how this magic trick worked.
Okay, I'm gonna go sell my dog. He's barking his head off now.
Some people go to the park to feed the pigeons or ducks, but this guy feeds the local herd of eels.
Ew.
Daisy, you can't go to bed yet. It's 5:50 p.m. This is what having an old dog is all about. She's heading to bed.
Are you going to bed?
Daisy, it's 6. It's not even 6 o'clock.
You haven't had your meds.
Oh boy. Let it go.
Jesus!
That's
A
from a
cat
Frito.
somehow got inside this expensive clothing store.
Oh.
So this is pretty cool. A baseball league decided to play a game of baseball under ultraviolet lights. These kids kept throwing snowballs at these workers in the river. So why did nobody tell me that alpacas sound like this? This is what it looks like when a 7.4 magnitude earthquake hits a car repair shop. Here's a video of a male seahorse giving birth. A plane was called in to put out this truck fire in Canada. I think this is the definition of working smarter instead of harder.
That's how it's done. Tell them, boys.
That's how it's done.
Oh wow, they're probably doing it on their own.
No, the bus driver probably told the bus driver probably everyone get in the back and start moving back and forth so we could get this thing going.
So what exactly was the goal here?
Oh no!
This fish gets really excited whenever their owner stops by. So I guess this frog just ate a lightning bug. These llamas always get super excited whenever they get to leave their pen. That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
To be free and flexible and creative was really essential to what I wanted to make, and I didn't find a platform that did that other than
I'm so tired. Okay, we have about 55 minutes left before the raffle or the giveaway or whatever. And so far, we're still at 250. So if you can, if you would like to make a donation, you can know someone who would like to make a donation. Let them know that this is their last chance to enter into this giveaway. We have about 7 people who donated yesterday, and no, 6 that donated yesterday and 1 that donated today. So your chances of winning are actually very, very high. So yeah, whether you can be, because $10 is 1 donation, $20 is 2 tickets, right? For, well, I mean, wait, my brain's not working. If you donate $10, that enters you into into the raffle, and that's 1 ticket. If you donate like $50, that's 5 tickets. So that's 5 chances of winning, right? And the way that we're doing it is if you donated 5, then you won on like the 4th number, then you still have like 4 chances of winning. It's not like your name is not gonna be removed after you win. Like you have multiple chances of winning. So yeah, the QR code is like right there. I also pinned the message on YouTube and Facebook, so you should be able to see it there. If you have any questions, concerns, anything, write in the comments. I think I'm just gonna watch videos for the rest of the time because I have a mean headache coming along, and yeah, I am just very, very tired. And like the game that I was playing before was only putting me to sleep, so that was probably not a good idea. So if you have like a video recommendation, feel free to write in the comments, and then we can probably check it out. Best delivery videos of
These are the best delivery driver videos from the past 10 years.
Well,
Hey, how you doing today? Good.
What was that?
Oh my god!
What was
These
that?
goats got scared of this UPS truck and fainted.
Oh.
This delivery driver thought this lady was being rude, so he decided to not give her the package, put it back in his truck, and drive away.
Are you able just to leave the parcel near my door? Yeah, just do that and I'll be there shortly. I'm literally 5 minutes away.
Please.
Please.
What company are you paying for, Olivia?
6.
Well, it takes nothing for manners, does it?
Just because she didn't say please? Oh, okay, that's a bit rude, ain't it?
He was waiting for someone to come out and sign this package. This is why Amazon same-day delivery is so fast. He finally had enough of all the Halloween decorations.
Oh, bro.
After he calmed down, he felt bad and gave them some money. This delivery driver saw this doormat and took it very seriously.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Package?
No, I don't.
Oh.
No, I'll tell you about the short gospel of Jesus Christ.
We're actually eating dinner now.
Okay, sorry to bother you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Now keep in mind that this delivery guy is only dropping off $20 worth of food.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to say it's a nice house for a $5 tip.
You're welcome.
This pizza man had to make a delivery at a military base and stopped to show respect when the Beagle started playing. This delivery guy had to stop and go fishing right in the middle of his route.
Hi, you are currently being recorded.
Hi. I currently don't care because I'm Amazon. Amazon.
This guy went through the trouble of delivering a package just to end up doing this.
No, no, no.
This guy went to go
leave it
deliver
there,
a
though?
package when he saw that the homeowner left a note saying that he has permission to jump in their pool.
With shoes on and everything?
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Can you help me, Mom?
Oh,
Here she goes. Can you help her?
This
She's
boy
so
asked his delivery driver to help his mom that was unconscious. The delivery driver checked on her, and paramedics showed up a few minutes later and saved her life. The mom has a rare syndrome that caused her heart rate to immediately drop.
Wow.
This poor guy had to run for his life.
Oh.
So this has got to be the worst delivery driver of all time, right?
Or the best?
This person delivered some food at this house, and then that same person came back a few minutes later and stole the food. I guess this is what delivery drivers do on their day off. This person had some wine delivered to their house.
is your mom in?
Oh, I'm 23.
Oh.
I don't think this is who they were expecting to open the door.
I want pizza now. What?
This delivery driver was friends with a cat that lived at this house, but didn't know the cat recently died. He was then seen a few times trying to find the cat, not knowing what happened.
At San Joaquin Valley College, it's never too late to continue your education and start a new and rewarding career. Training to be...
Someone got some food delivered, and in the special instructions, specifically asked the delivery person to kick the food as hard as they could. This guy was stopping by to help them with their delivery.
I don't know if anybody's home, but if you recorded that, send me a video, please.
This delivery guy found something in the grass.
I like how he came back to show.
This might be the angriest delivery driver of all time. This delivery guy gave zero warning about how heavy his box is.
Sorry.
Oh.
It's alright, don't worry.
Oh.
This FedEx guy saw that this person was about to drive away with their coffee still on their car roof. This delivery driver couldn't resist the temptation.
Oh no, don't roll out.
Why do they do that? My dog does that too, and I'm like, bro.
Oh. Hi, how you doing?
This poor delivery driver was in for a surprise. This delivery driver was upset that this customer didn't leave a tip, so she left this note in her bag, only to realize that she made a mistake.
Ignore. You keep that.
Why?
Because I didn't see a tip on the app and I put a little card in there. So please keep that. I'm sorry.
No, I just had cash. Please take
It's okay. It's okay because it's okay. Thank you.
He didn't seem to care that his truck was on fire.
It's like, hey, my vehicle.
This police officer arrested a DoorDash guy, but still managed to deliver the food.
No, I'm not who you're expecting, but your driver got arrested for things he had to take care of. So I figured I'd complete the DoorDash for you.
This UPS guy didn't have the patience to use a proper detour. He crashed his car, but was still determined to deliver the pizza.
Delivered on time, okay?
Look at this guy. Crashed his car, but still delivers the pizza.
This FedEx guy stopped by to shoot some hoops.
Oh! And showed him up.
People inside this house were watching a scary movie and totally forgot that they ordered some food delivery.
He's like, I'm leaving. I don't want part of this.
Turkey.
Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Oh, shit!
These two delivery guys raced each other to the front door. This delivery driver was upset that he didn't get a tip.
What the heck? He's just like, whoa!
This delivery guy matched the energy of this spooky doorbell message.
Hurry and leave a message before it's too late.
I've got a parcel for you. I will leave round the back. Oh!
The rug at this person's house says to hide any delivery packages.
Camera recording.
This customer was upset with how this
And that's
delivery
how it's
driver
done.
treated his package.
Whoa, bro. He just threw it back. What the heck? I'm just gonna throw it back.
That is the end of this video, or we hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Let me show you how I'm using Grammarly's AI tools when I'm feeling less than creative at work. I do a lot of copywriting at work.
Wait, what else looks good? Cat videos of the decade.
These are the best cat videos from the past 10 years.
Ты ко мне лезть. Не надо.
Like, okay, sorry. My bad.
You can't even. What are you hitting him with? You have no other arm.
What did you just say?
Oh, he was fast.
This cat is not being harmed in any way and truly enjoys doing this trick.
It's a little flip.
Part 2, double mom hug. Fatty meters.
Oh, it's cold.
Canelos.
These people use their cat to catch a bug.
Oh man, I need a cat. Dog's useless. Oh.
Okay.
She was so
No. Ya. Oh my god. Pues, a dormir. Ya. He's like, I'm not touching the floor. Me when I have to leave my house.
Hi, how you doing?
Like,
Baby, you
yeah,
hungry?
we saw this video earlier. It was like he's saying hello.
Say yeah.
She came home after petting a cat that her cat absolutely hates.
Oh wow! Come on.
This is Aries, who is a cat that was born with hyperextended rear legs. He isn't in any pain and is pretty much a normal cat in every other way.
Has somebody used?
Are you gonna
the
pray
movie
or
before?
someone else is gonna pray?
This, you
That
can
is
do
exactly
it.
what my
You
dog
can
does.
do it, Snowball. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Oh.
This cat seems to have adopted this monkey.
Oh, I thought he was just like a pregnant cat.
I can't find my screwdrivers anywhere. Like, where did they go?
Like, hi.
This poor cat had an existential crisis.
Why are you doing this?
He's like, why? Why am I doing this? This is a nice thing. Just another reminder, we got about 40 minutes to get in your last donations for today to enter a raffle. We are about $40 away, or 4 donations of $10 for the next milestone. Right now we have, like I said, there's 7 people that donated yesterday and today. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 gifts to give away. So another donation, or 1 donation of $40, or 4 donations of $10, and will get us to the 300 benchmark. And then so there will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 gifts. So your chances of winning are very, very, very high. So just keep that in mind. Like I said earlier, I still having like I have a headache, and I'm very, very tired. So I'm just gonna watch videos until then. So just come chill. Have a good time.
He was trying to force his cat to love him.
Get over here. It's not that serious.
You
can have one. You can have one bite. It's pistachio ice cream.
This chunky monster of a boy. He's not overeating. I know that. Look at
The streamer's cat really loves her.
I don't know what she's looking at.
He just flung cat litter out of the box. He's probably gonna do it again. Oh my god.
El cielo se cae, hijo chicken little.
Oh.
Who would you save in a burning building, me or Kenzie?
You?
For some reason, a bat latched onto the collar of this cat.
Okay. hanging there. He's like a full stream of integration.
Like,
oh wait, my bad. Wait, I just realized that no, we don't have 7 gifts. We have technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have so we have 8 gifts because watching a scary movie is part of it. But you do get to vote on which scary movie I watch. So please bring your friends and vote for like a Scooby-Doo movie. My friends are trying to kill me by making me watch a scary movie. I can't tell who's in here. What if it's my friends? And they're just waiting for me to watch a scary movie.
This poor cat was halfway to heaven.
Nella. Girl, stop. Jesus Christ.
The other cat is like this.
You want to eat?
Some stings.
No, it's not time. You just ate.
They wanted to introduce their new kitten to their older cat.
Stop. Like have some seen a cat before. Shut up.
This cat was in trouble and yelled for backup from her big brother.
That's me. That's me if I were ever to get into a fight. I'm gonna be like, bro, help me. Why does he look like Yoda?
He's gonna laugh at your Did you get that? Oh my god.
Is it allergic? Wait, do they all sneeze
Find
like
the
that?
lowest priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com.
What do you think is wrong with this cat?
Stop it. Stop.
That is something I would totally do with my siblings too. I know them.
Oh, what are you doing?
Do you like your new tie? It makes you look very handsome.
This cat was really upset that they woke up from their nap.
What happened? Did you wake yourself up? No, you are so very grumpy.
Me yesterday. Hello.
Careful, please. Really careful. Not yet. Roger.
That is so cute. I want a cat.
A cat got too close to a candle and its tail caught on fire. The outer layer of fur was protecting the cat, which is why the cat didn't freak out. I have never seen a cat run in cursive before.
Unfortunately, Oliver, as you know, your sales have not increased
for this month. So unfortunately, we have decided that we will need to be letting you go.
This behavior is not professional, and I will be calling security.
Is it gonna cook you? Oh my god. They're made of liquid, bro. I saw that.
I found a cat that loves sucking on this person's ear.
Why? She's got tired of it so
I'm sure that box is full of stolen car parts.
This cat got a little nervous and protective when the baby put their hands over the balcony.
Attempt to make this shoe launch off the desk on its own. You ready?
He's like, not today. Cat must know what's going on outside.
Hairless cats often need lotion in order to protect their skin.
I wonder why it developed like that. Like,
Do you stretch especially?
Oh my god. Pesto chicken pasta?
This guy tossing his cat to go catch a rat.
that's a happy cat. He's not a stupid cat.
This person has a cat that walks on the same path every day.
He knows what he likes.
This person wanted her dogs to come back inside, but they weren't really listening. The cat saw that they weren't listening and wanted to help out.
Shipping dog. Dog, cat. That's so cute.
Why are you...
What do you think he's going to jail for?
Free the cat! Was hat sie getan? Free the cat! Was hat sie getan? Was hat sie getan?
And a one, and a two. Let's go! Mufasa the Lion King is a dazzling musical with superb songs.
This guy was kind enough to save a kitten found on the side of the road.
Someone just... Oh no, it's a whole... Oh my gosh!
Oh,
I can't take y'all. Oh my gosh. Oh my
There's even more.
We got a kitten problem.
This cat was confused when she heard her owner's voice come from a security camera.
What the heck?
My dog doesn't care about that. If you just like hear my parents like on the phone.
If you take a wet toothbrush and pet a cat with it, it supposedly reminds them of getting cleaned by their mother.
Hunter, are you hungry?
Yes.
This cat grabs food from the automatic feeder as if someone will try and steal it.
No, hey.
This cat was caught doing sit-ups underneath a car.
Gotta exercise at all times. No excuse.
I have never seen a cat drink via Bluetooth before.
You when I'm tired.
Imagine losing a game of ring toss to a cat.
Go, let go.
He's like, what do we do now?
I think he can sense that the brain cell is nearby, so he's trying to stay extra still so that he can finally intercept it.
See if Bruce likes cottage cheese. Want somebody? Oh.
This cat has trouble understanding how the screen works.
This is that scene in Lilo and Stitch. It's like, it's touching me, it's touching me.
Chega, Ninho. Ninho. Oh, meu Deus, que gato doido é esse, menino?
He said, like, this is how it's done.
I just got off work, so don't look up here.
I have never seen someone that loves corn as much as this cat does. This cat just discovered the new security camera that was installed in the house.
Come on.
You got your clutch, you got your brake, you got your throttle, you got your gear lever, AFR gauge, fan switch, steering wheel. You got all that?
Hey.
Мы с Тамарой ходим парой, да? Это мило.
This cat sounds exactly like a squeaky toy. What do you think he's trying to say?
Wait, I don't remember if I closed the door or not. Be right back.
What are you two doing?
I have never seen such a nervous dog before. There's only two types of cats.
Me trying to do anything physical.
Peanut.
American athletes.
Did hers get her cast off? Look, she. Oh, why'd you do that?
Iggy, you ate a bee this morning. How do you feel? Thank you.
Oh, they only turn one once. And we are doing a whole princess theme, but it's gender neutral, of course.
Loves fruit by the foot. Do you want some fruit by the foot?
That's the end of this video. Hopefully you enjoyed this super special cat video that I made, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
I wonder if they have a dog one. I want a dog one. No, here it is.
Don't worry.
You can't prevent sick days. That's why Kleenex lotion tissues moisturize to help prevent skin irritation.
These are the best dog videos from the past 10 years.
Oh!
Stella, you want to go bang?
Oh!
This dramatic husky needed to get a shot.
No se chillón.
Bro. I have one of those socks. It's very good.
Bark at your dog.
Kai. Come.
Hey, boy. What's up?
Too cool, bro. Too cool.
Quincy, we are going on a road trip. Woo! Yes, absolutely.
There was a trend where people would give their dogs 2 pieces of kibble to see how they would react. They were so proud of showing off the stick that they found.
And that makes me question getting married. Can you think of me?
Why are they sitting there? Saying hi to the birdie?
Don't worry, the bird wasn't hurt.
Excuse me, what is your opinion on the current state of the pandemic? Thank you.
Okay, he's like a 10, but his eyebrows are just like little dots on his head.
You are.
Yeah, shut up, honestly.
You're gonna, you know what? Next summer you're gonna be wearing your spring
They got him a new bowl that would force him to eat slower.
How do I relax? Well, I come home and I pet my dog. You see, petting your dog is one of the most relaxing things you can possibly do. It releases a hormone called oxytocin, which reduces stress.
I think this dog might be guilty.
Quem mandou comer isso aqui? Hein? Aqui, ó, comeu o chão da tua mãe. Hein, Luna? Olha pra cá. Olha pra mim. Olha pra mim. Olha pra mim.
What is in your mouth?
Oh! Oh, ouch, ouch. Ouch.
Job.
You will never guess what this dog finds in this tree.
I'd be scared.
What the? Another dog? What the heck? I was like, it's not a spider, is it?
Good morning, Maggie. Oh my goodness. Hi, baby.
This dog was waking up from anesthesia and started glitching.
It sounds just like the heartbeat thingy. He's like, where's my little?
As a full-time YouTuber, believe it or not, I spend most of my time actually writing. Grammarly's AI features help me.
You're adopted. Yeah, you're not mine. You're adopted. Yeah.
I think there's something wrong with this dog.
Duncan.
He's like
Duncan. Duncan.
So
one is here. No one. See? Look. No one. Stop barking.
That's what I need.
Want a treat?
They wanted them to try sparkling water for the very first time. This guy was in the hospital for a very long time, and his dog didn't recognize him when he came back home.
You don't know. You look.
I was like a year in my internship, and like I just couldn't believe that my dog remembered me.
I have never heard a dog with a British accent before.
Who's that?
Yeah. In like 10 more minutes, yeah. It will be voting time.
This guy saved his dog that got stuck on an elevator.
Come see what is it. Come see what is it. Don't bite it. No. Be sweet.
Is there a locking button on the top right? Right above about us.
This puppy was born with only one ear.
Wait, only 1 year? Like, oh wow. Very punk.
He was upset that his pig brother wasn't waking up. She gets so mad when he has to go to work.
I'll see you later, Peppy.
What are you doing, buddy?
She was pretending to be a dog and was begging for some Cheetos.
One more. I can't breathe.
Ready? Ready? Okay.
Alexa, stop.
This poor dog had an allergic reaction.
Georgia?
There was something inside this dog's mouth.
Come here. What is this?
Oh, stop the alarm. Stop the alarm. Yes. Strudel! Is he okay?
Dogs don't exactly have the best night vision.
Come back in the house.
Lukta. Lukta.
Oh, I love this. It's I found him on TikTok. It's a TikTok account. This Gogo just loves getting.
You guys are
these-
wondering. This is 150 calories. Isn't that so sad?
He was like, yes, I understand.
It's going to sink.
This dog hates getting their nails cut.
No, don't touch.
Oh. That's why I will only have small bubbles. He just jumped out the window. He's like, not today.
This dog found out that they are perfectly buoyant. That's the end of this video. I know this video is a little different than what I usually do, but I wanted to try something new and different.
Oh, well, I like it. All right, cool. I'm actually gonna share this other thing so we can get started and do the voting for the scary movie. Wait, where is it? So we have enough, I guess, like I said, only like 7 people donated, but they donated about 26 sort of like entries. So it's from 1 to 20. Can you guys see that? Oh, well, I'm tiny. Or should I just flip them around? No. Wait, where's the other one? No. Yeah, I like this better. All right, cool. So I have all my numbers here. I know what number belongs to who. And the first thing that we're giving away is, or raffling off, is the Pokemon cards, right? They were donated by Collect Pickups. And yeah. Oh, this one's upside down. Whee. Look at how chunky this Pikachu is. So cute. All right, so this will be the first prize. And I hope it's someone that lives nearby. Ready? You guys ready? I'm waiting 2 minutes. 8 o'clock, I said. If you're interested in donating more and adding more entries, that would be great. I think we're like $40 away from the next milestone. But I have a feeling that I know who's in the chat right now because they threatened me. All right, fine. I'll get started now. 1 minute earlier. 7. Dylan, I hope you're in the chat. You won the Pokemon cards. Next one, it's a video game, and then let's go to the video game first. 23. Jacob, you won the video game. And Martha, you won the Naruto bag. Yeah. Wait. 24. That's for another video game. Jacob, you won another video game. That's my alarm for my meds. Okay. Wait, get the Pokemon cards. The Dr. Gremlin shirt is next. 6. Dylan, you won the Dr. Gremlin shirt. Another video game. Dylan, you won a video game. Okay. Now it's Psychology for Geeks sweater. Oh. Danielle. This one I don't have a sweater because it I need to know the size. So it will be ordered and shipped to the winner. Sweater. Okay. Another video game. Hope, you won a video game. And well, I don't. That's it. That's it, you guys, and the stream. Okay, the next one is the scary movie. Write in the chat like which movies you would like me to watch. And then the movie that gets the most votes is the one I'll be watching. Okay. We got one entry for Terrifier 2. We got 2 entries for Terrifier 2. We have 3 for Terrifier 3. Anyone else? There's 6 people here. Come on, people. Any 4 entries for fine. 2 more votes. Come on. There's 2 more people here. Scooby-Doo is also horror, I think. There are other horror movies like not that one that could count. Fine. Yes. So I guess one of the other questions that I wanted you guys, or the things that I wanted you guys to vote on was, did you guys want me to live react to this movie? We can do this thing where we play it, like we press play at the same time, and then we sort of like watch, and then you see me react like live, or would you just like us to react live and then talk about it in like a YouTube video? Yes, like yes YouTube video, yes live. Okay, fine. It will be live. um so it'll probably be a weekend. I need to see your face. Well, I'll still be recording my face like as I watch the movie. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me look at my schedule. I'm I'm really busy until next month. What is this? Oh geez. It can be the 16th of February. No, wait. Wait, who else? Do a watch party. Yes. Can we do those in Discord? Or should I just do it live on like Twitch and YouTube? Wait, I forgot what day I said. February 16th. Okay. Any other votes as to how far into the movie I will get? Do I get breaks to like go to the bathroom? Is that allowed? Please. I need to go cry privately somewhere. Not in front of the camera. Fine. Okay. I will release the details of it on our socials once I plan it enough, like the time. I'm guessing everybody is basically East Coast, so I'm guessing earlier in the day a diaper will be provided. I'm fine. I scream a lot, so protect your ears, I guess. Don't wear headphones. That would be. Wait, I forgot the name of the movie already. Terrifier 2. All right. And a puke bucket. What would I need a puke bucket? Like, is it gross? I said, like, should I not eat before this? Yeah, okay. But like, should I like not eat before? I'm scared now. Wait, I heard a ding. What is that? Okay. Dang it. All right. All right. Okay, I'll try to make it earlier. You know what? Earlier in the day is good for me because nighttime is too scary. So, yeah. All right. I know you guys are like up like super mega late right now. Thank you guys for waiting to vote for now. And also thank you so much for donating. We made $260. Thank you for your donations. We will be well, I will contact you guys individually about the video game code and the name of the video game. And then we will ship everything. The only thing, just Dylan, I would just, if you could send me your address or PO box, that would be great. Everybody else, unless Danielle is in the chat as well, but everybody else would get their stuff in person. All right. Well, once again, thank you so much for joining me this weekend. And I appreciate your donations. They are going to go towards making sure that we are doing lots of different workshops and stuff at like a low cost or like no cost to the community. Or just to make sure like we can get sort of like started because we need to pay for like the materials for the workshops. We need to pay people who are coming. So that would be where the money is going. And if you follow our socials, you will know because I post a lot about what we just bought and where the money is going. So thank you so much once again for your donations and for hanging out with me over this weekend. And I will see you guys on the next charity stream slash well, probably on the next live stream that I do. I will try to do a few before I do the really terrifying one, so you don't just have this idea of me as a terrified person when I watch the scary movie. All right. Well, let's see. How do I end this? Okay. Well, I will see you guys later.